miss the call at the when the stories unfold and the chat's got soul. From the gavel to the gas, we're watching it all. Covering the courtroom, big case or small. Laugh when we can, cry when we must, but it's all real talk, you can count on us. We're not the pros, just answer care, with popcorn in hand and a comfy chair. And every twist, we're right there, together like we're all in the witness chair. This is the Broken Baker, where the trials come alive, where the chat is wild and the vibes survive. We're watching the worst of what people do, but we keep it light, yeah, that's our truth. It's the only place for crime, and it feels just right. We bring the justice talk into your night. So hit that stream, don't miss the call. At the Broken Baker, we cover it all. Oh yeah. We're just framing with the view, but we ask the things the world wants to. Digging through the facts, side by side. Even when it's dark, we bring the light. No clickbait, no fake feels, just truth and the highs and the reels. With the chat that roasts and rise, we're just here for the case and the vibe. This is the Broken Baker, where the stories unfold, with a smile in the heart, even when it's cold. Yeah, we cover the bad with a wink and a grin, where the real talk starts, come on, jump in. It's the only place to be, can't you see? For trials and truth, it's BBTV. The Broken Baker, where the trials come alive. Yeah, we'll be here, trial of the trial. Yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, wherever you are, 25. And welcome to another rewatch, because nothing is going on really. So I thought we could rewatch the Cara Rintala case. And not, as I put in the description, Rosemary from the Brian Walsh case, but from the Myles King case, of course. I am sometimes a little fast when I do things. That's what she said. Thank you, Big Dog. Is this your new wife, Mucklick? I don't know what Mucklick is, but Cara Rintala is famously the first lesbian to be charged with unaliving her partner, so I don't think I have a big chance with her. But thank you, Big Dog. And hello, Rumblers. Can't wait. I have never seen this trial. Thank you. Well, thank you for coming and joining us. This is, I think, like my third or fourth case I covered. And I've started remembering it when we, I remember it, but it was mentioned during the Karen Reed case because of how bad a witness had been in the third out of four trials in this case, because this is probably the most Massachusetts case of all Massachusetts cases. A lot of you didn't watch true crime. I know we can't call it that because that's a bad thing, but it is what it is. You didn't watch true crime before Karen Reed, and you found out that, hey, nothing better than having someone talk about cases while we work. So welcome. But if you think Karen Reed had a lot of weird things happening, this case has it all. Bad police work, funky evidence, an expert who got her convicted, and then it got overturned because he wasn't an expert in the field he claimed he was an expert in. The lead investigator won't be called to the stand, and I believe there's a rule he can't even be mentioned, but I won't spoil too much of it. But this is the first case where I found out Massachusetts is very Massachusetts. I had a lot of fun with Baby Baker, but I'm getting over it now. It's a little taxing on the body sleeping on an air mattress. No, this isn't a new crazy case. It's a look back to an old crazy case. Well, a lot of people. This is back in my 10 sub days. So thank you all for joining me later. Everyone is a little new. Most everyone is a little new to this case of you. So please, no spoilers on all the stuff for the old hands on deck. You have a condo on the island of Lesbos. Lesbos should be a pretty decent place to hang out, but there's a lot of drugs there, I've heard. Hey, Cindy Lou and Dodo. I think we picked you up around this time. Hey, Tessia. What happened to the other trials to get them mistrialed? Well, the first 2 trials was a hung trial. Then they brought in a paint drying expert who testified that the murder must have happened at this point because of the coloration of the paint. And apparently that was enough to sway the jury and send her to prison for life without parole. Then 4 or 5 years later, the Supreme Court said, that expert has no way to confirm any of what he said. And this is then the retrial that came out of it. This is the first case where I began sitting here saying, how many times does the state get to try a case? And I know, well, they can do it indefinitely until they get a not guilty or guilty verdict. But it's not fair. This lady waited 14 years for this trial. She had 3 trials. She was in prison. And now we have this trial as well. So, yeah. Well, it's the same trial. It's a rewatch. This was, I think it's 2022, 21. Yeah, the case started in 2010. No, this is the 4th trial. You'll see why it's the 4th trial when we get to the end. So this is the final trial. Rosemary Scapicchio is her defense attorney. If you know Rosemary, we covered her interrogating the ADA Lally last week, I think it was. She was pro bono in this case as well. And very, very good defense attorney. There was some technical hiccups, so we won't get the full opening from the state, just so you know it. It's not because I am just lazy and skip something, but there was some kind of technical problem. So it'll start in the middle of the prosecution's opening statements. Well, I will try and distract you as much as possible. Hey, Helen from Holland. Yeah, please don't spoil anything. Don't, because let's have all the newbies get a taste of this. No, she was pro bono. She did it. She stayed on. I think she was. Did she come on the team at the second trial, and then she did this one for free? Hey, before I go, should put a no spoiler banner, just so people can watch the Rintala case. Please, no spoilers. Well, enjoy your quilting. Oh, interesting. Yes, this is the lawyer who was for the King guy. She was also one of the McAlbert's lawyer during the Karen Reed case. Was it Jen or Carrie or someone who had her as an attorney? We didn't see her in court during that case, but there was a lot of people when they heard the name, they're like, oh, we really liked her in another case, but now she's working for McAlbert's. Well, good lawyers have shit clients as well. Actually, I want to show you, if you thought Karen Reed was bad, I think you would say this is worse than the Karen Reed trial. No, it's a little bit older, not that old, but it's a lot of you are new to true crime, and that's why I wanted to. There's nothing else really going on other than the. I hate they call it an honor killing because there's not much honor in killing your daughter, but that's the only other trial, and I don't want to cover that. But let's get into it again. There was a technical difficulty, so we started a little bit late in the opening statements by the prosecution.
A tone. Again, months later, on the night of Annamarie's killing in her interview with the state police, the defendant references this time frame. She says she was bamboozled by Anne, that Anne had got there first.
Jamie, why do you choose 30 seconds after I started the show in court to show up? Is it just to annoy me?
No, I didn't realize you said it for 8:50 and I couldn't get on till 9 anyways.
Well, I have to do it because I get annoyed when I'm sitting here at 8:45 and thinking, why aren't you getting ready? So I have to keep up with my old schedule, or I'll mess up. Jamie, no spoilers, but can we agree this is a good case that shows that Massachusetts was Massachusetts before Karen Reed?
Yeah, they were pretty dumb. Pretty dumb.
Yeah, and I actually think the police work in this one was worse than the Karen Reed case.
I mean, it was bad. I don't know. I haven't seen this in such a long time. I can't wait to revisit it and be like, yeah.
Butcher paper,
I mean,
Burger King.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the stuff they did was just lazy. Late. Yeah.
I know states kinda, I don't know counties. So if someone can help with the county of it, why don't you just Google it? Because I have Jemima.
That Anne had committed an act of violence towards her.
You'll get the short synopsis in the opening statement, but lesbian couple who had a tumultuous relationship. Both of them worked as EMTs. One of them, the victim, had a side piece and a side piece. She had a female side piece and a male side piece. Both will be mentioned during the trial. This is where my infamous corner kisser comes from. And one afternoon, Annamarie is found in the basement unalived after being strangulated. Cara Rintala says, I was out most of the day with our daughter buying school supplies, and the state says, no, you unalived her with your daughter in the house and then drove around to cover up the fact. That's the short end of it. Plus 2 hung trials and one that was overturned where she was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison, but it was overturned because an expert in paint drying wasn't an expert in paint drying.
I'm curious to see what people will say about this. Me and Baker really did not think she did this at all, but I'm just curious to see what the new people that haven't seen this are going to think.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we were all wrong the first time and we'll see something new this time.
Yeah, in the house. Maybe. She's the one that ended up charged. She's the one that ended up with a restraining order against her. Anne got the upper hand. It was something the defendant would never forget. You'll hear that after that arrest, the hostility and the issues continued. Nothing changed. According to the defendant's word, the same problems were still there. By late spring of 2009, the two had made a decision, both of them, that the relationship was over. They could continue no more. And they both filed for divorce. But they took 2 different paths. The defendant filed divorce paperwork first, but she did not have Anne serve with that divorce paperwork. Her plan was to try to do it amicably, to hire a single attorney, to come to agreements. And Annamarie had different ideas. And before the defendant could serve Anne with the paperwork, she filed her own paperwork at court. She asked for the house, she asked for custody of Brianna, and she asked for spousal and child support. And on May 26, 2009, a sheriff arrived at the home of 18 Barton Street, which is where Annamarie and the defendant lived together with Brianna, and served Cara the papers of this divorce, of what Anne was asking for in this divorce filing. Within hours of that, a 911 call came from the house. The defendant was calling 911. You're going to have an opportunity to hear that 911 call. It's approximately 4 or 5 minutes in length. And I'd ask you to pay very particular attention to it. I would suggest that 911 call is a peek into the life of the defendant and Annamarie Rintala, what was going on with them, and particularly the defendant's state of mind, her response to these issues. You will hear wild mood swings. You will hear her pleading for help, going into hysteria. You can see from this 911 call how quickly the smallest of things in this relationship can make things spiral completely out of control. This 911 call triggered a police response to the home. The police arrived at the home, they spoke with the defendant, and they spoke with Annamarie. And after the police were there, the two of them got in their own cars and immediately went to the Eastern Hampshire District Court in Belchertown seeking restraining orders. The defendant seeking a restraining order against Annamarie, and Annamarie seeking a restraining order against the defendant. And you'll have an opportunity to hear the court recording of that restraining order hearing, the words of the defendant, the words of Annamarie, very importantly, the words of the judge. You'll hear that both of them sought restraining orders against the other to force the other one out of the home so they could stay there, and for custody of Brianna. Both cross asking for that, making that request to the judge, and the judge heard both of them in the same hearing. You'll hear the defendant in this hearing say, "I have reached all that I can take." She's emotional, and she asked the court to make Anne leave, saying, "I cannot live in this house with her anymore." But the judge, after hearing from both of them, did not give them what they wanted. He didn't give either one of them what they wanted. They ended up with only something called the no abuse order, which is simply an order not to abuse one another. He refused to force either one of them out of the home. He refused to grant custody to either one of them, and told them in no uncertain terms, "Go back to your house, figure it out, and if you come back here, I'm going to call Child Protective Services and your daughter will be taken away."
Thank you.
That's what they heard. And I would suggest the evidence will prove that they heard that loud and clear. Because although there had been multiple 911 calls before that, there had been multiple restraining orders, multiple things that occurred that where they were reporting out to what had happened. On May 26, 2009, all of that stopped. The evidence will show they weren't going to risk what the judge had threatened. And instead, they went home to do what they'd already said they couldn't do, which is figure it out themselves. In the ensuing months after that, for about the next 7 months or so leading up to Anne's death, the divorce proceedings that I told you about earlier proceeded in court. There was a back and forth, there were many court dates. Anne moved out of the house, they were separated. Anne established her own residence away from the defendant. They were working on co-parenting with one another. On Christmas Eve, the holidays that year, they made an attempt to reconcile. And they signed paperwork voluntarily dismissing the divorce proceedings on Christmas Eve 2009, 3 months before Annamarie's death. But the evidence will show that despite that effort on Christmas Eve to try to stay together, to try to work it out, that those efforts were completely futile. All the issues that they had had for years were unresolved. They had not gone away. And all the same issues were still present. A couple of months later, weeks before Anne's death, they went on a cruise down in Florida with Brianna. And before that cruise, they visited Anne's aunt, Aunt Nancy Kaufman, who they hear from during the course of this trial, trying to make it better, trying to put on a happy face, trying to stay together on this cruise. But you'll hear from Nancy Kaufman that the issues were still there. And on that trip, she heard the defendant say, "I want a divorce." All those things they were facing before that.
I forgot that.
I forgot.
That's so dumb.
I forgot.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
forgot
Jamie, did you hear that time in the Discord where Marissa said, "Hey, Baker, you fat fuck, you better work or I'll kneecap you"?
I just forgot about these little things.
It's so dumb. Well, someone overheard that I want a divorce. Yeah, they had a shitty relationship. But I just can't understand how they take it from, "Hey, I want a divorce," to, "Yep, I'm going to kill her." It's way easier to just get a divorce. How old were the child? I believe that she was just
two
about
at
to
the time,
start.
right?
6 years old.
Oh, I thought she was a lot younger.
What?
She was
No, wasn't she
like,
just about to start the kindergarten or school or something?
no, because isn't she 16 now? And this has been going on for
Since
almost
10?
16 years.
No, this has
She
gone
was,
on since 2010, so that can't be right.
yeah, I think she was like
She
2 or
was
3.
17 when the case got done, right? Because no, we're not going to spoil it. She was a kid whose parents had substance abuse, as I remember it. Isn't that?
Yeah,
Yeah, none of them are the biological mother, but I believe
yeah.
the mom either OD'd or gave her up for adoption because she was an abuser.
End of the relationship, the division of debt, child custody disputes were all back on the table, weeks before Annamarie's murder. On March 28, 2010, which was the night before Annamarie was killed, Annamarie went to a shift as a paramedic and a firefighter. It started at 8 p.m. It was an overnight shift. When that happened, the defendant had a friend of hers, Mike Cieranowski, over at the house. Anne did not know about that, and she was not happy about it. The defendant will describe in her interview that it was a big source of contention, who they would socialize with outside of one another. And Anne that night was, quote, so mad. But you won't just have to take her word for it. You will see phone contact between the two of them while Anne is at work and Cara has his friend over at the house. You'll see the text messages that are sent between the two of them during that time frame. You will see the hostility, you will see the anger, you will see all the things that I'm talking about. You'll see that Anne, in those text messages, hours before she was killed, said to the defendant, I hate the relationship we have. I hate how I feel. I'm going to leave. When Anne ended her shift at 8 a.m. the next morning on the day of her murder, March 29, 2010, she went home, and that argument that had been happening over text messages and phone calls and voicemails the night before was still there, still in the house at 18 Barton Street between the two of them. Additionally, you'll see phone activity of Anne during that time frame, between 8 a.m. approximately in the morning when she got home, and 12:21 p.m., right after noon that particular day. You'll see that Anne was a regular user of her cell phone, and on that day, she was regularly using her cell phone that morning. You'll see that between those 4 hours or so, between phone calls, between text messages, between pictures she was taking and sending to others, she used her phone approximately 40 times within that 4-hour period. At 12:21, Anne made her last outgoing call on her phone. She happened to call her aunt, Nancy Kaufman, that I told you about earlier, that she's very close with. Nancy did not answer. She didn't leave a voicemail. But the phone shows that was her last outgoing activity on her phone. Her phone is silent from that point. At that same time, someone else's phone is also silent, and that's the phone of the defendant. From 12:21 until approximately 5 p.m. that evening, approximately 4.5 hours, the defendant also has no outgoing phone activity on her phone. She actually misses a couple of calls that come into her phone that she does not answer. And Anne also misses a text that comes in at 1:53 that shows later on her phone is unread. A text she would normally reply to and look at that she did not that day.
How do you know she would normally reply to that? You don't know this.
The evidence will show that the reason for the silence and the reason Anne last used her phone at 12:21 p.m. that day.
You're fine to disagree.
Is because shortly after 12:21, the defendant kills her. The argument that had been going on all night, the argument that continued in the house when they were there the next morning, it found its way to the top of the basement stairs. And you'll see and hear that the top of the basement stairs also happens to be a couple of feet away from the exterior entrance, the side door of the home. That was the regular entrance used, just feet away from one another. And in the defendant's words, they were still tit for tat at the doorway. The evidence will show that in that area at the top of a set of very steep basement stairs, the argument's still going on. That argument found its way down those stairs and ended.
No spoilers, Baker. But Holly, now that you and I are going to differ on this, tell me when the evidence are that the argument went on the top of the stairs. I'm not sure I can remember that.
At the base of those stairs, on a cold cement floor, with Anne bloodied, with her being hurt, with her being bruised. And this argument was the argument to end all arguments between them. At this point, with Anne and her condition, of the things that have been said, of the things that they knew that had happened in their past, the evidence will show that things have gone too far, gone further than ever gone before. In the defendant's mind, there was no turning back. She put her hands around Annamarie's neck and she strangled her until she was dead. After she killed Annamarie, the evidence will show that the defendant engaged in a lengthy scheme to conceal the crime that she had just committed, to misdirect the investigation in this case, and to avoid the police from discovering what she had done. It started with her attempt to alter the crime scene. The evidence will show that the defendant engaged in an attempt to clean up the basement area where Annamarie had been killed. When the police ultimately arrived later that night, and forensic scientists from the lab and crime scene technicians arrived, they saw very clearly that there was a significant amount of blood around Annamarie's body. You'll see in here evidence that she had significant gashes to her head, the sides and the back of her head, down to the skull, that caused a significant amount of blood at the scene, much of which was still visible when the responders got there. However, they're also trained to look for blood that's not there anymore, that you can't see with the naked eye, and they have tools to be able to do that. You'll hear evidence that these crime scene technicians applied a substance called leucocrystal violet, also known as LCV. It's a chemical applied that reacts when it touches or hits blood that can no longer be seen, but which is still there. And you'll hear that when they applied this LCV throughout the basement, it lit right up. The whole basement, bright blue and purple all around Annamarie's body, in parts where blood was visible, but also in parts where blood was no longer visible. You'll have an opportunity to see and hear testimony from a member of the crime scene technician services, wipes and swipes and smears and movement within that blood that's no longer visible to the naked eye, in areas where there's blood that's later determined through DNA analysis to belong to Annamarie. So you will hear that there was an attempt to clean up the basement. You'll also hear, in terms of the crime scene itself, evidence that will establish an attempt to stage a break-in, to make it look like someone broke into the house and must have killed Annamarie. You'll have an opportunity to see the door jamb in the door on that exterior door that I talked about. That's just a couple of feet from the top of that basement stairs. And you'll hear and see evidence of hack marks that are in the door jamb of that door, on the side frame of the door. What I mean by that is crescent-shaped hack marks where the wood is cut out and there are wood chips on the threshold of the door immediately below it. You'll have the opportunity to see a shovel that was used to create those marks, a shovel that belonged to the Rintala residence, that had white paint residue that's consistent with the paint residue from the door jamb. And you'll see those marks. But what you won't see, ladies and gentlemen, is damage to the door itself. In other words, you won't see any hack marks or movement or chips off of the door on the actual plane of the door itself. You'll see there's a large pane of glass on that door next to the doorknob, which is unaltered, not damaged in any way. And the doorknob was still intact, and it could still lock. It still worked. The evidence will show you, based on the angle of those marks that I'm talking about and the evidence of the door, that those hack marks were done with the door open. That's why they appeared that way. That's why the door was not actually damaged.
Is this the case where they bring in the door? Oh, I think this is where they bring in the door.
An attempt to stage the scene to make it look like a break-in. Now, after the defendant altered the crime scene, you will hear evidence that she left. She got out of the house. She took Brianna, who was still in the house with them, and left. And the evidence will show that this was an attempt to create an alibi, to be somewhere else that day, on the day that Anne was killed. At approximately 5 p.m. that evening, you'll see the defendant pop up on various surveillance videos at places around the area. The Holyoke Mall, Stop and Shop, Burger King, pass through at McDonald's. And you'll see her and Brianna on these surveillance videos. You'll also see quick trips at these places. Small purchases.
Yeah, that's the one.
Purchases of $1.50 here, $7 here, receipts kept, receipts put into her truck for these purchases, $14 of groceries at Stop and Shop, all within this time frame.
Maybe she was at Stop and Shop getting evidence backs. Don't you knock Stop and Shop? $14 used at Stop and Shop. Yeah, what if she didn't need to buy a whole lot of things? What if she needed a couple of bags of chips and some sodas for her and her kid? Why this condescending? I forgot how much I hate this prosecution team.
You'll also hear within that same time frame, and I'm talking about the time frame of 5 to 7 p.m. as Annamarie is discovered shortly after 7 p.m. that night. So those 2 hours that she's out of the house. You'll also hear evidence of an attempt to create a digital alibi. What I mean by that is her calling and her texting incessantly Annamarie's cell phone, which, as I indicated earlier to you, is obviously not being answered or responded to these text messages. These voicemails you'll have an opportunity to hear. You'll hear at least 4 voicemails over that period of time. You'll see the text messages that she sends her. Now, you'll also hear that in her interview with the state police, the defendant says that the reason she left the house that day was so that Annamarie could sleep. She worked an overnight shift the night before, and she was due to work another overnight shift starting at 8 p.m. that night. So this was her time to get her nights of rest in. But despite that, even though they left so Annamarie could sleep, you will see her calling, her texting, why aren't you picking up, and leaving on these voicemails all the places she's going, all the things she's buying on these long voicemails to Annamarie. The evidence will establish this is an attempt to create the impression she has no idea Annamarie is dead and to be somewhere else. You'll also hear that as she was driving around, evidence that she disposed of items. That McDonald's that I talked to you about earlier, where there's a surveillance video, she tells the state police about going to McDonald's. She says that she went into the McDonald's, made a different choice about not buying food there, and decided to go somewhere else. So didn't go into the store, didn't go to the drive-thru at McDonald's. But what she fails to tell the state police, what they find out whenever they pull the video, is that when she goes into that parking lot at McDonald's, she goes by multiple trash cans in the parking lot, all the way to the back exterior trash can of the furthest most corner of the McDonald's parking lot. Pouring down rain, and in the pouring down rain, she exits her truck, walks over to that trash can, goes back into her car, and leaves.
Oh yeah, I remember that video. That's really, really clear. That's what she did. Really, really clear.
Something she didn't tell the state police about. When they go to that trash can, they find 3 bags consisting of types of rags that are used for cleaning, cut out pieces of fabric, and particularly a pink cloth diaper, an old pink cloth diaper that would be used for a baby. The same type of pink cloth.
She did go take out the trash, apparently, maybe allegedly. But when we get to that part of it, and Queen, you can back me up in this, you would have to believe in. Do you believe in miracle? Yeah. You would have to believe in the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and Adam Lally to make the evidence fit. Evidence left in a trash can at McDonald's for 18 hours, and they find it. I think I had Flux on, who used to work in a place like that. She said, we have hourly schedules when we empty the trash cans. They're not out there for 18 hours and just getting filled up. No, we go out every 2 or 3 hours and empty them, so it's always presentable for guests. But they claim on top of the trash, 18 hours later, they find exactly something that could potentially maybe look like some cloth they had at the house. I totally trust it, because we're going to see a video and it's going to clear everything up for you. The video is, it's Massachusetts style quality videos. Well, I can't tell you percentage wise of truthfulness. I'm just saying, I'm not sure. I watched the trial and I can't really remember she's going to show you all the evidence she claims she shows you. Brandy is a lovely streamer out of Florida. I know you don't see married women, but it's Brandy Churchwell. Lovely, lovely streamer. Great streamer. Good fan of the channel. But Zach only hounds single women, so he doesn't see anyone with a ring on their finger. Well, you need to do it to believe the evidence in this case. She was about 2 years old. Yeah, it's something like that. I'm sorry. It's been a while since I saw it the first time.
Diaper that's located under the sink at 18 Barton Street in the kitchen, among a bunch of other racks. You'll also see surveillance video, as I said, from these places. The fact that she's driving an open bed truck. In the back of that truck, you will see in surveillance video larger items. that are moving around within the back of that truck, including up until less than a half an hour before she arrives home on the surveillance video. But by the time she drives home, those items are no longer there. And she didn't tell the state police about it. By 7 p.m. that night, she's now done what she wants to do. The evidence will show she's altered the scene, she's created her alibi, she's disposed of items, and she has to go home. She has a baby, it's time to go home and to initiate a police response to the house. And she doesn't do that by going into the house, using her cell phone, calling 911. What she does instead is she scoops up her daughter, Brianna, the dog, the family dog that lives at this house, and she runs over to the neighbor's house, the Dupuy residence at 20 Parton Street, the next door neighbor. She gives them some cryptic message to them saying, Anne's in the basement, call 911, which she does, and then she goes back to the house. The evidence will show that in a last-ditch effort in those moments to contaminate that crime scene, to eliminate whatever forensic evidence continues to be around Annamarie's body, she dumped a 5-gallon bucket of paint all over Anne's body, all around Anne's body. She then got herself under Anne's body, rolled Anne's body up on top of her, got herself in all the blood and paint, and waited. Shortly after that 911 call was made by the neighbors, the police and the paramedics arrived at the scene. They find the defendant underneath Anne's body. They see her crying. She's yelling, Anne is dead. She says she can't get out from Anne's body, even though she got under her body on her own. And they assist her in doing that. And they get her out and they move her upstairs. And the evidence will show that one of the first people she talks to that night is Officer Gary Polgar of the Granby Police Department within that home. And he asks her several questions. What's going on? What happened today? And in that conversation, the evidence will show the defendant made a critical mistake. He asks her, what time did you leave the house? When's the last time you saw Anne alive? And she says, 3 p.m. 3 p.m. The reason that that is a significant piece of evidence, ladies and gentlemen, is that although the paint that was there is fresh, it's wet, you'll hear the first responders, you'll see the footprints of it on wet paint.
I'm sorry, do you want to give her?
Yeah.
This is the first time we hear Rosemary object, because she's talking about the freshness of the paint, which is what had the case overturned, because there's no way to determine the time the body had been in the paint by way of how wet or non-wet. But the prosecution will try and get it in every time they have a witness on the stand who was in the basement. Well, it's a case that followed the dismissal because of the paint drying expert.
And they helped her out from that body. And I told you a few minutes ago that she made a critical mistake saying 3 p.m. You will keep.
This is because this prosecutor is trying to sneak something in that they just had overturned in Supreme Court. They got overturned because they had an expert who claimed that they could see by the coloration of the paint, because it's sealing paint that apparently goes on pink, turns white when it dries, that he could tell that the body must have been put in the basement at X o'clock. That got overturned because the Supreme Court said that idiot who talked about that has no knowledge of that. There's no way to establish that. And that's why they're not allowed to talk about it in this case. But the prosecution will do whatever they can. It is Massachusetts, you know, to break that rule and talk about it and try to imply that the kind of stickiness of the paint shows you that it must. I think one of them is, I think she's going to ask one of the witnesses if they have ever painted a roof before or something like that. It's Massachusetts, y'all. It's bringing back memories. No fresh words. Yeah. I can't remember that because I don't remember any of these names because I didn't know them back then. So I don't know who did what in this case. Hey, Purple, how are you doing? Yeah, this case's snow is paint, but there will be a snow shovel. So at least there will be some unsnowing implements in the case.
Here, evidence that when the first responders arrived, they observed the body of Annamarie Rintala. They touched the body of Annamarie Rintala. They moved her arm. They moved her hips. They moved her body.
Everyone is
to
kind of biased.
release Cara from out underneath the body. They will testify in this trial that when they did so, her body was stiff as a board. Her body was completely one unit. Her arms were above her head. When they moved her body, it was completely locked in that position and moved as a single unit, stiff as a board. And the reason that will be important during the course of this trial is
a body will always move as a single unit unless it's parted out in smaller units. Because your entire body but it can move on different axes. I hate this prosecutor.
You will hear evidence that, in the opinion of forensic pathologists and medical examiners, that her body was in well-developed rigor mortis, which is the stiffening of the body after death. And you'll hear from the medical examiner in this case, Dr. Joanne Richmond, who worked for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of Massachusetts, who did the autopsy in this case, who determined, in her view, the opinion of cause of death being manual strangulation, and that she will offer an opinion before you regarding time of death of Annamarie. You'll also hear, based on the evidence in the case, an opinion from another doctor by the name of Dr. Thomas Andrew, the former chief medical examiner in New Hampshire. Both of these medical examiners have over 30 years of experience. I expect they will testify that based on the conditions of Anne's body, when the first responders arrived at approximately 7:15 p.m. that night, that is their opinion that Annamarie was dead well before 3 o'clock. And by the defendant's own admission, only 2 adults were home at 3 o'clock that day, her and Annamarie. During the course of this trial, the evidence that I just indicated to you will come through many different sources. You'll hear from numerous witnesses, you'll hear from the first responders, as I indicated, paramedics and police officers. You'll hear from state police troopers who responded to the scene and were in charge of the investigation. You'll hear from crime scene technicians and forensic scientists, members of the crime lab who examined the physical evidence collected at the scene, who conducted fingerprint analysis and DNA analysis. You'll hear from the forensic pathologist, as I indicated to you. Granby police officers who responded previously to the incidents, the domestic disputes between the defendant and Annamarie. You'll see photos and videos of the crime scene and Anne's body. You'll see the photographs of the LCV and that bright blue color of that blood at the crime scene. Surveillance video, phone records, 911 calls, divorce filings, restraining orders.
It's
And
headsets.
you'll have the opportunity to hear over 3 hours of the interviews conducted of the defendant the night of Annamarie's death and the next morning. The video and audio recorded, and you'll have an opportunity for yourself to see everything that she said about her relationship with Annamarie. And at the end of the trial, the evidence will prove to you that the defendant, Cara Lee Rintala, killed Annamarie, that she intended to kill Annamarie, and that she did so with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty. Thank you. Hang on. Thank you.
Was it convincing?
Yeah, I don't know. Holly Mack says that she's clearly guilty and we are all dumb, especially you, Jamie. I said, hey, don't talk like that when Jamie's not around. But she said, I'm going to take Jamie out. And I said, okay, I'm not getting into the middle of that. No, she didn't. She made a lot of promises that we will see a lot of evidence. And as I remember it from the first trial, we don't see all that evidence that she claims. Not without Rosemary taking a hammer to it and then treating it like it was Zach's niece when he tried to go to the Olympics figure skating. Who's the blonde green t-shirt girl who looks very bored? She's the court reporter. Hey, Tom. The judge, I remember him as pretty good.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he didn't really get involved too much other than when he needed to. I mean, he wasn't.
No, and they do the Massachusetts thing with most of the sidebar. I think Rosemary sometimes just starts yelling, but I think they go to sidebar every time. They don't just objection, blah, blah, blah. So, Well, sadly, you can't. He had a competitor. This is pre-transition, Zach. He had a competitor called Tonya Harding, who fixed that knee problem for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, this whole investigation started with a lie. It started with a lie. When that 911 call was made, that Cara Rintala asked her neighbor, Roy Dupuy, to make, he said nothing about it being a domestic. But you know what the dispatcher did? The dispatcher called it in as a domestic. So before they even get to the crime scene, in their head is the idea it must be Cara Rintala because it's a domestic. The first responders hear that it's a domestic. The first police officers on scene hear that it's a domestic.
Yes, this is really the fourth trial. She had 2 hung juries. Then they brought in a paint expert who could tell you just by looking at paint how long it had been on a floor. And she got convicted to life in prison. And this is then the fourth trial because the Supreme Court, which is actually a Massachusetts v. Rintala, is a case about experts right now on the books. It was brought up in the Karen Reed case. Said that expert had no expertise covering none of that. So you can't put her in prison. And I think she was in prison for 4 years. And now this is the fourth bite of the apple. And I remember I got so mad watching this that they have so many chances to put someone away. It's just not fair, in my opinion, that they get to just keep on trying. But again, she didn't get a verdict, so technically it's not double jeopardy. But I feel like, well, I also know how this one ends. Maybe that's why I'm a little bit extra salty. But yeah, this is the fourth trial in the same case. They had 2 hung juries. Then they got her convicted on BS expert evidence. And then we have this trial.
Yeah. And then we got a different result once again.
Yeah.
So.
There is no video of that. It's from 2016, I believe the paint drying expert was there. This is before true crime kind of was a thing. So, yeah, now it's Rosemary's turn, and I love her passion.
Well, I thought it wasn't like a paint expert. I feel like it was just a guy that worked at like Sherwin Williams or whatever, like a paint store.
Yeah, he sold, but he said, yeah, I painted a roof before. That's 3 hours.
Yeah.
So something like, stupid like that.
The like extent of it wasn't like some scientist or something.
No, it wasn't, and that's why it got overturned, because this was the Murdoch case all over again. Yeah, I sat in over the weekend and tossed my phone around in my office. Can you replicate that? Nope. Well, you're good enough for us.
When Cara Rintala voluntarily agrees to speak to the police without a lawyer, 6 minutes and 55 seconds into that conversation, the question is asked of her. So I heard there's been a lot of domestic violence. That's why Cara Rintala is bringing up the domestic violence. Not because she wants to talk about a relationship with her and her wife. Because you'll hear evidence, I expect, that they reconciled, that they dropped the divorce proceedings. And you heard the prosecutor talk about, in that statement, Cara said that she was bamboozled. Wonder why? Because Annamarie told DSS that she lied. She lied about the assault and battery in 2008, that it never happened. So was Cara bamboozled by Ann? Well, if your spouse comes in and lies about you and gets you arrested and gets you kicked out of your house, I think you've been bamboozled. And I think that's what the evidence is going to be. Now, what you didn't hear from the Commonwealth, because they don't want you to look at this case objectively. They want you to look at it with blinders on, exactly like the first responders did, exactly like the state police did, exactly like the dispatcher did when they said it was a domestic. They want you to just focus on that. They want you to believe that Cara Rintala is the only one in the whole world who had access to that house, and the only one in the whole world who could have done this. What they didn't tell you about is a guy by the name of Mark Olasak. You didn't hear one word about Mark Olasak. Mark Olasak was Cara Rintala's partner as an EMT and firefighter.
Jamie, I forgot. This is Mark Lasak's saxophone.
Mark Lasak's Lacola. Wait,
Mark
Lacola
the saxophone or something.
Yeah. I wonder if the caption, the closed caption, will get crazy just like it did.
Yeah. And the corner kisser, of course.
He is the corner kisser, yes.
Oh, I don't have the rigor mortis picture.
Yeah,
I
Mark
had so
Kolasak. So it was Mark, well, the way she was saying it, the caption kept going, Mark Kolasak saxophone.
yeah. I had so many pictures drawn during this trial. It was fun.
Oh my God.
Yo, la cola la saxophone. It's something really stupid.
We were
Mark
like,
Olasak was in love with Annamarie. And how do we know that? We know that, ladies and gentlemen, because when they got around to interviewing him 18 months later, when he first lied, two days later they said, "Where were you?" And he said, "I went to physical therapy that morning, and then I was home the whole rest of the day." Total lie. Total incomplete lie. That's not true. But because the police believed it was a domestic, great, all right, we'll check that person off. We don't have to worry about that person anymore. And then they find out that almost a year later, maybe even a little bit more than a year, that Mark Olasak is still sleeping in a pink sleeping bag that Annamarie Rintala had at the fire station. And even Detective McGarrian thinks, that's a little weird. It's a little weird. Let's go talk to this guy and find out what's happened. So they go and talk to him 18 months later. And they find out that he is sleeping in Annamarie Rintala's sleeping bag. And he tells them a story that we're really, really good friends. And being really, really good friends, these are the things that we do. We go out to dinner. We go for drinks. We hug. We kiss on the corner of the mouth. I don't know why that's important, but he thought it was. And then at least on one occasion,
we hugged. We kissed on the corner of the mouth.
I'm a great artist, Jamie.
And that is where that picture came from, guys.
Yeah. This is the first case where I started drawing pictures during trial when I got bored. And no, that's not true. I did do the ninja spider as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's from the trial at the border.
Oh my God.
Who sleeps in his dead friend's sleeping bag for months after her murder? It's so ridiculous.
It's
But
just
no,
odd.
Yeah, well, he's not a person of interest. There's nothing to look at. He sleeps in her sleeping bag. They corner kissed. We all know the corner kissing is the worst kind of kissing.
And then he had a credit card for her. There's a lot of things that were like,
Yeah,
why wasn't
there's a
this
lot
guy
of stuff that's going to
even-
come up.
Yeah, that it didn't even look at him. It's insane.
No, the corner kisses was on the victim, that he claimed that they were just friends.
Yeah. And he was only allowed to kiss the corner of her mouth.
Well,
That's just such a weird thing. I love that she even says, like, I don't know why that's, or whatever she said. I don't even know why that's a thing or something.
how did he get it at the first place? It was at the fire station, and he just used it at the fire station after she died. It's such a weird thing. O-line, no spoilers.
Mark Olasak sent a text to Annamarie Rintala that he loved her. And he says he loved her in a friend way. That's what he did. And you'll hear evidence, I expect, that the police learned in the investigation that after Mark Olasak lied, that they actually went and got the records of his credit cards. Because they found out that Mark Olasak allowed Annamarie Rintala to have 3 credit cards that he paid for. That his wife would not.
3, I forgot.
Mark Olasak, I forgot to say, he's married with a kid. Doesn't tell his wife that he opens up these 3 credit cards. He'll say, I expect the evidence will be that he told the police that he was trying to help her build credit because she has really bad credit. That's what that I expect the evidence will be that the police knew. So they go and they look for these credit cards. They're trying to figure out what it was. What is it that you're allowing her to charge? What is it that you're allowing her to use? What is it that you, Mark Olasak, are taking on the responsibility of paying? By the time Annamarie Rintala is killed, there's a $7,000 outstanding debt on the credit card. again, that Mark Olasak doesn't tell his wife. Now,
I want a friend like Mike Olasak.
I kind of do too. He's just
You
like, I
don't
just want
need,
to help you build credit. Here's some credit
yeah,
cards. I'll pay him though.
yeah, and hey, you don't even have to mouth hug me or anything. Just give me a corner kiss now and again, and I'll let you run up $7,000 of debt on a credit card. They say lesbians are more difficult for court reporters to provide dictation for. That was You're getting back to the old sack dad joke territory. You're not all there, but Jamie will go out and train a new cricket if you can get back to your old levels of sackitude.
I know.
And I said sackitude, not sockitude, because that's where you are now. You need to get back to the sackitude. Yeah, that necklace, there are rumors that Flavor Flav is still mad that he doesn't have a bigger necklace than hers.
Guys, is she not just, I love it. The
She's
hair.
so great. Yes, this is even a more Massachusetts trial than Karen Reed. At the time, we didn't know Massachusetts, but after watching this trial again, or after watching Karen Reed, you will see this is just how they do in Massachusetts. Number 2, a recount. Is Iris beating you again? Nope.
expect that he at least found out that his wife, during the course of this investigation, finds out about 2 of the 3 credit cards. And he allegedly has some conversation with his wife where he doesn't fess out to the 3rd credit card. And his wife, I expect the police will tell you, that tells them, I don't want you involved with her anymore. I don't want you around her anymore. I don't want you working with her anymore. I don't like what's going on and I don't want it to happen. And what does Mark Olasak do? He continues to see it. What does Mark Olasak do? Try to find a way to still work with him. Until he makes this statement to the police that says, I'm a great friend, until you lie to me. Until you lie to me. And you'll find out, at one point when Annamarie Rintala was moving back to be with Cara Rintala, to fix their marriage, to have a chance at getting reconciled, that he's helping her move out of that apartment that the prosecutor told you about. And what he finds when he's helping her move out of that apartment is a note and a picture. And the note is from another woman, Cara Daniele. Cara Daniele and Annamarie Rintala had an on-again, off-again relationship, about 10, maybe even 13 years. And he finds this note, and he finds this photograph, and he realizes, at the same time that he's having these conversations and these kisses on the side of the mouth and giving her these credit cards, she's in Vegas with Cara Daniele. And so what does he do? I expect that he will tell that the police knew that he never once brought it up to Annamarie Rintala. He saved the note, he saved the picture, but he never once talked to her about it. But you know what he did do? He took away her phone. He was paying for her phone, and he was upset that she was talking again and dating again Cara Daniele. And so what does he do? This guy who's trying to be your friend, this guy who's trying to help her build her credit, he takes away her phone. That's what he does. He's not going to pay for your phone anymore. I expect you'll hear the police say the reason that he said he did that is he didn't think it was good that Cara Daniele was dating Annamarie during the time period that there may have been some custody issue. That's his explanation. But there's more than that. So when the police finally get around to interviewing him, and they find out about the kiss in the corner of the mouth, and they find out about the hugs and the money, and the credit card debt of $7,000, and the I love you text, there's more in the sleeping bag. There's more than that. They also find out that he's the one who...
No, that's another case. A corner kiss is better than no kiss. I'm just sitting here. This lady is married. She has a female side piece, a male side piece. That she just, like a harlot, corner kisses. I can't even get one girl. This one has 2 and a boyfriend. Hey, How about leaving something to the rest of us?
Texts at 1:53. He's the one who texts Annamarie Rintala at 1:53. And does he tell the police that? No, he doesn't. Does he tell the police, hey, I tried to contact her that night. She never picked up. That's so odd because she always picks up. No, he doesn't. You know what he does instead, ladies and gentlemen? He deletes the text. He deletes the text at 1:53. And I expect the police will understand and know and learn that he deletes the text. And you know what they do about it? Nothing. The blinders on. You would think that a seasoned police officer, a trooper for the state police who knows how to investigate homicides, when they find out they've been lied to, when they find out that there's someone who deleted a text, who probably was the last one to text that night, and doesn't tell you about it, you would expect that you go right back to Mark Olasak and say, hey, what's going on here? Why'd you delete that text? Because a good
Again, it's Massachusetts. Enjoy the sirens in the background.
homicide detective would think, why delete that text? How did you know you were supposed to delete that text? When there's also a text at 8:15 that night that you don't delete. How do you, Mark Olasak, know that? But nobody asks that question. And again, because they are operating with blinders on. This is a domestic. This is Cara Rintala. We don't need to look anywhere else. But there's more. They finally get his credit card statements. And even though he had told the police, I went to physical therapy and then was home the whole rest of the day, they find out that there's a number of purchases on March 29th on his credit cards. So they try, they say, to go get the receipts and the timestamps for when he makes these purchases. And because it's been 18 months that they had blinders on, they believed it was Cara. Some of them they can't get. But there's one that they did. I want you to pay particular attention.
Gold is not magnetic.
Sometime around 4:30 on March 29th of 2010, Mark Olasak goes into a Walmart to purchase a $7 pair of pants. Now you might ask yourself, why do you need a $7 pair of pants in the middle of the day? But the police don't ask that question. Nobody asks him why he's buying a $7 pair of pants. But they go back and they say, hey, you have all these purchases on your credit card. You must have been out that day. Now I remember. Oh, yeah, I went to Home Depot. And then I went to Bob's Furniture with my wife and my daughter. I went to Bob's Furniture. We were looking for some furniture for my daughter's new apartment. And we went there to look for stuff. And I don't remember going to Walmart, but I could have gone to Walmart. And you know what the wife says? No memory of going to Walmart. You know what the daughter says and the police knew about? No memory of going to Walmart. 4:30 in the afternoon. You stop what you're doing when you told the police you were home, and you go buy a pair of pants. But let's talk about the Bob's Furniture. So now the police know that this is Mark Olasak's alibi. So what do? Nothing. Do you go to the Bob's Furniture and you try to get a video to see if he's there that day? Well, initially, Trooper McGarian said he did go, and he never saw Mark Olasak, his wife, or his daughter on the video of the Bob's Furniture. A little bit later, he said he doesn't even remember if he went and got the video. Again, ladies and gentlemen, domestic, blinders on, let's not look anywhere else. That's what happened. And then when they find out that Annamarie Rintala was also having this relationship with Cara Daniele, they went to go talk to Cara Daniele. And Cara Daniele realized it as well. She says she goes to her gym that day, and she goes for a run, 2 hours, maybe 3. And in the middle of her run, which is the opposite direction of where Annamarie Rintala and Cara Rintala live, she tells them that she goes in this direction. They get her records, they get her bank records, and they find out that she makes a withdrawal over here, closer to where Cara Rintala and Annamarie Rintala live. And so what do? Do they go back and say, hey, wait a minute, you said you were going in this direction, and now you're going in this direction, according to your bank statements? Nope, didn't happen. And then they also find out she goes to a tanning appointment. And nobody questions whether or not when you're in the middle of a run, you would normally stop for a tanning appointment.
Sorry, I'm working. Where does this defendant live, city of town in Massachusetts? I don't know stuff like that. Have you met me? I barely turn on the TV. Someone had it earlier. I can't remember where it was. But this is an old case, so she doesn't live... Well, I won't spoil where she lives right now. but it was out of in Hampshire County. Someone will put it in chat in 2 minutes, and I'll say it.
I think
Nobody
it
questions
was
that.
Hampshire County.
Hampshire County. As I said, it's Hampshire County. In the wonderful city of something.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I expect you're gonna see, as part of the crime scene,
Or Hampshire,
If it is.
Hampshire County, I don't know.
tanning lotion on that basement floor. But does anyone ask about it? No. Does anyone ask her
Wait,
why she didn't tell the police about the stop to
tanning lotion on the
go
bathroom?
tanning in the middle of a run? No one asked her about whether.
What?
I said I forgot about that fact. Did she just say there was tanning lotion on the basement floor?
Yeah.
Okay. Forgot about that one. That's odd too.
Well,
Oh,
it's nothing. You know that, Jamie.
yeah, I know.
And that girl who went to the gym, don't think about it, Jamie. Come on now.
You go and clock in at the gym and then go outside and run. It's weird to me. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, maybe she needed the showers, and the showers at her house was broken, Jamie. There's a lot of reasons. Irish, member for 21 months. Thanks for the thumbs up for Baker and Jamie, please. Yes, please. I think Iris, no, she was here before this trial. Hampshire County, from what I can find, she was from Granby. And as it's in Massachusetts, that's probably pronounced Littleville or something like that, because no town in Massachusetts is pronounced anyway near what the spelling is. So they didn't have tunnel vision at all, it seems. I'm just saying this is the most Massachusetts case of all cases. Hey, this guy that she had a platonic relationship, who sleeps in her sleeping bag, lies to his wife about 3 credit cards. Could he be a potential witness? Nah. What would be his motive? Well, that he found out that she was also, well, she wasn't banging. She was robbing another chick on the side. Yeah, well, nah, we've never, ever heard about cases where someone find out that just because they're cheating with them on their spouses, and they find out someone else is also cheating, that they get enraged and unalive someone. No case in the history of anywhere has ever had those facts. So we just do this. Hey, what about that other side chick that she has been on off with all the time she's been with Cara, who went to a gym and instantly went out for a run? Should we look at her? Because there's some suntan lotion, and she said she was taking, she was going to a tanning bed or tanning salon or something like that. Have we ever heard about a woman killing another woman before? That hasn't happened. So who are we looking at, Cara? But what if the evidence doesn't? Cara, come on now.
They were in a domestic dispute.
Say what you will about Miss Rosemary here, but I am an ardent supporter of the LGBTQ coalition. I'm not sure.
The LGBTQ barbecue.
I found out I like barbecue. Stop it, Baker. You can't be saying those things. You make me laugh. I'm trying to talk to my patient. Well, put the patient on. Maybe they'll laugh and they won't have so many pains. She was doing tan lotion angels. Yeah, and then she said, no, it's not clear enough. Let's do paint angels. And that's when it happened. Welcome, Lady Di. Just throw Zach down where he belongs. I can't do that because it would be like Bradley Yawn and an old lady. Down the stairs. Hey, the corner kissing I could live with. The 3 credit cards where at least one of them has $7,000 of debt on it makes me go, I know men. I have been one most of my life. And we don't give you $7,000 unless we kind of expect to have the single soldiers helmet polished, at least a little bit. We're not that nice. Well, he's just a good guy who wanted help with the credit. No, helping her with a credit would be, okay, I can lend you $50 to next month. If I give you $7,000, I am expecting at least a mouth hug, probably more than a mouth hug, because do you know how many mouth hugs I could buy for $7,000? But no, there's no reason to look at it. Canton is pronounced just like it's spelled, just ask Valhalla. Valhalla doesn't know anything. He just makes stuff up. I win, Zach. Thank you, M. Spire. Don't make it a competition. But thank you so much. Sounds like she's been cheating with a man, and that's a no-no for... Well, she's apparently been cheating with both a man that was more platonic, but also her on and off girlfriend the entire time. So, yeah. Saloon is a bar in the Old West. Famously, they had these swinging doors, which isn't true. That's something they made for the movies, but that's what a saloon. Thank you. Thanks. Marissa doesn't know what a saloon is.
Well, you said tanning saloon, and I didn't know what that was either.
Maybe you Americans should use a real language.
It's salon.
Bigger they charge by the millimeter. You could get approximately 11,724 mouth hugs for $7,000.
Or not, why she stopped at the ATM in the middle of her run in the opposite direction
It's in Northampton, Massachusetts.
of the route she told the police she was going? No. Again, ladies and gentlemen.
I just want to do them when I get back riding because I got 3 in a row. But I'm doing the sticky notes now. Don't you worry.
Because that whole thing started with this is a domestic response. And so they weren't looking anywhere else. They were only looking at Cara Rintala. And they were working really hard to make the pieces fit. And if you don't look anywhere else, if you keep those blinders on, then you don't have to do the rest of the investigation. You don't have to go and eliminate these people. You don't have to figure out why Mark Olasak is lying to you.
Thank you,
You have to
Inspire.
figure out why somebody stopped to go tanning in the middle of the run. You don't have to do any of that. Because you believe it's a domestic. Because you believe, even though it's false, that this whole call starts because it's a domestic. Now, beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, in this case, Cara Rintala ends up, you'll hear evidence, on the 29th, getting called in as a firefighter. And you'll hear evidence, I expect, that if you pick up your phone when you're a first responder, and you refuse to take the call or to come in to do the extra work, you get punished in some way. If you don't pick up your phone at all, if they can't reach you, you don't get punished. I don't want you to think there's something nefarious about the fact that when Cara Rintala is with her young daughter, after she had already been called into work that morning, picked up the phone, agreed to go in, took a call, came back to her house, the fact that she doesn't take another 2 calls from her work isn't as nefarious as the Commonwealth wants you to believe. And I expect you're going to hear evidence to that effect. That when you don't pick up the phone and you don't tell them you're available, then nothing happens to you. But Cara Rintala, I expect the evidence will show, was following that procedure. And nothing more. And what does Cara Rintala do? She can't get Brianna to go to sleep. Brianna naps sometime between 2 and 4. And Brianna's not going down. And her wife is tired. And she has to work that night. And for anyone who's ever had a 2-year-old, you know it's impossible to sleep when a 2-year-old is running around the house. So what does Cara Rintala do? She takes Brianna, she puts her in the car, and she drives around. Now the Commonwealth will say, we don't know where she went. As a parent, how many times have you put your kid in the car and drove around to try to get your child to go to sleep? For 2 reasons. One, she wants to let her wife sleep. But more than that, you know the meltdown is coming if your child doesn't nap. And so yes, there's a period of time where Cara Rintala is driving around trying to get Brianna to sleep. And it doesn't work. And so what does she do? She goes to the mall. She tries to walk through the mall. She tries to do what she can to fill the time so she doesn't have to go home and interrupt her wife who's trying to get some sleep. Now, what you'll hear, ladies and gentlemen, is while she's driving around, she does ultimately sometime around 5-ish, when she knows her wife has to be back at work at 8, text her wife and says, hey, we think we're going to go to McDonald's. Do you want anything? this is where Brianna wants to go. She gets into the McDonald's parking lot, and Brianna doesn't want McDonald's, so she doesn't get McDonald's. And you'll hear at some point that there'll be evidence, I expect, that Cara Rintala gets out of her car during this whole time period because she's changed Brianna's diaper. And when she changes Brianna's diaper, she goes and she throws stuff in the trash. Again, ladies and gentlemen, a 2-year-old, not going to drive around in the rain with a dirty diaper. That's what happens. And that's what I expect the evidence will be.
Hey, beginner.
What happens when Cara Rintala gets home after she goes to a bunch of different stores? It's not to have an alibi. It's because she can't get her 2-year-old to go to sleep, and she's trying to allow her wife to get some sleep. But now she knows you got to eat because you got to go to work. So do you want this? Where I need you responding to me? Not as nefarious as the Commonwealth wants you to think. Now, beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, what Cara Rintala doesn't know is happening is that on the 25th of March, Annamarie and Mark Olasak have a date.
Well, this is what they claim happened. Happened, but it's also the case where the one who was unalive was in 2 other relationships at the same time and spending a ton load of other people's money.
They go to Connecticut. Mark Olasak doesn't tell his wife about it. While he's in Connecticut, she wants a dog. And she wants him to spend.
Oh, yeah, that's the stupid thing about the dog. They went to Connecticut to pick up Chloe, even though she wasn't there yet.
Annamarie and Mark Olasak have a date. They go to Connecticut. Mark Olasak doesn't tell his wife about it. While he's in Connecticut, she wants a dog. And she wants him to spend $250 on a dog for her. And he's willing to do it because he loves it. And he can't spend it on one of the credit cards that his wife might find out about. So he's got to do some finagling to try to get some money so he can buy her the dog. And she makes a bunch of phone calls and tries to find the dog that she wants to buy. And ultimately, she calls him back and she says that after he spent the $250 on the dog, she needed $20 for a dog crate because she had to crate the dog. And you'll find that she never bought a dog. She never needed a crate. And that she used Mark Olasak. She didn't use him that one time. She used him again and again and again. And one of the instances that you'll see that she uses Mark Olasak is that she wants Mark Olasak to stand in line for her at a store to get an iPad for Easter right before she's killed. And so how does she get Mark Olasak to do that? She promises him a big kiss if you get in line at 6 o'clock. And I expect the police know because they've looked at the texts. How big a kiss? The earlier you get there, the bigger kiss.
The earlier you get there, the bigger kiss you get.
Nothing. Then into a single solitary thing.
Imagine that you wanted an iPad that bad that you wanted to kiss someone bigly for it.
Well, imagine that's what they're offering you, and you're gonna go buy them this item. And they're like, "I'll give you a kiss, a big kiss."
Yeah.
And you're like, "Oh, I can't get in line fast enough."
Oh yeah, I'm all gonna be there at 3 o'clock. How much for a Hummer? Well, at least before midnight. Before midnight, you'll get 2 strikes at first base. You can just touch second base and maybe try and steal third base.
Mm.
I haven't seen anything from him in a long time, so yeah, I don't know. Don't be a simp, boys. Exactly. Especially don't be a simp for your lesbian friend with a wife and a side piece. Especially when she used 7,000 of your dollars.
Mm-hmm.
At least do like Zach. He goes on OnlyFans and they claim they are his girlfriend.
What do they do about the fact that Mark Olasak figures out that there is no dog and there is no crate, and that he's been lied to, and that he's a good friend until he's been lied to? Nothing. They do nothing about it. Now, beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, when Cara Rintala gets home and she sees her wife at the bottom of the stairs, she does what every parent would do. She gets her child to safety, and then she goes and tries to help her wife. When she goes and tries to help her wife, she realizes her wife is dead. And she's hysterical. She's hysterical. And the first thing she says to Roy Dupuy is, call 911. Because she still believes there's a chance to save her wife. When she gets downstairs, she's an EMT. She's a firefighter, she knows. Her wife is dead. And she's in agony. And she rolls her wife's body onto her lap and cradles it because she can't believe her wife is dead. And she cradles her wife's body until the police get there. And she's crying, saying, I can't believe Ann is dead. And you'll hear evidence that at that point, the police decide that it's something suspicious. And that decision gets made again, domestic and blinders. So they say, we have to get Cara Rintala off the basement floor and away from Annamarie Rintala and bring her upstairs and start talking to her. And that's essentially what they do. They roll Annamarie's body off of Cara. She goes upstairs, follows their instructions completely.
And again, he's married. She's married. She's gay. Well, every man kind of have that mentality that she just didn't have the right sausage. Then I'll take the gay away. But that's not true. But he probably thought that he could bang it out of her.
She follows their instructions to sit at the table and to not touch anything. And that's essentially what she does. And then they come up to her and they start asking her questions. And does she say, I'm not going to talk to you? No. She says, I'll answer any questions you want. What do you need? She gives them permission to search her phone. She gives them permission to search her house. She makes a statement, a 2.5-hour statement without a lawyer. She answers every question that they ask. And they want you to believe she was so focused on these domestic issues. But you'll hear 6 minutes and 55 seconds into that statement, it's the police who bring up the domestics. And does she lie about it? Does she say, oh no, we were great? She says, no, we had some problems. We did have some problems. But we worked it out. We were on the right path. We don't do that anymore. We don't fight like that anymore. And the Commonwealth told you that the reason they believe that happened is because the judge threatened
no
to take
spoilers.
their daughter away if they came back. I expect you'll hear evidence that they actually went to therapy. They worked things out. Annamarie moved home, and things were better. Now, is there that texting about having a mail over the night before? Yeah, there is. And I think you'll learn during the course of this trial that Annamarie is projecting her own infidelity and is suspicious of Cara because of what she's doing with Mark Olesek. And you'll see Cara's text, which are, it's just like a bunch of old schoolgirls. We're just gossiping here. There's nothing going on. But Annamarie believes different. And Annamarie makes that statement, I hate our relationship. I'm going to leave. If she's going to leave, ladies and gentlemen, what's the problem? Why would anyone need to kill her if she's going to leave? But the police don't ask those questions. Instead, they want you to believe, in this case, that there's something nefarious about the fact that Cara Rintala starts talking about the domestic issues when they themselves bring up the domestic. So you'll hear that Cara Rintala made the 2.5-hour statement. She gave them her phone. She gave them permission to search the house. And she didn't stand in anyone's way for 1 second. And the other thing that you'll notice that the police understood about Cara Rintala that night, she did not have a scratch on her. You'll hear that there was a struggle in the basement. You'll hear that somebody strangled Annamarie Rintala. You'll hear that somebody put their hands on her neck for 3 to 4 minutes. And that there's disarray in that cell. And not a scratch, not a cut, not a scratch, not a bruise on Cara Rintala. Now I suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're also going to hear evidence in this case. And the Commonwealth made it clear that there were no phone calls made by Cara Rintala during this time period that they think she's cleaning up the scene. And that's just their theory. They don't really have any evidence to that effect, but that's their theory, that she's cleaning up. But what no one's asking is why would she need to clean up evidence in her own house? Why would she need to cover DNA when she lives there? Again, domestic, blinders, that's what happens. Now, you also heard some evidence that the Commonwealth said the medical examiner is going to be very important in this case. Time of death is very important in this case, that's what they say. what you're going to hear, I expect, from the medical examiner is that they didn't follow procedures in trying to determine the time of death. That they didn't do all of the tests they could have done to determine time of death. Instead, they're going to take this bell curve, and they're going to take the mean number of hours, and they're going to say, that's it. That's what it must have been. And I expect you're going to hear evidence that that mean number means nothing. You can't have any confidence in that mean number unless you also.
I think she came on board at the third trial, maybe the second. I can't remember. But she's doing this one for free. I think didn't she come on the second trial, Jamie?
No, I thought she just took this one.
No, she's been on before. Maybe she came on for the appeal, but she's doing this one for free.
Yeah.
Hey, Marianne. Or Marianne. Or Marianne, as we would say in Danish.
Look at the outliers, the bottom of the bell curve on either side. And when you look at the bottom of the bell curve on either side, and you include that in your time of death calculation, you have a confidence interval of 95%. Do you know what's on this side of the bell curve in terms of time of death, if they included the whole curve to get that 95% confidence interval? 2 hours to full avidity. 2 hours to full rigor. But again, ladies and gentlemen, I don't expect their experts to say that. Now, I can't tell the Commonwealth what to do. I can't tell them which evidence to present. But I can tell them, in this case, that when you investigate, and I think you'll understand, when you are investigating a case, and you aren't following where the evidence goes, when you're investigating a case based on this implicit and cognitive bias that was falsely injected into this case from the very beginning, the investigation can't be fair. I expect you're going to hear evidence that Mark Olsak's phone is pretty silent that night, too. But nobody asked him any questions about that. And I can't, again, tell the Commonwealth what to do, but in this case, if you don't hear from the trooper who did the investigation, Trooper McGarry, if they don't call him, if they don't call Mark Olsak, if they don't call Carla Danielle.
Trooper Bukaki? What's the name of the trooper that they're not calling?
Oh, I don't remember.
I was just thinking, could it be our good friend Bukaki?
No.
Yeah, but it's a little weird that they're not calling the lead investigator in another case. But don't think about it. It's Massachusetts. It's a rule. You can't call a lead investigator in any trials in Massachusetts, I think.
If they don't call Roy Dupuy. And is this really a search for the truth? Or is the Commonwealth endorsing the blinders in the investigation that they know started with a lie and continued with implicit bias? And ladies and gentlemen, if this is not a search for the truth, this is not an opportunity to give you all of the evidence that you need, so you can look at these witnesses and decide for yourself whether or not to believe them.
She might not be the court reporter. She could just be the clerk. She's the Jim of this courtroom, maybe. But Jamie has Stanley Cup in me on that lime-colored Stanley Cup.
Mm-hmm.
And it is really a search for the truth at all?
I love them.
Because if it's not, what are we doing here? Cara Rintala did not kill her wife. And if this trial isn't a search for the truth, then why are we all here? What are we doing? Thank you.
Thank you too, Rosemary.
Big difference in how they presented the case. It's night and day. You can tell she's really fighting for her client, and the other one is just, yeah, it's Monday. So I like Rosemary a whole lot more.
Members of the jury, we're going to take, we typically take a morning break.
Yeah, we're going to take a morning break. I'm going to find the next video.
I know when we first saw her, we were like, I don't know, man. She's kind of aggressive, and and then she grew on us quickly.
She looks a little off, but
well, her style was something, and I was like, but then she really grew on me.
let's go to day 1, part 2. Whoopsie, this one.
Just wait. All her style and her jewelry get
Yeah, she's great. I love her
get
on
more and
cross.
more. It gets better every day. Yeah.
She's good at cross examinations.
Oh my God, she is.
Rosemary Scapicchio this morning in regards to, I think it's a total of 14 exhibits we're seeking to admit today with the 4 first responders, the majority of which would come into evidence through the first witness, Lieutenant now Jerry Poehler. I understand that council would have no objection to pre-marking, which would make us more efficient in general, with the exception of
I did 8 streams in 2 days. One of them was reading for 2.5 hours. My voice is a little shot. That's why I was coughing.
some photographs of Annamarie's body on the basement floor. If I understand the objection, it's not necessarily to the photos themselves, but the number of photos. And so what I would ask Your Honor if we're able to argue that now before the jury comes in, so Your Honor can make a decision about those photographs instead of being a sidebar, and then we also can pre-mark the exhibits and then more efficiently through the witness.
Okay.
And Judge, just so the record, again, I did pull out the pictures of the victim on the cement floor. I think there are 5 of them that the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce. There are 4 of them the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce. I think the number is excessive. I'd be asking for recent photograph instruction from the court with respect to those photographs, and I'd ask the court to limit the number of photographs that the jury sees in this case, Judge.
Okay. Well,
Your Honor, if I may, I can show you the 4 photographs. I think it'd be important for Your Honor to see them. May I approach?
yes.
Both Annamarie Rintala's body on the basement floor that was found by first responders. But it also captures different angles of her
And Helen, before you ask, no, there's no closed caption available.
body and other portions of the basement and other items in the basement that ultimately will be relevant and important to the jury's determination of the evidence in the case, and about which there'll be significant testimony. What I mean by that is the workbench that's located in the photo, the vacuum that's located there, the shelving unit, the side view of other shelving units on the right of the stairs. All of these things need to be captured in the photograph for the jury to be able to understand it. The body really cannot be edited out of those photos because it's not just those other items that are important, but Annamarie Rintala's, the relationship of her body to those items will be relevant and important, including.
And to all the people who talk about the judge having a mask on, I believe he has COVID at this time, but he says, I'll put on a mask and we'll keep going.
Blood spatter analysis at the scene about which there will be testimony, about which DNA, where it's located in relationship to her body, what might have caused it to be there. And again, we're not offering these for a gratuitous purpose, Your Honor. I certainly would have no objection if you want to give an instruction to them about the nature of the photographs. But they've been selectively chosen over hundreds of photographs of her body to represent different parts and different angles that would be relevant and other things around the basement. I would also indicate that I believe it's the only 4 photographs that we intend to offer into evidence of her body on the.
Thank you, Baker and Jamie, for the stream. No, thank you for joining us and watching it. It's an old case. People might think, we don't want to watch that old crap. And by that old crap, I, of course, talk about myself. But, but thank you so much for joining us. I think it's a good case. It's one of those cases that actually needs a second look because now we know how Massachusetts run. A lot of things in this case becomes clearer.
Basement. In other words, these are the 4 that will lay the foundation that we will use the entirety of the witnesses in the case. There will be other photographs in the basement that might capture a hand or a foot in relationship to something, but in terms of her entire body, this is what we would use for the case. So I would ask that we be able to use all 4 of them, Your Honor.
Good. Anything further?
No, Your Honor, I just
She laid the foundation for a very good third-party culprit defense. That's another thing. Massachusetts cases always have a third-party culprit. I I think it was a solid opening. I didn't even notice how long it was, but both openings were. Well, we didn't get the full part of the state's opening, but I think the state's opening is promising you a whole lot of discovery you will see during the trial. And as I remember it, we don't see that. Where what Rosemary offers you is, we're going to show you this guy who they don't want to call to the stand is a better suspect. And I think she gets into it at some points.
Mm-hmm. She's just a good lawyer. That's what I liked about this case.
Yeah.
It was interesting. And
but it's also an interesting case.
Yeah, like the stuff going on around it with these people, it's just very odd.
Yeah. Hey, Clara. What's your favorite finishing move? I will never be old. I did curls today. I'm sorry, Jamie. I know I shouldn't take part in these ridiculous, stupid internet things, but I found it funny because Will was just sitting there looking like, what the? Did I take my edibles? I'm not sure I'm the right place. That was a great interview. Well, the outcome of it was great. But yeah, that was fun times. Sorry, shouldn't. Fun times over, Jamie. Stop me.
I try really hard, but you know what? You do you.
Thank you. Well, I have to because I'm single.
Well, the photographs all four do appear to show different things. And I am persuaded that there's nothing gratuitous about the Commonwealth's intent to introduce all four, that they serve different purposes. I will give that instruction.
There's no objection, Your Honor. Thank you for giving the instruction. And then in terms of the Rintala decision, which I know the court is going to review, I bring the court's attention to page 444, right after the site.
You probably thought, did I mix it up? Was this ketamine mixed with ecstasy?
Versus Rosado.
Hey, me too.
The court talks about the admission of the testimony and the prejudicial effect of it. I don't know if the court wants to get further argument in that.
To first responders, I suppose today and tomorrow, about the paint that the paint is pictured. You've seen photographs which show the paint, but exactly what testimony do you expect to, or do you intend to elicit, and for what purpose?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We would intend to elicit testimony similar to what was elicited in the prior trials from the first responders, in that among the observations they made, they saw what they described as wet, shiny, fresh paint. And if you look at the SJC's decision starting at page 259, when the court starts beginning about the relevant facts, they are reciting how first responders
2022.
Regularly use that terminology.
Yeah, I believe 2022.
What appeared to be a large pool of pink, wet paint. The next officer described the paint as white paint, fresh, still wet. And on the top of the next page, one testified the paint was wet and shiny. The other paramedic testified that the paint appeared to be very wet, fresh looking. And a state police detective testified that when he went to the basement several hours later, he observed wet, fresh paint on the floor. These are lay descriptions. There is no expertise.
Why is the paint so relevant? The paint is very relevant because this is what got her convicted in the third trial. The first two were hung juries. In the third trial, they brought in a guy who works at Lowe's. And he said, yeah, I looked at that paint on a picture, and because it's the ceiling paint that changes color after X amount of hours when it dries, I estimate he died at 3:00, like the state claims. And then she got convicted, sent to prison for life. And it took them 4 years to get to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court looked at it and said, what skills did he have? Well, he works at the paint shaker at Lowe's. I don't know if Lowe's sells paint, but he works that, so he's seen paint before. Yeah, go F yourself. She's out. And now they're trying to get it in again and have lay witnesses just testify that, hey, it looked fresh. Fresh-ish, kind of like it might have happened at exactly the time the state wanted to have happened. And that's why the defense is saying you can't do this, because you can't prove. And we will get into it during the testimony. It's the same with the rigor in her body. There's so many factors you have to figure into how long to paint dry. How cold is the basement? How much air is in the basement? Because there's also blood seeping out of the victim into the paint. Does that change the composition? The body temperature, the moisture in the air in the basement. It's in Massachusetts. I think the whole house is a little older. Maybe it's kind of like in Denmark, where there's a lot of groundwater seeping in, and you have to build drains around your houses because the water will move into the basement. There's so many factors in this that you can't use it as an argument, but they still want to go with it because they have very little evidence in this case. And that's why the result of the case will, I still believe no, it's going to be a 6 or 7 day, 9 day trial. I'm not going to spoil it, but I don't believe this is the right choice from the jury. It's a compromise verdict we'll get to in the end, which I believe is wrong. And when I sat for 37 hours with Jamie on Verdict Watch, we didn't believe it would end where it ended, but it's a compromise verdict we'll get.
The paint's important because they're trying to tie it to a
time of death. Yeah, time of death. So that's why the paint is so important. How does common sense not tell them that a big gallon bucket of spilled paint is not going to dry at the same pace as a single thin coat? Well, they also ask about that. Rosemary has all of these questions, and they're just going to sit there and say, I don't know.
But they went to the word. Yeah, like now that I'm hearing it again, like it was all about the wording too. Like they didn't want them to say certain things. So
fresh and wet and stuff like that. They're not. Yeah. How can they try again after being found guilty for the third trial? Because the Supreme Court said she was found guilty based on evidence that shouldn't have been allowed in. That's why in the Karen Reed case, you heard mention of Massachusetts v. Rintala. The third trial set precedents for how experts need to be verified in Massachusetts. Because again, it was some guy down from the paint emporium who just said, yeah, it's been there for 3 hours. How can you tell? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's convict her. So this is the trial that came after her being found for having the case overturned because of bad expert testimony. And it made precedents in Massachusetts the way an expert needs to be accredited to testify on a subject. It's not enough that someone said, yeah, I painted my outhouse once. That doesn't make you an expert. So fun story, I worked at Home Depot and Sherwin-Williams. Humidity, temp, age of the paint, how it's stored, how it's mixed up before spilling will all impact how quickly paint dries. And the thickness of it and the moisture in the subject it's put on, and there's so many things.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It makes sense if you don't think about it. Remember, that's in the Massachusetts state motto. We don't know. That case isn't out there. Oh, was this trial yet? Can only said yeah to all the expert that included how hard the ground was and a guy who painted himself blue. Yes, and based on the Rintala case, she should have denied testimony about the ground hardness, because that guy had no way to testify at the hardness of the ground. He can just say, yeah, well, I don't know. When I go outside and it's cold, ground is pretty hard, which is not as expert testimony. That's a lay testimony, and she should have denied Hank the right to ask that question. Yeah, it's 5 gallons of paint in a small area. I know they made car paint for ASCO Noble cars for car repairs after X amounts of sun in a specific county. It's highly scientific how they figure out the recipe for exact matching. Yeah, but this is ceiling paint, and it has some component in it that makes it be pink when you put it on and white when it dries. And he said because of the kind of pinkish hue that is in the paint, he could tell that there was this, but there's also blood in the paint. What is the paint changing color and what is the blood? We don't know. Yeah, you drove by a Home Depot, so you're an expert. Yep. Go get that payday.
Needed to describe something as appearing fresh. I suggest that's something that folks do on a daily basis in their daily lives, and that's something the jury can understand easily. There was also some testimony upon questioning that there did not appear to be any sort of film or skim or coagulation on the surface, that it was a wet puddle, essentially. We will not be eliciting any testimony from any of the first responders in terms of it having appeared to have been poured or how it ended up where it did. That is something that I think will be proper for argument by the Commonwealth at the close of the case. Based upon the evidence that comes in, it's a reasonable inference that it can be drawn that it was poured. But in terms of the paramedics and first responders, the officers, wet, shiny, and fresh looking is what we intend to elicit. The SJC decision did not say that the first responders were outside of their lane in describing the paint as fresh or wet. The SJC decision was limited strictly to whether or not David Gianelli was qualified as an expert witness to testify as to the timing of the paint having
and for free
been applied, and that
Wasn't
it had
it
been
May?
intentionally poured. And I know from past proceedings, Attorney Hoos, I believe, did not object to the first responders describing the paint.
I thought it was in
It's
winter.
not an issue in the SJC appeal.
Yeah, because that's the
that
snow
first
shovel. I'm
responders'
stupid.
testimony was improper. The appeal issue was solely limited to David Gianelli, and we have eliminated that issue by not calling him in this case and not attempting to elicit any testimony on the timing or the application of the paint through the lay first responders.
So let me ask you this. What relevance does this have to any issue in the case that the paint was fresh or wet?
It's directly relevant
Can't
because,
remember.
Your Honor, as Attorney Sewell stated in her opening, we intend to argue to the jury, and I think it'll be a very reasonable inference, that had this paint been poured 6 or more hours earlier at the time Annamarie was murdered, it would not have appeared wet and shiny and fresh when first responders got there at 7:15 p.m. Further, we do not believe that the photographs themselves are an adequate substitution for their descriptions, because the photographs were taken a few hours after they made these observations. So that's why it's directly relevant. The dichotomy here between the time of death and enough time having passed for Anne-Marie's body to develop into either full or fully developed rigor mortis, contrasted with
into full or full developed, that's the same thing.
paint that appears wet and fresh and
No,
You
just the
think?
paint stuff. No, the paint stuff. It's just so stupid too, because just thinking if you're dumping paint out, like, do you really think, like, most experience I have is painting my nails. And even if it does seem dry, there are times when you you brush it against something and it just smashes and messes up.
And again, he keeps saying we are not going to elicit testimony. It was poured, but when if it was poured, so this is but this is
Slopping
Massachusetts.
it.
They are so. I hate the prosecutors in Massachusetts. I've never seen a good prosecutor in a Massachusetts case. I can't remember one case in Massachusetts where I thought, oh, this was good prosecuting. They are so shady all the time. The Supreme Court have said you can't talk about this, and he's there to say, well, they can look at the pictures, but I want laypersons to tell us how it appeared. You can't use it. It could be a centimeter thick, and as you say, yeah, then maybe there's a skin on top of it that it's dry, but it could be wet underneath. You don't know it. And how should an EMT or police officer testify in any way?
That's what I'm saying. Like, these EMTs, and yeah, it can look fresh and be freshly been sitting there a while. And the way it's poured out, I mean, obviously we saw the pictures. It's poured out in a way where it's a basement. How is it going? I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, and poured out. Yeah, now we're going to talk about the case coming up and the evidence coming up. But she's on top of it.
We're not even there yet.
Yeah, as I remembered, she's on top of it. So why did? No, we're going to watch the trial. Sorry, Jamie.
Yeah.
Shiny with no skim on
Sorry,
top,
everybody.
no signs of drying. That's a stark contrast. It ties directly into the Commonwealth's theory that this was an attempted cover-up.
We're talking puddle.
An attempt to contaminate and confuse the crime scene right before police responded that evening. So it's central to our case, Your Honor.
Well, so wasn't that the point, though? I understand that it's within the realm of experience of the ordinary jury.
Absolutely.
Whether paint is
Like those.
is
Oh,
dry
so annoying.
versus wet. I think everyone understands that paint starts off as a liquid. When exposed to air, it dries over time. But wasn't the point of having an expert witness to pinpoint at what point that paint started to take on that appearance?
The point of the expert, more specifically, was to put a time frame on when he thought the paint had been poured. And I believe that is where the SJC found fault, that he wasn't qualified, his method wasn't scientifically valid to say that it had been poured 30 to 45 minutes before first responders got there. We realize that sort of trying to pinpoint of the pouring of the paint is the third rail. We're not going there.
We'll get to it.
But this is a lay description of something that appears fresh, appears wet, appears shiny, liquidy. I would suggest that is right within the wheelhouse of lay descriptions that we hear all the time from witnesses. Whether something is fresh, whether it appeared stale, old, shiny, new, buffered, or it's an adjective.
Well, I understand that a lay witness can testify again to the.
No, yeah, we will. If the room in here, that's 2.5 gallons. I think I painted that with. So if it's a 5 gallon, it'll take forever because it's in a small. We'll see the pictures.
Difference between wet paint and dry paint, but the whole point of that expert testimony was to determine a time frame, a more precise time frame. And what it sounds to me like you are trying to do is use these witnesses to make exactly the same argument that you made based on the expert witness's testimony.
Exactly.
That concerns me. So how is it different?
The difference, Your Honor, the issue in the SJC case was strictly limited to whether or not David Gianelli's expert testimony was proper, whether he was qualified to put a specific time frame on the paint. and whether it was intentionally poured versus spilled. This is not what we are doing. By saying that something appears wet, fresh, and shiny, the SJC never suggested or held that it was outside of the realm of reasonable inferences for the jury to draw that it had been poured at a different time than Annamarie was killed. And we believe that would still be a fair, supported by the evidence argument for us to make. Now, whether the jury believes that argument or draws that inference is another issue, but when paint is fresh and appears wet and shiny and liquidy, it does not, we're not using an expert to say, that's fresh paint, that paint is fresher than.
No, you're using lay people to say, I hate Massachusetts prosecutors. I'm sorry, I have a few Massachusettsians in chat today. I love y'all, but you really need to clean out the prosecution teams. It's everywhere in Massachusetts. They are like this.
A lot of prosecutors. They take little bits of things and they just want to like weasel it in there somehow.
Yeah. No, we're not saying that. We're not going to get him to say exactly the same thing, but we are going to have him say exactly the same thing. This time, we just don't want to qualify them as experts because we've been told by the Supreme Court that they don't recognize them as experts. So we're going to use lay witnesses to give an expert testimony, but we will still be able to say after, well, they were lay witnesses. This is BS.
A body with complete rigor mortis in it. So we don't believe that this is anywhere close to what the SJC held in excluding David Gianelli's testimony as an expert. This is simply arguing inferences based upon the evidence. And at its core, it's a lay person's description of something being fresh.
Thank you, Anderson.
Right.
Thank you. So I actually believe it's worse. That you have these lay people who have no expert training, who don't have any basis to say whether it's poured, whether it's fresh. They haven't identified them as experts. Whether or not Attorney Luce objected, I'm telling this court, I would object to any first responder describing anything other than that paint appeared to be wet. I think anything beyond that, fresh, I think, poured, anything like that. The SJC was clear that was improper from an expert. So what the Commonwealth is attempting to do here is say, okay, we're not gonna call the expert, we're gonna ask the same exact questions of our first responders and get them to have the same exact answers so we can make the same exact argument that the SJC said was inappropriate. So it asks you to exclude all references to fresh, to poured, to anything other than that the paint was wet.
So I think the Commonwealth has agreed that it wouldn't ask its witnesses about whether the paint was poured.
Exactly.
But my concern is really the word.
I think this case got notoriety because this was the first same-sex marriage that ended in a murder.
Fresh. I think the word fresh is probably, for many of these witnesses, a proxy for wet. That this paint looks like it's been recently poured, as opposed to paint that has been left to dry. But I think they can, I think it could be confusing. They are not, I assume, qualified to determine based on the appearance or the feel of paint when that paint was poured, except to say that it was.
Well, that would be something you might have tested if it wasn't Massachusetts. This is Massachusetts. The crime scene investigation, they will bring evidence back to the crime scene to make it dry. No problem in that at all. No
You'll
problem.
see, guys. You'll see.
Yeah, it's worse than Karen Reed, and not a lot of people have watched this trial. I think all prosecutors are like that. They don't see their job as to get justice or the truth. They see their job to get convictions for the state. Nothing else matters, not even how they do it. I think we have had some good prosecutors along the way that haven't done. Of course, they want to win. Everyone goes into a courtroom wanting to win. But I think that in most cases not most cases, because Rittenhouse was really bad and as well. But I think that they have actually been doing good in the Chandler Halderson case. That prosecution team was pretty good. I love that Smitty just said, "Go f yourself" to one of them. The bike guy who shot the immigrations attorney. That was a pretty good
I think
defense
when they
team.
have a good case, they're fine. But there's a lot of times when, but that's a defense too. The defense will, they find something and hinder on it. The prosecution always finds something and hinder on it. But I think the prosecution should be held to a higher standard because they're the ones that can ruin everything for you. And they really should have all the evidence and all the facts.
Yeah, maybe. That's the thing. When they have the facts, they're not as shady.
Word
Yeah,
recent
they have evidence and they
some
have a good
point
case.
that day.
They're not shady.
And I think it becomes more prejudicial than probative and perhaps confusing to the jury if they use the word fresh as opposed to simply describing what they saw, or what they experienced. So if they step in paint and it moves around like wet paint, they can describe that. If they notice that there's some sort of film on the top, if that's what they see, they can describe that. To the extent that I would permit the Commonwealth to argue that the jury can.
It got some media attention. I saw it, so it wasn't Danish media as well. Yeah. Do we get to see Corner Kiss guy testify? I think he's part of the defense case, but I'm not 100% sure.
They never.
No, the state doesn't call him, but I think Rosemary calls him.
No. Remember, we were so excited because we thought they would, and they didn't. Because we were trying
Damn,
to.
you ruin everything.
Well, you're saying she did. I didn't want everybody to think that he's coming in.
But I was hoping, because I forget stuff, I'm an older gentleman. I'm almost 28
me
years
and
old.
Shizzy were so excited because we were like, Mark, we want Mark, and then they never did.
Yeah, we want Mark the Cola to take the stand.
Draw inferences from that. I will leave that to later, and I'll give you time to speak to your witnesses. But I would prohibit the witnesses from describing the paint as fresh. I would also, I think, and this is agreed to, prohibit the witnesses from offering any opinion or description of the paint as poured.
And one other issue from the Commonwealth's, if I may, sorry. One other issue from the Commonwealth's opening, it said something about the manufacturer's instructions on the paint. I'm concerned now we're getting into the white and pink issue, which again, the SJC has dealt with. But it was mentioned in the Commonwealth's opening, I want to make sure that there's not going to be any testimony about how long it takes to turn from white to pink, what the significance of that is. That was crystal clear from the court's decision.
Mr. Gagnon, what about that?
Your Honor, it's a fact in this case that the paint in question was ceiling paint, which comes in a pink color. It's designed, and I'm just, as by way of background, I'm not saying we're intending to introduce this.
I understand.
It goes on pink, it's applied so that if you're painting a white ceiling and you want to repaint it white, it goes on pink to ensure that you're not missing any spots. And it dries within a certain period of time and becomes white, so you don't end up with a pink ceiling. Now, I know from speaking with some of the police officers in this case that at least one of them is familiar with this type of paint.
Yeah.
He's
my God.
used paint like this before. He's aware that it's a paint on
I think
application.
everybody has.
Jamie, I have once seen a paintbrush. I think I could kind of testify to how paint works.
I painted a couple walls in my house before. I'm an expert too.
I think I'm qualified as an expert.
Like, I hate when they try to shovel that in there. Like, well, this cop, he saw this kind of paint before and he's used it before. So
Yeah, Johnny down at Station 4, his mom painted when he was 5 years old. His mom used this type of paint to paint his ceiling. He knows everything. He remembers it clearly. This is absolutely bonkers, and I think the judge will say, "Go F yourself" to all of that paint stuff they wanted to put in. You need that paint. Well, maybe we can get the name of the thing in this case.
Yeah.
White, but the Commonwealth isn't intending to ask him any questions about timing of color change or pink means this, white means that. Our intention is just to have him describe the paint, consistent with Your Honor's ruling just a moment ago, not get into this is how the paint works or this is how the color changes.
And they still try to do it, as I remember.
So I believe we're in agreement on this issue.
Well, you're implying that with what you're trying to do.
In the opening to something about the manufacturer specs of this paint, but we're not going down that road.
We just want to, pepper in that.
A lay witness now
Who knows about paint.
testifying about the paint and any of his experience as far as the paint is concerned. I don't even think they get to read the instructions on the paint about how long it takes to turn.
So
We're not.
I don't think I heard Attorney Gagne saying that was their intention. He referenced this conversation, but I think he indicated that there was no plan to elicit that testimony.
Correct.
Or any instructions about the paint and how long it takes to dry.
Or instructions. So it's really, again, it's limited to a sort of a description of the observations without any term that could be construed as an opinion. And again, fresh, I think, is a term that we often use in shorthand for something that we think is, well, in this case, would be wet. But because there may be some confusion over that, I'm limiting, again, the officers, first responders, that is, to testify, to testifying about their observations in terms of white, or if there's a film that they see, whatever they see or experience, described in purely sort of factual terms without using terms like fresh or poor.
They never got the doggo. She just got the money for the dog, the $280. She never bought the dog. She is the worst con woman in. Yeah, no, she's the best because she gets money out of these fools all the time. Her side piece also, she also owes her money, as I remember it.
This will all come out, guys. Don't worry. You'll hear it.
Yeah, Anime and I can give you breast exams because we have seen a boob before, so we are boob experts.
Oh my gosh. You two don't need to be near any boobs ever.
No, the paint. I think we are actually called it the paint drying case the first time we watched it, but it's not about paint drying. It's getting chucked out.
Or anything of that nature.
That's understood, Your Honor.
So I don't know if you need a moment to speak to your witnesses before they testify, just to alert them of that fact. So aside from the instruction about the photographs, you may need to remind me, but I will give that instruction. Are there any other instructions that you feel I need to give the jury?
The paint isn't important. It just takes up way too much time in this case.
Well, it's the only thing the state has to try and determine the time of death.
And
So.
the word fresh could spill out of their mouths equally among all four of them. And I say that because they have testified to it being fresh.
Yeah, but then you take the time he just offered you to go out there and say, none of you fuckers say fresh. If you say that, it could end up in a mistrial instantly. And I don't want that because this is the fourth time I'm trying this woman. So if one of you say fresh, I will give you a fresh a-hole with this fist going through your mouth and out through your spine. Comprende, partner? This is very easable, fixable.
Yeah.
3 times. They've written it in their reports. And if we're one adjective away from a motion for mistrial, we need a few moments, 5 minutes perhaps, to really impress upon them.
And that's fine. And if you need at times to lead just a bit, if they use that term, I will strike it. But it's better if I will certainly give you the time to instruct them, so that I don't need to strike that term.
Thank you.
Thank you. So do you need should we take another quick break so that you can have that conversation? And I don't know if all your witnesses are here.
They are.
I'll do that. Okay, so I'll give you 5.
Pursuant to Your Honor's instruction about proper terminology.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I emphasized the word fresh.
Again, time of death is always a guesstimate. That's why she said they're doing on the bell curve and they're saying, oh, it's this time. You will hear why. And
Yeah.
that made me paint. Where the hell did that? This picture.
Yeah.
This is how they test for rigor. So
Well,
you
and
will
you find
see.
out that rigor, and this is not just this case, but every case, like it can happen so many different ways. It's not a
Yeah,
set, like, oh, you
it's
die, and then 2
environment.
hours later you're done, you know. Like,
Yeah,
you're
it's
rigor.
environment dependent and stress level dependent, and so they don't have
Body
a set
type.
time of death.
Yeah.
That's why they want this paint to be poured at 3 o'clock when she leaves the house.
Mhm.
And nothing along the lines of poured, dumped, spilled, etc. I was very clear about that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Jury and case down.
You may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Council.
Could you please state your full name and spell it for the jury?
Gary Poehler, Poehler.
And where are you currently employed?
Town of Granby.
And what capacity?
I'm a lieutenant with the Granby Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Granby Police Department?
Full-time since 2002.
Can you tell us a little bit about the various roles that you've had from 2002 to present?
Yes. So I started off as a part-time patrolman. I was promoted to full-time, at which time I stayed a patrolman until, I believe, 2013, which I 12. I was promoted to sergeant. And then about a year ago, I was promoted to lieutenant.
I think that's better.
And what are your duties currently as lieutenant within the Granby Police Department?
I have various duties, many of which are, more desk-related than previously. I don't respond to as many calls anymore. I just oversee.
We never ever heard about the decision if he got an appeal or not. That's right.
I don't know. I
haven't
didn't hear
seen anything. Yeah.
I think I tried to look it up too, and I couldn't find anything. So if anybody does find anything, it'd be great.
Yeah, because they were given 45 days to write further motions, but that was back in May, I think.
Yeah, it was like around May. They should have had a decision.
Yeah, there's nothing on Mullis. So he's probably still in prison. I need to take a quick pee break, Jamie.
Basically the detective bureau, school resource officer, and patrol.
And what were your duties as a sergeant, the role you held until last year?
Essentially the same without the administrative duties.
And in March of 2010, what role did you have in the Granby Police at that time?
I was a patrolman.
Can you describe for the jury what your duties were in that role?
Yeah, so we basically just respond to daily calls for service, whether it be barking dog calls, accidents, motor vehicle stops, domestic violence calls, unfortunately suicide, stuff like that.
Going back to that time frame, March of 2010, when you were a patrol officer, in general, how many cruisers would typically be working at any point in time, or how many patrol officers?
Typically 2 cruisers per shift. Sometimes on any given day could be 3.
And would that be 1 patrol officer in each vehicle?
Yes.
And in terms of the rank of the individuals who might patrol, did it include patrol officers as well as sergeants?
Typically it's a patrol officer and a sergeant,
Okay.
but not always.
Okay. Now, do you know the defendant in this trial, Cara Rintala?
I do.
And do you see her sitting here in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you please point to her and identify our clothing she's wearing for the record?
It's Cara right there with the pink shirt on.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that, is identify the defendant.
It will.
And how do you know the defendant?
Hi, David.
I worked in various capacities with both her and Annamarie Cochrane Rintala.
Can you describe what you mean?
Yeah, they were both paramedics, and one specific call I recall vividly. There was a serious car accident directly across from their house, and they were fantastic paramedics. They helped out with intubating an individual in a life-saving event.
Okay. That was outside their house on Barton Street?
Yes, it was.
And as a result of that particular call, did you come to learn that Annamarie and Cara lived at that residence on Barton
I
Street?
did.
Prior to that, did you know they lived there?
No, not particularly exactly where they lived, no.
You referenced Annamarie Rintala. Were you familiar with her prior to March of 2010?
I was.
And how so?
I worked alongside with Annamarie. She worked for, occasionally here and there for Granby PD. I'm sorry, Granby Fire.
If I could just ask you to make sure you keep your voice up.
Yeah, I
so all the
apologize.
viewers can hear you. You can move the mic a little closer if you need to.
I'm soft-spoken.
Thank you. You indicated that you also worked with Annamarie. Is it outside of that one call you talked about outside on Barton Street? Did you have other calls with her in her role as a firefighter?
I had.
Outside of the work relationship that you described having with Annamarie and the defendant, did you have any personal relationship as friends where you would spend time together outside of work?
None at all.
At this point, I would ask for permission to display what's been marked as exhibit number 1 on the screen for the jury.
Right.
Thank you. Lieutenant, are you able to see that picture, exhibit 1? It's the person in that photo.
It's Annamarie.
And does this photo accurately represent what she looked like around the time that you knew her?
Yes.
I want to ask you specifically about the date of March 29, 2010. Were you working on patrol of the Granby Police Officer on that particular date?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember if you were in a uniform and a marked cruiser?
I was in uniform and in a marked cruiser, yes.
Do you remember what shift hours you would have been working that day?
I believe I was working 3 to 11. It was either 3 to 11 or 4 to midnight back then. It could be one or the other.
And that would be 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. or 4 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
That is correct.
Okay. At 7:12 p.m. that evening, do you remember being dispatched to a specific residence?
I do.
And what residence was that?
18 Barton Street.
In Granby?
That is correct.
And what information did you learn over dispatch as to why you were going to that home?
We were dispatched to what was reported as a possible domestic.
Was there any other information relayed to you by the dispatcher?
The only other information that I can recall came over the radio is that there was possibly a male party in the basement.
Possibly a male party in the basement?
That's correct.
Okay. When you say that came over the radio, is that also through the dispatcher at some point?
It is.
Okay. And what was your understanding of, at that point, of a possible domestic disturbance?
Okay.
Overruled.
Nancy?
That there was some sort of dispute between two parties, whether it be a family member, household family member, married or otherwise related.
Okay. And the dispatcher said there was a male in the basement as well?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long it took you, approximately, from the time of that dispatch at 7:12 to actually get to 18 Barton Street?
I believe it was probably around 4 minutes.
Okay. And were you alone in your cruiser?
I was.
When you pulled up into the driveway of that home of 18 Barton Street, did you recognize it in any way?
I did at that time.
So how did you recognize it?
I remember that to be the home where Cara and Annamarie had lived from the accident.
Based on that prior call where
That's
they
correct.
assisted you?
Yes,
Okay. And did you pull into the driveway and park your car there?
I did.
What did you do next?
I got out of the car to approach the residence. It's basically a garage with a roof that's attaching the garage to the house just for a walkway. And there was a side door, so that's the door that I used.
Okay. And were you the first officer to arrive at the scene?
At that point, I was the only one.
Okay. I'm going to show on the screens there, Lieutenant, what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Are you able to see that?
I am.
And do you recognize what that is?
That's 18 Barton Street.
Okay. And in this particular photograph, there's some yellow tape, obviously across the photo. Fair to say that wasn't there at the time of your response?
That's correct.
Okay. If I could just ask you to, with the court's permission, to use a pointer to point out some things on the photograph for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. There's a pointer right there in the corner.
Yes.
Lieutenant. If you could just indicate what door of the home you indicated you were.
Right here.
There's sort of a breezeway.
Vestibule there.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said?
Right under this little vestibule here.
Okay. And there's a side door to the
There's
residence?
a side door.
Okay, thank you. You can resume your seat. Thank you. When you got to the side door, do you remember what the condition of the doors were in terms of were they closed or were they open?
There's two doors. It's a glass storm door and a steel metal interior door. The interior door was open and the glass door was closed.
You were able to see through the glass
I
into the
could.
home?
Yes,
Okay. If I could just display exhibit number 3 there on the screen for you, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the doorway that I entered at 18 Barton.
Okay. And does this picture fairly and accurately represent the way that doorway looked when you approached it?
It does.
In other words, the glass door is closed, but you're able to see in?
That's correct.
And just to orient us,
Sue, I don't understand why you have that hate boner for me and always argue. If I say red, you say blue every time. But this is not a safe space. It's not a place for snowflakes. And I don't like when chat is in an echo chamber. I like that we can discuss things and sometimes we can change our minds. Sometimes you can all be like Sue and just be, I don't like it because Bacon likes it. Or we can bring up things that we think is important and maybe have someone go, interesting. Because I think we all learn from discussing things as long as we do it as grown-ups, not like Sue.
in terms of what we're seeing through the glass, what is that we're seeing there?
That is essentially the
Jamie can take you out if you send her. You have to go under her Venmo at Maria Casillas, where she is a Russian-trained, Spanish-speaking spy and hitman. She can fix your problems.
Yeah, let's fix those problems, Brandon.
staircase to the basement. So as you
Good to see
enter,
you.
there's a couple of shelves in the staircase and then down to the basement.
Okay.
And if you turned off right, we can be entering the kitchen.
Now, as you approach the side door and this closed glass door to the home, were you able to hear anything outside or only after you went in?
If I remember correctly, as soon as I opened the door.
Okay, and what did you hear?
I heard a female party, it appeared to be a female party, crying and saying some things that I couldn't make out at the time.
You couldn't make out the words?
No.
Okay, but you recognize it as female voice?
Yes,
Crying?
yes,
Was it more than one voice?
no.
Okay, and were you able to tell, now that you're in the house, where the voice was coming from?
I could tell it was coming from the basement.
Okay. Just to explain exhibit number 4. You recognize that, what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recognize here of what you saw that day?
I'm sorry. Can I get up and look?
Maybe you are,
Yes.
to be able to see it? Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And actually, if you could say something for
Yes.
this point, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
I know perhaps the lighting may be difficult, but can you tell us generally what we're seeing in this photograph?
Yeah, so as you enter the staircase, you immediately see down to the bottom of the stairs. There's obviously several items, which is very difficult in the blackish area here. Very difficult to see that there's a bunch of things knocked over. And I know that there was a.
Yeah, that's the monkeypox. It'll do that to you. But have you ever tried, instead of just feeling like you're dying of something, man up and feel great again? It works.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can just pick up from here. It's the first witness.
Yeah. Unless you just want to listen to the openings to see what's going on. But
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, go when we're done. Go back and listen to the opening. It's not going to be the longest stream today because there's a big break coming up, and then it's going to be like 3 hours in total, more maybe.
A vacuum down towards the bottom of the stairs that was knocked over across the stair. there were several items basically thrown around the area.
I forgot my drink.
And you could see 2 feet.
Get your hands where it's from.
Sustain.
Who distracted?
Members of the jury, I'm just going to strike the witness's use of the word thrown, and perhaps if you could just ask that question again and direct the witness to testify as to what he saw, as opposed to offering any opinion as to how those things got there.
Certainly. If you could just tell us what items you saw and what positioning they were in the basement.
Yeah, so I believe there was a, like I said, a vacuum that was knocked over or placed in not an upright position. There was also a child's rocking horse that was also not in a standing position, and several items that seemed to be very much out of place.
Okay.
Yes,
And you indicated-
I didn't cover that trial, so
All right, we'll sustain that. I will strike the portion of the testimony again, where the witness perhaps offers an opinion about how the items wound up in places that he observed them.
Okay. I believe you also indicated, Lieutenant, that you were able to see 2 feet. And I think you're indicating there on the photograph?
Yes,
Okay.
right here.
And those were visible to you from the top of the stairs?
That is correct.
Okay. Just zooming out of that photograph for a minute. Can you
Here
tell
it
us
is.
the right side of the photograph?
well,
That's the kitchen.
that was that monetization.
And just to orient us in terms of the furthest most right section of that photograph, there appears to be a door jamb there
That is correct.
where a locking mechanism would go in. Is that the exterior door to the house? that
Yep.
you saw a few
I
moments ago?
wasn't.
This
I wasn't
here would
quite
be
ready
the
for that
steel
one.
Interior door.
I remember they showed
So
it.
as you walk in through that glass.
Yeah, but I
door, in other
believed it
words,
was later.
Correct.
This is your immediate visual and the basement and the proximity of the basement.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I say something, Jamie?
No.
Okay.
What are you gonna say?
Just showing next exhibit 5 while you're standing, Lieutenant. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do.
And what do you see?
I'm. What I wanted to say is, the door is shown open, and I
Mhm.
think we talked about it the last time as well. You have the kitchen right here.
Mhm.
Would you ever leave this door open when you have a 2-year-old in the house?
The basement door? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you have the door over here. I couldn't see anyone living in this house who wouldn't have the door always closed and even on a latch, because this is a steep stair. A 2-year-old would fall down this easily, or you would have like a security rail in front of it.
Something.
Yeah, to me it's just one of those things when you think about it. So they were fighting and the door was open, and she threw her down here. You can't really tell, but this is where the body ends up. And that's another thing. They apparently were fighting in this area, according to the opening statement. And she falls down here, and then she drags her over here and strangulates her.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can see that pink down here. I think that's blood. But this door, if they were fighting on this ledge up here, this door wouldn't have been open. Not with a 2-year-old in the house. I just don't see it. That's one of the things. Yeah, you would have a baby gate, or you would have it closed off and with a hatch or a lock on it. Yeah, especially now that I have baby Baker and he fell off the bed the first night he was sleeping here. Seeing this again, and I remember we talked about it the last time as well. If you're fighting on this ledge up here, the door wouldn't be open. I just can't see it.
Yeah, I don't know. It is weird, and I don't think we really talked about that the first time.
On my channel, I tick box discussing unaliving, but in a respectful way for education. It is approved for monetization. Well, I just try not to say it, and then we say it anyway. I even slip in the C word now and again. But hey, I think I've lost maybe 5 or 6 partial monetization appeals so far. So they don't see it as bad as I. But sometimes I did have that case where we saw the internal organs. I think that's still partially monetized. Yeah, this is the problem. The kid was home per the defendant. She was, because she was taking her out to take her on a drive to buy stuff and make her sleep. They were home, both of them. Well, that's what I'm thinking. I don't, yeah, definitely a closed door. Anyone who have had small children, you would have a baby gate or you would have a closed door. And I would even have like one of those sliding brick to make sure that the kid couldn't accidentally. A 2-year-old, they'll go around and pull door handles if they're tall enough. Even though it opens outwards, yeah. My brother had a staircase like that, and when his kids were young, my sister-in-law were not nuts about that door. Yeah, and that's the thing where the theory doesn't add up to me. Because the opening statement was they were fighting on the ledge, and she's pushed her down the stairs. And that's the first sign of could be, yeah, even a gate could be too bad.
Essentially the same. Some of the items that I described, and you know, the deceased 2 feet.
Yeah, you can see her feet up here.
Thank you. You can give your seat. Thank you.
Right foot, her right foot is here and her left foot is here.
Now, you indicated that at this point, you were able to see this visual and hear a female voice coming from the basement, correct?
That is correct.
What did you do once you entered the home?
At that point, I announced police, and I went downstairs.
She has injuries to the back of her head.
Downstairs to the basement?
That's correct.
And what did you see as you descended the basement stairs?
I seen Cara was sitting on the floor of the basement, obviously crying and very upset, holding a female party across her lap.
Okay. At the time that you originally saw the female party that she was holding, did you recognize her?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did Cara the defendant, Cara, did she make any statements to you at that period of time? Or was she saying anything out loud that you remember?
She was saying, "I can't believe she's dead. She's dead. I can't believe she's dead." And then she told me it was Annamarie.
Okay. And at that point, did you recognize her?
At that point, I did.
Now, in addition to Annamarie's body, did you take note of anything else in or around Annamarie's body at that point in time?
Yeah. There was a large amount of what appeared to be wet paint all over the area, as well as all over Annamarie and Cara.
Okay. And when you say all over Annamarie, what portions of her body do you remember seeing that paint on?
So she was holding her essentially in the supine position, face up. She had paint essentially all over her stomach, in some areas of her lap. I remember paint, I believe, on one side of her face, and blood.
Can you describe the position that you originally observed the defendant in relationship to Annamarie's body?
So basically, she was sitting down with her feet. Her feet were basically facing in the same direction. The defendant's feet were facing in the same direction as the staircase. She was sitting with both legs completely out and and Annamarie was across her lap with her head to her left side.
To the defendant's left side?
That's correct.
Thank you. If I could show exhibit number 6. Judge, before this, can I give it off the screen? So you
Oh.
can see the instruction?
Oh,
Members of the jury, I'm going to give you an instruction that pertains to, I believe, the next 4 photographs that you will see, which purport to depict the alleged victim. The photographs are not pleasant. Indeed, they may be described as graphic. I instruct you that your
the
verdict
sleeping bag was on the
not in
station,
any way
not at the
influenced
house.
by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased.
Yeah, she was just sleeping.
By these photographs. Consider these photographs only
It depends on, are you going to make puzzles later? If you're going to make puzzles later, you must vacate the premises of every suitcase.
as they may draw attention and to the extent that they depict.
They claimed that she dumped paint on her to hide the physical evidence, which makes no sense because her DNA would be all over her girlfriend, if you know what I mean, if they are in a good relationship. But yeah, I won't spoil it, but because the chain of thinking with the evidence in this case is redonkulous.
Alleged victim to clinical, medical status, or to the nature of the alleged victim's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Showing exhibit number 6. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
I do. Unfortunately, I do.
And what do you recognize as that?
Annamarie lying on the floor.
I can't show it, but Marissa or Jemima, can you take a screenshot of it? It's not that gruesome to look at. It's just a deceased body, so we can't show it. But I don't get what they're saying with the, oh, she's trying to cover up the evidence in this way. Maybe put it on the Discord, because I just don't see this is an effective way to cover up a crime scene. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
her wife. It's the first wife killing a wife after the same-sex marriage was allowed in Massachusetts. That's why it got some notoriety. No, she. If you listen to the opening statement, Rosemary said she's an EMT. She could tell she was dead, so she didn't do that, and she was just sitting crying with her in her lap when she came. When the first responders came down there. Yeah, she was out for 2 years, I think.
Yeah.
And if I could just ask you to stand again with the pointer. You described a few minutes ago the position of the defendant underneath Annamarie, which obviously is not depicted here. So if you
No, the most of it is in her crotch area and on her belly and on the side to the side of her. There isn't that much on her. There's some on her face, but that's all.
could describe based on this photograph where she was.
So Cara was sitting with her rear end essentially right in the spot. Her feet were out here underneath of Annamarie, and these are her shoes. And she was facing obviously.
Okay.
Thank you,
And
Courtney,
where,
for just
did you observe when you initially
switching
came
back to
down
it.
into the basement? Where did you observe the defendant's hands to be?
If I recall specifically, she had one hand, I believe, on the back of her head, and the other hand was essentially on her stomach, rubbing and spreading paint.
Judge. Describe
essentially fresh.
Which part?
Good.
spreading paint, Judge. Judge, I believe that might be clarified by the next
Spreading,
question in terms of
like-
the observations that are made.
I didn't think she had a shirt on because she was actually
I
sleeping.
want to go back to a minute, just
Apparently,
because the
was
record is using the word her, and I noticed you're pointing. When you say her left hand was under her head, whose head are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Kara's hand was on the back of Annamarie's head,
Okay. And her right hand was where on Annamarie's
on
body?
Annamarie's stomach.
Okay. And was she doing anything with her hand at that time when you came to the basement?
Moving paint. I could see it.
Sustained.
Oh my God.
I will strike the last portion of that answer, where the witness stated that the defendant was moving paint with her hand.
So just focusing on the physicality of her arm, what did you see her arm doing? How was it moving, in other words?
Moving back and forth.
Okay, and you're motioning for the record left to right or back and forth?
I don't recall if it was circular or back and forth. It was,
Okay. And there was movement?
it was moving.
Okay.
So she was stroking her dead wife, and that is now to be interpreted as she was trying to cover her in paint.
Yeah, she was just trying to cover up that evidence.
Yeah, even though she just have, again, if you want to see it, you can go back when I was not fast enough. She just have a little bit of paint on the side of her head, and if she's sitting there saying no, 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 which would probably be something that would happen if your partner was found on the basement floor, or even if you wanted to make it look like, yeah, I didn't unalive her, even though you did, you might be stroking their chin and said, she's gone, she's gone. That's not covering up evidence.
Was there did you observe anything happening with the paint on Annamarie's body as she moved her hand, as you demonstrated here?
Overruled.
The area of the paint that was covering the body got bigger.
Okay. Thank you. You can resume your seat. Thank you. Do you remember making any observations at this point in time in terms of possible blood in the basement?
Yes.
And what
The male, no, the police never really looked into him, even though he lied about his whereabouts, even though he lied about the credit cards, even though they found out he was sleeping in her sleeping bag for months after, and they had this corner kiss thing going. So nothing suspicious in a man giving this lady 3 credit cards, even though he never told his wife about it. Nothing weird about him sleeping in her sleeping bag months after she passed away. Nothing weird about him going to Vermont, lying about going to Vermont to buy a dog. And because his wife couldn't find out he was buying this dog for Annamarie, he had to try and scrounge money from somewhere else to get the $250 to buy a dog. There was no indication he might have done anything bad. Him going to buy a new pair of pants out of the blue at a Walmart, there was nothing. There was nothing. He was just at home doing nothing that day. Well, he did go to physical therapy at the time where he might have been able to go to her house and do something. But there's no reason to look at it. They did the good old Karen Reed thing. They pointed at the first suspect and they never looked at anyone else. Chloe wasn't in Vermont at that time, but it could have been.
do you remember observing at this time?
I remember there appeared to be some areas of pooling blood around her, also on the carpet, and quite a few other areas such as her clothing.
Okay. In terms of
Well, the problem was it wasn't a
blood on
professional
Annamarie
paint drying
herself,
expert. It was
what
just an
observations
expert
did you make?
or a paint dryer.
She had dried blood in her, coming from her nostril area, and her hands appeared to have dry blood all over the hands.
Now, as you made the observation of the defendant underneath Annamarie's body, can you describe for us what Annamarie's body looked like?
At that time,
Yes.
her body looked lifeless, looked very rigid.
In terms of the positioning, in other words, of her head, her arms, her legs, her torso, what did you observe as Cara was underneath her body?
At that point, she was over her, so she was slightly elevated off the ground.
What do you mean by that?
There were areas of her body that weren't touching the floor,
And what areas of her body were not touching? the
like
floor?
her head and her feet.
And you indicated that the defendant was underneath essentially the torso
She
of
was.
Annamarie?
She
Okay.
was.
When you first arrived and observed Cara in this position with Annamarie, did you observe any portion of Annamarie's body touching the floor?
Nothing I'm aware of.
Now, you indicated a few minutes ago that typically there's at least 2 cruisers on duty at Granby at any given time. Was there anyone else on duty that came to that scene on this particular day other than yourself and your police department?
Sergeant Mark Smith.
Okay, and was he operating his own marked police cruiser,
He was.
wearing a police uniform?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Do you remember him arriving at the scene?
Yeah, within seconds of my arrival.
Okay. And when he arrived, what did you?
That's what they
observe him
claim.
doing?
Sergeant Smith came down the stairs while I had already been on the other side of Annamarie's head. And he looked at me and he said, "I'm going to grab the medical bag."
If I could just clarify.
That'll be because they want to say that she did it to cover up her crime. That's why she unalived her. She then took the kid out, drove around for a couple of hours while trying to establish an alibi by texting and calling. And then she came home. And I think they then kind of want you to believe that she poured paint on her and then ran to the neighbor. I don't understand when the paint pouring should happen, because it wouldn't make sense pouring paint on her before you leave and then come home and find her in the paint and start smearing it all over yourself. So you see, I touched her. I tried to help her. But she then comes home, runs to the neighbor, said, "Take my kid. My wife's dead. Call the popo." And then they come in and say, "Well, she's covered in paint. She must have done it." It's I'm highly biased because I don't think that the Massachusetts did a good job in this case either. So, but maybe some of you have a different opinion after seeing the evidence and can tell me why it's so important.
So are you asking another question?
If you are new in the Discord, you have to be put on. It's just a precaution because sometimes when we have like Aiden on or something and people just want to come in and tell me I should suck a blowfish or something, we will assign you a role when we know, oh, Robin G, yeah, she's around all the time, and you'll get let in there.
I will. I want to stop for a second because you just indicated that by the time you got there, you were in a different position. So I just want to clarify what position you're in at this point.
You want me to show you?
Sure, that would be great. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
When I had come down the stairs, I walked around Cara and came over to here to essentially, hopefully assess the patient.
Okay. And the area where you're pointing, is that the area where we're seeing some white marks on the rug?
Yes, that's where I was.
Are you familiar with what those marks are?
Those are my boot prints.
Okay, and what do you mean?
After I had stepped through some paint, my boot prints had transferred.
Okay, so as you walked around Annamarie's body, you had stepped into something?
That's correct.
Okay. And how do you know those are your boot prints?
I leave those prints at home all the time.
Okay.
Doesn't make the wife very happy.
A certain type of work boot that you wear?
Yes,
Okay. And you remember being in that area of Annamarie's body?
that's correct.
Okay. And you believe you were in that area when Mark Smith arrived?
I believe so.
Okay, Sergeant Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. You can resume your seat, thank you. Now, you indicated that you observed Sergeant Smith coming down the stairs, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the two of you were able to make eye contact with one another?
Yes, we did.
And without referencing anything that he said to you, did he leave?
He did.
Okay, did he come back?
He did.
Was he holding something whenever he came back?
Yes, he was.
And what was he holding?
There are medical bags that we carry in our cruiser, as well as an AED.
Okay. And are we able to see that in this photograph here? Do you recognize? If you don't,
Yes.
okay. Can you point to us?
I
what
can.
that is?
Yes, sir.
This is our medical bag. That's our,
Okay, the green bag there for the record on the left of exhibit 6. Thank you. What's contained in that medical bag?
Various items, ambu bag, gauze, all kinds of medical supplies, as well as oxygen, and as I stated, the AED, scissors, you name it.
Do you know approximately how long Sergeant Smith was out of the basement before he came back with the medical bag?
Wasn't even a minute.
Okay, and what did you do in that time frame?
I had advised Cara that I was going to check Annamarie's pulse.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes.
How?
Cara first advised me that she was dead. She's far more trained than I am. However, I still needed to do my due diligence. I reached down and I checked her carotid.
Okay. And where specifically, if you remember, did you check her carotid?
On the left side of her neck.
Okay. Now, at this point, having been in the basement, can you tell us what observations?
I can't give you a timeline because I don't get their timeline.
Yes. It was difficult. The paint was white. It had a pink hue to it. Had a pink hue to it, and there was
A couple of photos of the deceased person.
also a lot of blood mixed.
Okay. And in terms of wetness or dryness of the paint, did you make any
See you standing.
observations in that regard?
It was wet.
In terms of the paint itself, did you make any observations about the top of the paint?
Yes. Like I said, the paint was wet. There was no coagulation. There was no film. And it was, as I stated, easily transferred when I walked through it.
When you had the opportunity to touch Anne's neck on the left side to check for a pulse, what observations did you make of her body at that time?
Annamarie was extremely cold. Her skin was very rigid and very stiff to the touch.
Were you
What is extremely cold?
Yeah, I remember we had discussions about this too. We're like, what is extremely cold? Like an icebox?
You found a dead person before. Was she at the deceased cold at the temperatures of a normal deceased person, or had she been in an icebox? Extreme cold is someone who's been in an icebox and then placed in the basement. It's dead people are cold. If you haven't never touched one, they cool down okay fast, and it's because of the weird. A dead person when you're deceased, you just feel weird because there's no. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. But he's a police officer. He shouldn't describe it as extremely cold. This is about a woman killing her wife, and we have to find out if she did it.
able to find a pulse?
No, it was not.
Yeah,
At that point, based on your
especially when
observations
it's placed on a cold cement floor.
and your physical touching of Anne's body, did you make any determination in terms of whether or not you would perform attempted life-saving measures?
She was beyond that.
Now, you indicated previously that the defendant had made some statements while you were in the basement, indicating that Anne was dead, correct?
That's correct.
While she was still in this position that you talked about under Annamarie's body, do you remember her making any additional statements?
I do. primarily around the time that I checked her pulse and made the determination that she was beyond life-saving measures. I told her I was going to have to take her away from this area. She continuously said, I came home, the door was open, I don't know what happened. She had indicated that they had been arguing.
And it feels waxy or something.
Do you remember her making any other statements at that time?
But again, what is extreme cold? It's a subjective measurement from a guy who has done this testimony. This is the fourth time he's giving this testimony. He wants Cara Rintala gone. He wants to say fresh paint, wet paint, paint, because this is their case. And as if you listen to Dr. La Posada, they also said it has to do with the environment. So that 4 degrees Fahrenheit an hour is at normal temperature. This one is in a basement in the early spring, late winter. How cold was it? We don't know. How humid, how cold, there's a lot of things that Rosemary will bring up later. But it's just the wording extreme cold or extremely cold is not something you say about a deceased body. You can say, well, it was still warm to the touch, or it was already cold, so I knew she was gone. Extremely cold is a word you put on because you want to put it in the mind of the jury. It has no meaning in the real world. A body is cold or still warm to the touch. He's not chopping in the thermometer in her butt to test how cold she was. So a subjective witness will tell you, well, I found her to still be a bit warm to the touch, or you will say the body was already cold. You wouldn't say extremely cold. That's the thing I caught on to, because it's not subjective to say that. You are trying to make an inference that it's been gone for a long time, and it's so cold. And that's not the way a police officer would ever describe a body.
I don't recall.
And I believe you indicated that these were statements that she made more than once while in that position.
That's correct.
Jeepers. No, God doesn't hate Denmark. Yeah, that would be a body that's been on ice.
You said that you told the defendant that you were going to have to remove her from underneath Annamarie's body. Is that correct?
That's correct. She stated she understood.
Okay. And how did you attempt to do that?
When we told her that, when she told me that she understood, she said she was stuck. At which time we made the determination that we were going to have to help her get out from underneath Annamarie.
So originally, were you requesting that she try to do it on her own?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I just told her that we needed to move her.
Okay. And she said she needed assistance,
That's correct.
and you gave it to her.
That's correct.
Was Sergeant Smith back down in the
Yes, he
basement at
was.
this point in time?
Yes, he
Okay.
was.
Can you explain to us the process and what parts of the body were moved to be able to get the defendant out from underneath?
Yes. Yes, I can. Would you like me to?
Yes, please.
So Sergeant Smith was standing in this area, and I was over here still. I stepped over here and I used, I believe, her her right arm to use as a lever, lifting her as Sergeant Smith pushed her from this leg.
Okay. And where were your feet?
Here somewhere.
So were you pulling towards yourself?
Yes, I essentially was lifting
Okay, and what parts of her body were your hands on?
just her arm.
One hand or two hands? Okay. And What did you do personally in terms of once your hands were on that portion of her body? What did you do?
I just pulled this way, Sergeant Smith pushed.
Okay. Did you make any observations of Annamarie's body at this point in time?
Yeah, just that it moved as one.
What do you mean by that?
Annamarie's body was incredibly rigid. She was very stiff at the time.
Okay. When you say it moved as one, did you know?
Did Cara Rintala choke, strangulate her wife?
Notice any movement in any of her joints at all? In
None
terms
at
of-
all. When I lifted her arm
Arguing.
back down, she was literally in that same spot.
Okay. Did her wrist move at all?
No, it did not.
Did her fingers move at
No,
all?
they did not.
Her elbow?
No, they did
Her
not.
shoulder?
No.
What about her torso and her leg area?
As far as I know, like I said,
Yeah, he describes rigor as incredibly rigid. He uses so many laden words that you don't use if you describe a crime scene. You never hear this anywhere else. You talk about, well, he was really shut up, but incredibly rigid. You would say, well, they were in full rigor. You wouldn't say incredibly rigid. That's why I don't like Massachusetts, because they're a-holes, all of them.
that Sergeant Smith pushed from here, and that was the position she was in when I came down the stairs, and she didn't move. Other than the fact that, when we pushed her, she was essentially suspended slightly, so she was able to slide her feet out from underneath.
Okay. Now, I know that this photograph does not depict the defendant underneath Annamarie's body, but in terms of the position of Anne's body, the legs, the arms, her face, her head, is that the same position her body was in when she was on top of the defendant?
Essentially, it doesn't appear that she moved at all.
Can you just tell us, if you're able to estimate how much you moved Annamarie's body at this point in time, so the defendant could move herself?
If I was to put a degree on it, at maybe 45-degree angle, maybe not even that high, just enough this way, and she just slid her feet right out.
Okay. And so she slid backwards?
She did.
Okay. Was she able to get out from underneath?
She was, however, she did not get her shoes, the black shoes that were left behind.
And just for the record, you're motioning on exhibit number 6, a black shoe that appears to be on Annamarie's left side.
Yes.
So that was a shoe that had been on the defendant's foot.
Yes.
At the time that, you can resume the stand, thank you. After you observed the defendant remove herself.
I only have
from
one
Annamarie's
extra room,
body,
but
were you able to make any
if you can
observations
sleep on the
of
airbed in here,
clothing
you come.
She had on, other than the shoe that you referenced here.
Yes, Cara now had some blood and paint on her clothing as well.
Okay, and do you remember what portions of her clothing?
I believe both on her jeans and her sweater. I believe she was wearing a black sweater.
Okay. And other than moving Annamarie's body of what you estimated to be approximately 45 degrees, so the defendant could move out, did you essentially lay her back in the same position that she had been in?
Yes,
And so exhibit number 6 reflects that same positioning.
that is correct.
I'm just gonna show on the projector what's been marked as exhibit number 7. Is it fair to say, Lieutenant, this is a similar area but a different view of the basement?
It is.
And are we able to see some additional items around the corner there?
Oh yeah, I bet it. Thank you for reminding me, Marissa, because I don't think about that. I know when I look at crime scene photos, yeah, there might be blood. But people get mad about that when we just post it and don't tell them that crime scenes have crimes in them. If you go to the Discord, put in !Discord, and there's a link, and you want to see the pictures, Marissa and Jemima is always quick to put up a folder with the cases we cover. You can go and see all the nasty pictures. If you want to see all the nasty pictures that I can't show on screen, it's up to you if you want to do it. But if you go into one of the crime scene folders or into any of the pictures from the trial folders, don't yell at the mods after that you see bad stuff. This is the trade-off. If you want to see the pictures, you have to see the bad stuff that's in the pictures. just because we have had people complain a lot about that. But hey, we cover murders. In murders, there will be most likely blood, most likely dead people. We can't see it because she's wearing pants, but I can tell you that there will be fecal matter because the body relaxes. You don't see it in most cases because people have pants on, but they're always trying to look for the pee spot. Don't do that. Why do I say, Jamie, stop me? But
You just go, man. Can't even catch you.
well, you know I shouldn't be going. But if you want to see all the bad stuff, just expect to see bad stuff. Don't yell at us later. Send your complaints to Jamie. She is head of online security. You can reach her at 1-800, and the rest
Yep.
you'll have to ask Madam Cleo about.
Yes.
Okay. You just want to show next what's exhibit number 8.
I'm sorry, Legendary. We will put a not safe for word on your
What do you recognize in this photograph?
account.
Can you describe what we're seeing and what you saw that night?
Is it okay to get up?
Yes, please.
If you need your Weber charcoal grill to get heat or anything, make sure you have ventilation. Don't be one of those dum-dums who, I'll grill indoors while it's cold out. Oh, CO2, carbon dioxide, you can choke yourself out on the gases. So don't do it indoors. And if you need something to heat, you need ventilation.
There were a lot of tools throughout the room. That obviously, I recognize my key down. Now that Cara is no longer sitting in this particular area, you can see a large pool of blood in this particular area here, and you can see where the paint came from.
In this particular photograph, it appears there's a pole that's red and black in color. Do you see that on the left side?
That?
Yes,
Yes.
next to the shop vac.
Yes.
Do you remember that was the position of that item
Yes.
that night?
Yep.
Thank you, and if you could just remain standing for a moment, I want to show exhibit number 9. Do you recognize some additional areas of what we're seeing in this photograph?
I do.
Can you please describe what you saw that night?
Yeah. Again, the vacuum, the rocking horse, the several items around the room that were seen on the floor.
Thank you. Continue to speak. Thank you. After you removed the defendant from underneath Annamarie's body, did you make a decision about whether or not you would stay in the basement or go to a different area?
I told her we were going to go up the stairs.
Okay. And did you do that with her?
I did.
Did you give her any instructions as you were going up the stairs?
I did.
What was that?
I told her, try not to touch anything, and let's just get to the second floor.
Okay. And did she comply with those instructions?
She did.
Did you see her doing anything with her arms at all while you were walking up the stairs?
Cara actually crossed her
Carbon
arms
monoxide,
across
yes.
her chest like this. Actually, she spent most of the evening like that.
Okay. Do you remember the order in which you went upstairs?
Sergeant Smith went up, then Cara, and then myself.
Okay.
I think they want to say it's because she comes in and then she turns. She's on her front because you can see her arms are up like this. So she's on her front, and then Cara moves her over and puts her in her lap. I think that's why there could be red stuff mixed in. Yes, it happens all the time actually, and some of them are accidents. I went to school with a woman who did it because she didn't want her baby daddy to get custody, so she took the kid in and turned one of those on. Found them 2 days later when she didn't come back to school. That was kind of weird. We had like a couple of beers. It was in the summertime. I had a couple of beers with a friend of ours, and we talked about this woman and that her baby daddy wanted to come back into the kid's life and wanted to, and there was nothing nefarious. It just didn't work out. It wasn't like she had been abused or anything. And we were sitting talking that Friday after school. We went home to my friend's garden, and we sat like 5-6 people drinking beers. And then Monday when we came to school, we were like, "Hey, where is she?" And we had talked about that custody thing. And then later that day, we were told that she had taken a grill into the bedroom, and because she was a big old fucking piece of shit, she had her kid with her when she did it. If you want to go jump off the planet, do it yourself. Don't do it to your kids. Sorry, personal story that gets me riled up.
You got to the top of the stairs, where did you go in the house?
We went into the kitchen.
Okay. And did all three of
Didn't
you
she
go
has
into
a-
the kitchen, or just?
I'm not sure if she had to the back of the head.
Just Kara and myself.
Okay,
Sergeant Smith went outside.
okay. When you went into the kitchen area, where specifically do you remember going?
It's the dining area.
Okay. When you walked through the kitchen, do you remember making note of anything around a sink area?
Yeah, the only thing that I seen that was actually that looked out of place was
She didn't grill. She just was such a big POS that she turned on the grill and suffocated herself and the daughter because she was too cowardly to let her daughter live. I'm not advocating dancing on or peeing on anyone's grave, but if I knew where she was, I would do it. Because don't take your kids off the planet because you're an a-hole. Had another girl I went to school with who had 2 kids with a guy, and he got jealous because she found a new one. So he unalived the 2 kids and went to jump off a bridge, and then he got cold feet. The officer should have just helped him off. Hey, Jacob Castro.
Was a trash barrel that was just outside of an open cabinet.
Okay. Showing you where it's been marked as
No, putting a grill on and go to sleep, it's like, not that any advice or anything, but it's kind of like putting a hose in your car. You'll just pass out and then you'll die. You don't even feel it. You'll get sleepy and you die. It's probably better than a botched hanging.
exhibit number 10. Do you see that photograph there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The trash can that I seen.
Okay. Is that the kitchen sink area?
That is the kitchen sink.
Okay. And does this photograph fairly and accurately represent where you saw that trash bin and the cabinet door when you first walked into that kitchen with the defendant?
It does.
I want to show you next what's marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize what's depicted there?
That's the dining area.
Okay. Is that the area where you went with the defendant at this point in time?
It is.
And did you take a seat?
I did.
Did she take a seat?
She did.
If you could use a pointer and indicate, if you can,
Yes.
you remember where you were seated and where she was seated.
Kara was sitting here. I was sitting here.
Thank you. Your Honor, if it is your intention to break for lunch at 1, I think this would be a good moment to break.
It is, thank you.
Thank you.
This is the beauty about rewatching, Jamie. We'll just skip ahead.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Lieutenant, before the lunch break, we were talking about the time frame where you walked up the basement stairs with the defendant and Sergeant Smith and went into the kitchen area. Do you remember that?
I do.
As you were walking up the basement stairs, I think you indicated that Sergeant Smith was first, the defendant was second, and you were behind the defendant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you make any observations? You indicated the defendant had her arms.
I think
folded
it's safe.
in
I'm
front
going to
of her
make myself
That's
some
correct.
dinner.
back. So did you observe her touch any walls or any items as she went up the stairs?
She did not.
Okay. In terms of the stairs themselves, did you make any other observations as the three of you were walking up the stairs?
I did. The defendant's socks were soaked in paint and blood,
Okay.
and they made some transfer marks up the staircase.
Up the basement staircase?
Yes, they did.
Okay. if I could just show what we previously had on the screen, exhibit number 11. You indicated that's the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct.
And you sat there in those two seats that were seen with the defendant?
Yes.
And after you got to the stairs and you were in that seated position with her, did you have any conversation with her?
I did.
Can you describe that for the jury, please?
So after we had sat down, obviously it was a very difficult moment for Cara. Gave her a minute and I asked her if she could tell me what happened. Cara explained that she had come home from being out shopping with Brianna. She noticed that the kitchen door was open. She came in the house. The only light in the house that was on was in the basement. She said she went to her in Annamarie's bedroom, only to realize that Annamarie was not in the bedroom. She said she then returned back to the kitchen area when Brianna had said to her, Mommy's in the basement.
Did she indicate to you when she initially entered that side door, what you call the kitchen door to the home? You indicated she said that the only light on in the house was in the basement?
That's correct.
Did she say anything in regards to the basement door itself when she first entered the home?
No,
Do you remember?
she just said the door was open.
Okay,
I entered the home and went to the bedroom.
okay. And when you say the door is open, are you talking about the side door or the basement door?
I believe the basement door.
Okay. And so she was able to see a light, in other
That's
words?
correct.
Okay. And that's what she was able to see.
Sustained, if you could just ask another question.
Certainly. Just to clarify that, she said she saw a light on in the basement, correct?
Told me the only light in the house that was on was in the basement.
Okay. And when she went to the bedroom and Ann was not there, she got back to the kitchen area,
That's correct.
and that's when Brianna made this statement to her, Mommy's in the basement.
That's what she told me.
And did she indicate that, that she didn't do anything after Brianna made that statement to her?
She said at that point she grabbed Brianna and the dog and brought them to the next door neighbor's home.
Did she indicate where Brianna was when Brianna made the statement, Mommy's in the basement?
At the top of the stairs.
And that she took Brianna and the dog to the neighbor?
That's correct.
Did she indicate which neighbor?
I believe it's 20 Barton Street, Mr. Dupuy.
Did she indicate to you what she did after she took Brianna and the dog to the neighbor's house?
She said she had gone, then came back home and went down the stairs.
Okay. Did she indicate what she observed when she went into the basement?
She told me when she got to the basement, Annamarie was face down. I believe that's the prone position. And she pulled her up over her lap, and that's when we arrived.
Okay. So she indicated that when she first observed Annamarie in the basement, she was face down.
Yes.
While you were seated at this kitchen table with her, did you have any additional conversation or receive any information from her about what had been happening earlier in the day?
Yes. She had indicated that they had been arguing all morning and since last night or the night prior via text message and telephone. At some point, it sounds like what she said to me was that Annamarie hung up on her and then wouldn't respond to any more text messages. It was essentially over an argument that they had about a gentleman named Mike that was over the house. Cara tried to indicate that there was basically nothing going on, and that Mike was just over there gossiping like a couple of schoolgirls. That's what she explained to me.
Did she indicate where Ann was at this time? In other words, how they were having this phone conversation, where Ann was located?
She said she was working the overnight shift, the 11 to 7 or midnight to 8 shift.
At the time that you had this conversation with the defendant, she gave you this information. How would you describe her demeanor?
I feel like she was pretty cool, calm, and collective at that point. Far less upset than she was downstairs, but still upset, obviously.
And you indicated at some point that it was you and Sergeant Smith at the scene, correct?
That is correct.
At some point, did anyone else arrive?
Yes.
And who was that?
Paramedic Gene Hawes.
Okay. Were you familiar with him prior to March 29, 2010?
Yes.
In what capacity?
He also works as a paramedic with the town of Granby.
Okay, so had you been on calls with him?
Yes,
And were you still seated at the kitchen area with the defendant when he arrived?
I was.
Did you have any interaction with him at all or see him at the time of his arrival?
I just turned my back because I had my back turned towards the door. I basically turned to look and see who was coming in, and he went down the stairs.
Okay, so you saw him come in that side door to the residence?
That is correct.
And did you observe him going at least from your vantage point towards the basement?
Towards the
area?
basement, yes.
No,
While you
she
were seated
went
at the
home last
table with
week.
the defendant, did you have any additional conversation with her? Specifically related to the last time she saw Annamarie alive?
Yes, I had. I had continued to talk to Cara regarding what had taken place and basically what they were arguing about, stuff like that. I had asked her if she can tell me the last time she actually spoke to Annamarie alive.
And how did she answer that question?
Her initial response was sometime around Brianna's nap time, at which time she said that's between 2 and 4 p.m., I believe it was. I asked her if she could narrow it down for me. She said about 3 o'clock. I walked in, told Annamarie that I was going to take Brianna shopping, and Anne-Marie's response was, "Good, leave so I can get some sleep."
During that conversation, did she indicate anything to you in regards to Anne's sleeping or health at that point in time?
Yes.
What did she indicate?
She said that Anne-Marie had been having some difficulty sleeping. She's been struggling with her asthma. The overnight shift was beating her down, as most people who have worked the overnight shift would know. It's not very good to you with regard to your sleep patterns. She was definitely struggling with her sleep.
Did she indicate whether that was impacting the relationship in any way?
Just that they continue to fight about it. Excuse me.
You indicated that you saw paramedics
I think Gosney has a fundraiser for a cat Wednesday, but I'm not 100% sure, Jacob.
Oz headed towards the basement. At some point, did you see him come back up
Yes.
or come from the basement area? I should say?
Yes.
And where did you see him and what interaction, if anything, did you have with him at that point?
He came into the kitchen. My understanding is that he had, a long-standing relationship with both parties. Cara and Annamarie. So he had came in and asked her if she was okay, and she had stated that she was, but that Annamarie was dead.
Okay. Did you observe that conversation?
I did.
And was that in the kitchen area?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And at some point, did paramedic Oz take a seat in the kitchen area
He
at the
did.
table?
Yes.
I think it's a stray he found.
Do you remember what seat
He sat where I was sitting.
Okay. And what did you do?
I just basically stood there.
In the same area? Okay. Now, were you able to overhear any conversation that paramedic Oz had with the defendant at the kitchen table?
Yes.
What did you hear?
Paramedic Oz essentially, was obviously concerned for her. He had asked her if she, again, like I said,
Sustained.
May we be seen at sidebar time?
It's still hearsay if you ask what he was saying. You can just call him to the stand and elicit that conversation from him.
Before the break, I asked you if you overheard conversation between paramedic Oz and the defendant while they were seated at the kitchen table that you were sitting. Do you remember that?
yes,
Did you overhear that
I
conversation?
did.
Can you please recount that conversation of what you heard for the jury?
So paramedic Oz asked Cara if Annamarie had been ill or if she was sick lately. Cara's response was that she'd been struggling with her asthma. She had not been sleeping very well. And the only other issue she had was her double D boots.
Did you hear any further questions asked of paramedic Oz of the defendant at that time? Or her
Double
response?
D's.
I don't recall.
Did you say double D's?
That's what he said. Remember? That was a thing too. She was having problems breathing or
Oh, yeah,
sleeping because of her double
Yeah, she had
D's.
big tits, so she couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why my rigor painting has that those big old tittos.
I mean, they are
And
obnoxious
I still don't know
sometimes.
why she has a bulge in her pants, but never mind.
No one knows. I don't know why you put that there. Oh
How
my
could I
goodness.
miss Double D's? His
Yeah.
theme is Tuesday. Tuesday is the fundraiser for the Stray.
At some point, do you remember another individual arriving?
I do.
And who was that person?
Paramedic, Mike Pandora.
Were you familiar with him prior to that date as well through your work?
He also works with me.
Okay. And where did you originally see him?
He also entered the home when Jean, myself, and Cara were in the kitchen. He said he was gonna go to the basement.
Did you see what door he came in, if you know?
He came in the same door.
Okay. And did you see him head towards the basement area?
I told him I would go with him.
Okay. Did you in fact go with him?
I did.
And prior to you leaving the kitchen area, did you say anything in terms of Mr. Oz, paramedic Oz, and the defendant?
Yes.
What did you say?
I asked him if he could stay with her in the kitchen and make sure she stayed there.
Okay. Now, can you tell us what happened? Did you go down to the basement with paramedic
I did.
Oz? I'm sorry, paramedic Pandora?
Pandora.
Okay. And tell us what happened on that occasion in the basement.
To my memory, paramedic Pandora went to the bottom of the stairs. He made his observation and we went right back up the stairs.
When you went back up the basement stairs, where did you go?
I stepped out that same side door that I came in to speak with Sergeant Smith.
Was he still outside during this whole time?
He was outside the entire time.
Okay. After, without getting into any content, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Smith?
I did.
After that conversation,
Thank you for 15 months, Dizzy Grenade. And yeah, my artwork was really top notch back then. I have lost my touch. I don't do enough paintings anymore on stream.
did you re-enter the house?
I did.
Same door?
I did.
And where did you go?
I went back to the kitchen area.
And did you see anyone there at that period of
I
time?
did not.
What did you do next?
I then went to where I heard the voices coming from.
Where was that?
Down the hall, if you look just past the table there, down the hall, on your right, there's a bathroom. It sounded like it was coming from that particular area, and I headed that way from obviously from door area. And as soon as I rounded the corner, they were coming out and entering the bedroom,
Okay,
which is all to the right.
so you went down that hallway out of the kitchen to the voices, correct?
Correct.
And who did you see?
Paramedic Oz and Karen
Okay, and when you say, where were they coming out of
out
whenever
of
you
the
got
bathroom.
to the hall?
Out of the bathroom.
Okay. Did you have any conversation with either one of them at that point in time?
They entered, after they had already entered the bedroom. I would imagine it's Karen and Annamarie.
Sustained.
So just focusing on what rooms or what you observed the room to look like.
Okay. They had entered the far bedroom of the residence. I asked Jean, what are you guys doing? He said she wanted to wash her hands. I said, did she wash her hands? He said, yes, she washed her hands and face.
Okay.
At that time, Cara reached and turned the bedroom light on and said, I just want to get Annamarie's phone. At that point, I looked off to the right, I seen the cell phone flashing, there's like a flashing green light on the cell phone. And I had instructed her that I don't want her to touch anything else, I just want her to go back to the kitchen.
Okay, and what she can find.
Hey, little D, thank you for 20 months. And thank you for the
Danielle.
picture. And if you want to see the picture again, someone just asked, I think it was Celestial. It's in general chat in on the Discord.
And with that,
She absolutely was. She said, I understand. At that point, she said, I understand I'm the number one suspect.
at what point in time did she say, I understand, I'm the number one suspect?
When I asked her to go back to the kitchen and not touch anything.
And it was in response to that statement that she made that comment?
That's correct.
Did you respond to that in any way?
I told her it was just important that we find out what happened.
Going back to a moment, you said that whenever you were in the bedroom, the defendant said, I want to get Ann's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And you saw a phone
I
in the
did see
bedroom?
him.
You want to display what's been marked as exhibit number 12 to the jurors to see, and if I could just ask you, Lieutenant, to please stand and use the pointer.
No, in the general
Do
chat.
you recognize what's depicted generally in this photograph?
I do.
What is that?
That's the cell phone that she was reaching for.
They made a
In the bedroom that you were in?
That's correct.
Okay, and I believe you indicated that you saw some form of a light on that
I
phone?
believe there was a green flashing light on it when I entered the room.
Okay. And the phone was not moved at the time frame that you were in there,
No,
correct?
it's not.
Okay, thank you. You can resume your seat. Thank you very much.
Well, I put it in the general chat.
After,
Baker.
I don't know what you ladies do behind my back.
They've already done it. You didn't need to do it. The girls have been on it.
Yeah, I know. My Discord is girl gone wild because I come in there every 2-3 months and oh, Jamie has put up another 45 pictures of her dog with a bandana on. Oh, Danny T has put lipstick on another pic. And I just slowly do the Simpson and walk backwards again. What movie did you watch yesterday, Jamie?
Cujo
Oh, I hate that movie.
and White Dog.
I don't know that
Two-
movie, but I couldn't watch it because I don't see color, Jamie.
That was the problem. Anyway,
I'm actually really on top of managing. As long as I let Jamie run the Discord and I stay away, everything works. The second I go in there and say, hey, have you tried this? Jamie starts yelling.
yeah, that's the thing. Baker just has to trust us. He doesn't have to touch anything. He just has to come in and show his face once in a while, be present, and everything else is under control.
If you're new to the Discord, they have movie nights every Sunday at 4 p.m. And they'll start out with an okay movie and then they'll go to a crap movie after, so they can just sit and chit chat. But go in there. It's a fun community. There's a lot of times where people just hang out and chat in the chat in there, and sometimes I join.
Yeah, it was fun.
I believe you indicated, I'm sorry, was it as you were exiting the bedroom that the defendant
Valhalla, I made our wrestling intro song.
made that statement that you indicated, I understand, I'm the number one suspect?
Yes,
In the hallway area?
yes.
Jamie runs this channel and she runs the Discord. I'm working here.
And where did you and her go at that point in time?
Back to the kitchen.
Okay. At that point in time, did you have any idea how Annamarie had died?
No idea.
Had you told the defendant that she was a suspect?
No, I had not.
Did you have any reason to suspect her of anything at that point?
No, I had not.
Did you return specifically to the table area of the kitchen?
Yes.
I only made the audio. I haven't made the video for it yet. There's not a lot of wrestling in Canada.
Did you have any additional conversation or did Cara make any additional statements to you at that point in time?
Not to my recollection.
Do you remember having any conversation specifically about mac and cheese?
Yes.
And what do you remember?
Cara was incredibly worried about both Brianna eating and also the dog getting some insulin in the food because of a diabetic issue.
Okay. And did she make any specific requests regarding those two issues?
She said that she had some mac and cheese from the Burger King in the car. She asked that Aaron and Pandora, I believe, go get it and bring it to them.
And did you observe paramedic Pandora do that? If you did.
I just need to leave.
Okay. Now, while you were back at the kitchen area and the kitchen table with the defendant, did you observe her using a cell phone?
I did.
And what observations did you make in that regard?
Kara made multiple phone calls. She called her parents. She called Annamarie's parents, and I believe maybe a sibling. I'm not sure. I don't recall exactly who she was calling.
And that was from the kitchen table area?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, and she wanted to get the dog some insulin because the dog had some diabetic problems. But
Yeah.
that's what all the guilty people does.
Well, I mean, what can you do at this point right now other than, I mean, your wife's, she's already deceased. Like, now you kind of got to take care of the things in your now moment, like your kid's there, you know, like, can I just do these things while you guys are doing your job?
Well, it's Massachusetts, so doing normal stuff like feeding your child and be worried that your child haven't eaten while your spouse is dead. Have I ever seen murder spelled differently? No, that's totally murder.
Well, yeah,
It's kind of like, hey, I'm looking for a DUI lawyer because the cops said I might be hit with a DUI charge. That's admission of guilt, don't you know? Crispy Bacon, forgive my lateness. Long day yesterday. Good to see everyone. Good to see you too. Talk about a long day yesterday. I started my day at I started my weekend Saturday morning at 4 a.m. and I got off my last out of 7 streams at Sunday night at 9:30 p.m. So yeah, that was a that was a long weekend. Sometimes I need to. That's why Marissa is my booker, because I just say yes if people reach out to me, and then I'm all done and can't talk.
Mm-hmm.
But Marissa, she's like, "Oh, I have a kid who's sick." Yeah, well, I'm sick too, Marissa. It's not like you're helping me out.
Oh my goodness.
Well, calling the insurance company as the police is at the house is maybe a little sus.
Well, yeah, like going right for it and be like, can I talk about the life insurance policy? I mean, my husband is now freshly deceased. He just died 5 minutes ago. Can I get that claim?
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. So first responder launched into action, making sure everything was taken care of. Yeah, she knew she couldn't fix her dead wife, so let me fix what I can fix.
Yeah, and that's how I looked at it as. It's like, okay, I mean, there's nothing I can do at this point.
Yeah,
But
and I'm not sick. I'm just I did that 3-hour reading stream on Saturday. That killed my voice. It's hard reading for so long.
Now, at some point, did members of another law enforcement agency arrive on scene?
Yes.
And who do you remember arriving that was not affiliated specifically with the Granby Police Department?
State Police Detective Jamie McGarry.
Okay. Are you familiar, or were you familiar prior
I'm talking about that break-in trial. That was so boring. I didn't care to watch it.
to that date with Trooper Jamie McGarry?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I knew who he was, but I never worked any cases or anything.
Okay. And you were familiar that he was a state police trooper?
That's correct.
Again, without getting into any content, did you have any formal conversation with him, or did other members at the scene have conversation with him? To your knowledge?
I'm unaware.
Okay,
I had not spoken to him.
okay. At some point after Trooper McGarry arrived, was there a decision made about the doorway, the side doorway to the home?
There was.
And what was that decision?
We were asked,
Yes.
what he was asked.
Overruled.
Let me answer.
We were asked to exit the residence and re-enter the home through the front door. And we all exited and went through the front.
Do you remember who asked you to do that?
I don't remember if it was Trooper McGarrian or Sergeant Smith, one of the two took.
Okay.
I believe it was Detective McGarrian's decision, but I don't remember who told it.
Okay. And was that done at that
Yes.
time?
Yes,
And so, did people that were in the house exit out of the side door area
yes,
and then re-enter the home? I think you might have said through the front door.
that's correct.
Okay, and what portion of the home does the front door lead into?
The living room.
Now, I know you indicated that you had been at the kitchen table with the defendant prior to this happening, that we just talked about, correct?
That's correct.
When, everyone exited the house, did she exit the house as well?
Yes,
Did she re-enter through the front door with everyone else?
yes.
Did you stay with her at that point in time?
For a period of time until Detective Fenn arrived.
Okay, and who is Detective Fenn?
She is a detective with the Granby Police Department.
Is her first name Barb?
Barbara Fenn.
Okay. And was she then, a person that stayed in the living room with the defendant?
For some time, yes.
Okay, and you walked away after she arrived?
That is correct.
At some point, did you return
He was the first responding officer.
to the living room area and have some additional conversation with the defendant there?
I did.
Do you know about how long you were gone, if you know?
I don't know specifically. It was long enough for her to change her clothing and sign some papers with the state police.
Okay. And you came back to the living room and spoke with her?
I did.
Do you remember if you were sitting or standing, if you know?
I don't recall specifically, but I think we were sitting down.
Okay. What do you remember was discussed during that conversation?
It was just very cordial conversation, basically about our children. We both have children named Brianna. Had some, casual conversation about children playing sports and just regular stuff.
Okay. Things not related to the
Not at
house
all.
that day, correct?
Not at all.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor during the conversation that you were having about your personal lives?
Very relaxed.
Now, at some point, are you aware that ultimately everyone in the house vacated the home and the house was seized essentially, that no one else could go back into the house at some point?
Yes.
And are you aware that at some point after that,
Well, there's dog purchases, running up massive amounts of credit card debt, having 2 side pieces. There's a lot of, Cara also had a man friend over that night, but not a boinking man friend, I think. So there's a lot of frolicking going around in this case.
members of the state police took a video inside
Yes.
the home
Yes,
and the exterior of the home?
that's correct.
And have you had the opportunity to view that
I
video?
have.
And does that video fairly and accurately reflect the way the portions of the home looked to you when you first observed them on the night of March 29th?
It did.
At this point, I would ask to play the video, which has been marked already as exhibit number 13. It's approximately 23 minutes in length.
What is this?
That's Uncle Fester. Yeah, let's watch this video.
Are you doing okay over there?
It's a nice house.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a weird construction of a house that you have the front door opening straight into the basement door.
Mine does that.
Yeah, but then if I came home drunk and had forgotten to close my basement door, do you know how many times I would be sleeping on the cold cement floor with a head injury?
You'd be surprised. My parents' house was like that too. You walk right in the front door in the basement. There's a little landing just like that, and then it's right there. You have to be careful sometimes.
You have to turn your microphone down now. Well, I had set this up to try and get it up a little bit with him because they turned off they switched to the wrong mics. That's a bad cut. They were at that door just before. Oh, they did have it. See? They did have the child lock on that door. That's what I talked about. That's why, to me, it's weird. With the kid in the house, they would be fighting on this landing with this door open, and she would go down the stairs. To me, that's just weird.
I mean, unless it was already open because she was messing around down there, but it's still weird.
Yeah. I didn't take it as a complaint, but I had it turned way up before, so and the audio was down. Sometimes I need to not yell when we come back from one of those times. This setup, and then she gets 1% sway share. Money G, go frolic.
Oh.
Giggity.
Who got 0 at one point? Was that Lefty?
It was either Lefty or Brandon.
Yeah, 0.
Yeah, you can get no. It was Lefty. Lefty had 0 sway share.
Poor guy.
I have K-Cup machine. I just got a new coffee maker, Jamie. One of those. It's a Dolce Gusto. I like it.
A what?
A Dolce Gusto. It's
A Dolce
it's a little
Gusto?
bit Dolce Gusto. It's some bigger pots where you can make. I bought it because I had the Nespresso like a K-Cup, but the K-Cup it stopped working. It didn't really do it. So I bought the other one, and I thought, well, it's cheap. I'll buy that, and you get these coffee pots, and it's fine. And I got like a promotional package, so you got 16 pots of normal coffee, and then 16 pots of cocoa. And my daughter likes hot cocoa, so I thought, hey, I'll have it at the house if she comes. Then I bought some with Kit Kat flavor, and it's kind of weird because it has that artificial wafer taste that you have to get used to. But now, in the morning when I wake up, a cup of that Kit Kat cocoa, it's probably 2,000 calories in one cup, but it tastes great. You should have one.
It sounds delicious. Kit Kats are my jam.
To start now, not familiar with this case. Sorry, did I miss one before that? Vicky had, this is the first day. We've only watched like 3 hours with opening statements, and it's quite forward. And I think it's a good case to watch. I think you should try and watch it. You can always go back and just skip over all the times where Jamie says things that's weird.
This is the first witness too, so, and they're still on direct.
Yeah, and it's going to be it's only like an 8 or 9 day trial, so it's not that long. That's why it tastes good, because they're fattening. Well, I did go to the gym today, so I can have another cup. I was doing rocks, and I thought, no, I'm feeling frisky. Let me do the 80 pounds. Or the 80, well, it's probably not, more like 90. But I thought, I'm going to do the 90 pounds rocks. and I did 2. And I kind of felt, oh, my back isn't feeling it today. That doesn't feel good. So I finished my set, and I was like, nope, it's going to be a 1-setter. But it's pretty good. 90 pounds in each hand, Jamie.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Shrug
and I
it
did
off.
shrug them for 8 times. So that's 200.
8 times? Wow.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
Daddy got jacked. I thought Time magazine was only something you found at the dentist office.
Honestly, yeah, like I didn't think real people subscribe to that.
I hate those. Do you call them runners? Those little carpets. We call them runners. I don't know why, but that's how you call these carpets. And they're never secure. So if you're playing and or you're going a little fast around the corner, you'll just slip on your fat ass and land on the floor. I hate them.
I tape mine down, but it doesn't last very long. So yeah, it's annoying.
Oh my. Oh my. Is that what the young ladies call it these days? It's the brownest house I've seen in a long time.
A lot of beige.
No, but I have a grandkid. Sometimes you need to get around a little fast. Oh, they had a goldfish. No, that's an artificial goldfish. Jamie, they were Red Sox fans. We don't like those. Or do we like those?
I mean, I don't personally.
Lesko has sadly been to Thailand, and that little surprise that he didn't understand what it meant when he paid extra for that might have given him the monkeypox. So he's at home in his bed eating chicken soup and crying and say, no, that's the last time. Well, almost the last time I'll let a she-male do that to me. It's from 2010. Wall borders wasn't that like 2000? We made a wall border on our kid's room, and she's from 2001. I hated that. Oh, it looks fancy. No, it's annoying as hell to put up. I like this layout of a house because it's really compact. Well, maybe they put the kids' room in the other end of the house so you don't sleep next to them. But I like small, compact houses so you don't have all that cleaning and you have everything. That's what you need.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a good don't fall out of bed thing. That's not gonna keep a kid in there.
Work.
Russian is here somewhere. But that's the thing back then when you started getting these mattresses, they were thick as all hell. That was the around beginning mid-10s. That's how mattresses were. I liked it because I like a high bed. It's easy to get in and out of. That is Party Central, as it's known in my house. And it's my
What-
party, and I cry if I want to, cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you. Yes, it's kind of like a mattress on top of a mattress. Instead of you just have like the top mattress, the foam thingy. Well, I'm so old. We didn't have the security. We just fell off. I have a nice view from the kitchen. It's a cool little house. I like it. If I could find something like that, that would be perfect for me. Have the extra room for the studio. You have one for Baby Baker when he's visiting, and you have a bedroom for me, and then you have a living room. I don't need more than that. And no, what do you call them? At the bottom of the door. So Roberta can just drive all over and clean the house. She's getting lazy, Roberta. She doesn't suck as she used to. I think I have to go open her up and get all the dust out.
What are you talking about?
Roberta, my robot vacuum.
Oh, you have a robot vacuum?
Yeah. Yeah, all the stuff they have in the house, that would never have been acceptable in Scandinavia. Yep. She's supposed to, every time she finishes a run, she's supposed to blow up, but she was making noise the other day, and I looked, and there's a lot of dust collected inside of her. So I think I have to clean her out to make sure that she can suck more. You named your Stevie. Oh, we're probably going to see a body in a minute. You can see her feet at the bottom of the... Oh, shit. Oh, they did it too. Is that a dehumidifier? Dehumidifier? Whatever it's called. This one?
Yeah, it probably is, because I have one in my basement too.
Yeah, that would also, because it looks like it's on, that would also have a significant impact on the dryness of the paint. Plus you have the furnace right here.
Mm-hmm.
So it was probably a hot basement. Hot and humid. Yeah, because it looks like they fixed the wall behind the dehumidifier. So they probably had water coming through the walls.
Yeah, basements are pretty damp normally, so
Yeah.
it helps.
Am I going to take Baby Baker fishing when he gets bigger? I don't like fishing. Well, I like fishing, but I don't like catching anything. I don't like killing stuff. So I won't be taking him fishing. Yeah, I should get Mega Made. Yeah. Yeah, it looked like a dehumidifier because there was the filter. That's what I'm trying to say. You open that door to use throwing out the... I don't know what you're talking about. I never do that.
Never. You would never, guys.
How can you have so much crap in your house? Get rid of it. You don't need it.
I have a shelf in my basement with just extra stuff that I should get rid of.
Yeah, but I don't like touching fish, so I can't do it. Well, I don't like touching the fish. That's my biggest problem. I like going out to and fish, and I like catching them, but I just hate touching fish. I don't know. I've never been. I don't mind cutting stuff and meat and stuff that's dead, but I just don't like. Maybe it's because I used to be deployed, and you kind of don't like killing stuff when you see bad things.
I was gonna say that when you showed the.
Oh no, it's gonna take it down.
I know, Sue, but I have 75 coffee makers if you need one, just in case. Or an extra microwave.
We are gonna get to Miss Rosemary Scapicchio, who is not a miss, who's a missus.
Finally! Oh, I missed her. Okay.
It's not the touch of the fish. I just don't like the. Yeah.
May I run?
Okay.
Thank you. Can I just gonna say that
My buddy, who has, he has a little bit. Sometimes he needs some time alone, and he catches a whole lot of fish, and he has to give it away because he can't eat all of it. I would love to go fishing with him because he goes to like the ocean and catch it. My brother is a big fisherman as well, but I just don't like touching fish. I don't like fish either. I'll eat a macfish or a filet of fish or whatever it is.
Fillet of fish.
Yeah, but
Is that really even fish?
yeah, in Denmark it has to be. We can't do the American stuff where you just it's broccoli, but we call it fish.
when you showed up at the crime scene, you were were you the most senior person there initially?
Initially?
Yes.
I was the only person there.
And until Trooper McGarry came, were you the most senior person there?
No, I was not.
Who was more senior than you?
Sergeant Smith.
And what was his rank and your rank back then?
I was patrolman, he was sergeant.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I was patrolman, he was sergeant.
Okay, so you were a patrolman back then.
That's correct.
And how many years had you been a patrolman up to the time that you walked into the scene on March 29, 2010?
I believe 8.
That was 8 years.
I like a lot of stuff. I don't know why you're all so mad at me. I just don't. Fish is weird. Well, I like catfish. Catfish is good. Catfish burgers. Well, some of them. I had one that wasn't that good, but I just don't like smoked salmon and all of that. I like we call them flatfish. I don't know what they're called in English, but it's those flat ones that lives on the bottom. I like those. Oh, when they're cooked in butter, oh my God, they're good. But I just don't like a lot of fish. I don't eat sushi. That's nasty because why would I eat raw fish that's been transported halfway around the world? And you see how many microbes that's in that. Blech. So don't ever look at your sushi under a microscope, or let it stand out for 2 minutes and see all the little insects crawling out of them. Ugh.
Is it fair to say you've never responded to a homicide?
That's correct.
So this would have been the very first homicide you've ever responded to in your 8 years of experience up until the day that you walked in. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is it also fair to say, sir, that when you go out to the scene, let me ask you, did you do anything to protect the integrity of the crime scene before you went to the house?
I don't understand your question.
Sure. In other words, before you walked in the house, did you put any gloves on? Did you put any booties on? Did you do anything like that?
I didn't know I was responding to a crime scene.
Well, you knew it was domestic, right?
That's correct.
That's a crime, right?
Not a crime scene until it becomes one.
Okay. So you get to the front door and it's open, right?
That's correct.
And you hear the screaming from downstairs, right?
That's correct.
And at that point, you stop and put booties on, put gloves on, start to protect the integrity of the crime scene?
No.
And is that because you've never responded to a homicide before this incident on the 29th of March?
No, that's because I've never done that at domestic law.
Okay. Now, sir, when you noticed that the front door was open, and you walked into that front side door, you walked into the side door and it was open, and you heard the yelling from downstairs. One of the first things you did was to go downstairs and try to figure out what was going on. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you got down to the bottom of the stairs, you saw Cara Rintala, and you saw her cradling, who you later came to believe was her wife. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, sir, when you went downstairs, you had indicated, I think, on direct examination, that you, at that point, let me ask you this. Once you went downstairs and you realized that the victim was dead. Did you do anything to search the house?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you do anything to speak to Cara Rintala about the door being opened and anything about the door being opened?
You mean while I was in the basement?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And once you understood that you couldn't render any aid to the victim in this case, did you go and search the rest of that house?
I did not.
Did you go to look to see if anyone was there?
I did not.
Did you go to look to see if anyone might have left the front through the front door?
I did not.
Did you look at any of the bedrooms?
I did not.
Did you look at any part of the house?
A 23-minute video of nothing. And now this Uncle Fester lookalike will admit that, yeah, we didn't really do anything. We just went in there and went into the basement, and we didn't check if anyone could have done anything bad. So why should we? And this is a flatfish or flounder or brill or whatever they call it. They are great. You roast them in butter. Oh, it's good. On a piece of rye bread, oh my God, you won't get a better fish. And it kind of looks like me. Fat and with weird eyes.
I stayed with Cara.
Okay. And you stayed with Cara because you heard it was a domestic, right?
That's correct.
And when you were downstairs,
Isn't Wagyu the most expensive everywhere? I don't know. Our prices has exploded. It's insane how much we pay for food right now. It's almost like we are Norwegian.
and you determined that you couldn't render any aid to the victim at this point. When you asked Cara to get out from underneath her wife's body, she didn't refuse to do that, is that right? She was cooperative with you, right?
Absolutely.
And when she told you she needed a little bit of assistance, you provided that assistance, is that what I said? Okay. And when you provided that assistance, she followed your instructions, right?
That's correct.
Did try to run away, right? Did try to run out of the house, right? And you asked her to not touch anything, right?
That's correct.
And she complied with that by folding her arms, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what you told her to do, not touch anything on the way up the stairs, right?
That's correct.
And then you directed her to the kitchen, is that right?
That is correct.
And when you directed her to the kitchen, she sat there, right?
That's correct.
And she answered all of your questions, right?
Yes, she did.
She didn't refuse to answer a single question, is that right?
No, she did not.
And she didn't ask to talk to a lawyer, right?
No, she did not.
She sat there and she answered your questions because she was assisting in your investigation at that point. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say.
And you considered her a suspect because of the domestic, right?
I never referred to her as a suspect.
No, you never referred to her as a suspect, but you knew it was a domestic and you didn't leave her side, right?
She was upset. That's what I said.
Or you were there to calm her down, not to do your job?
Excuse me.
Judge? I'll rephrase, Judge. So you said you were there to assist her, is that right?
You said that.
So were you
There's no joy. Well, I don't know how to teach people the joys of smørrebrød because it means that you'll have to eat rye bread. And most Americans would probably die if they had to chew a piece of rye bread. Piece of rye bread is the greatest stuff you can have because it's really good for your digestion and it's really good for everything. But Americans are like, it ain't no Wonder Bread. I can't eat this dry thing. This is like pumpernickel. No, it's way better than pumpernickel. Pumpernickel is also partly a cake.
there with sister, sir?
I was there because I was called there.
On a domestic,
And I was instructed by my supervisor to stay there. That's correct.
because somebody thought she was a suspect, right?
Nobody said she was a suspect.
I didn't say you said it, sir. That wasn't my question.
I never said she was a suspect, and I didn't think she was a suspect. I didn't even know it was a murder.
Well, when you saw the dead body, you knew it was a murder, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. So when you saw the dead body, sir, and you were instructed by your supervisor to stay with Cara Rintala, at that point, sir, you know that there's something going on, right?
There was something going on.
Okay. And at that point, sir, when you know that there's something going on, you don't leave Cara's side, is that right?
That's correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that she asked, well, she made some phone calls. She didn't just make the phone calls, she asked to make the phone calls, right? She didn't just pick up her phone and start dialing, right?
No.
She asked for permission before she even picked up the phone, right?
That's correct.
And she didn't try to hide her phone from you, right?
No.
She made the phone calls in your presence, right?
That's correct.
She didn't ask to step outside, she didn't ask to be alone, she didn't ask to go anywhere. She sat at the table after she got permission and she made the phone calls, is that right?
That is right.
And she called her mother, you said maybe her parents in some way, and
What you all are talking about is rye bread. It's not rye bread. It's just white bread with a little bit of rye in it. This is a piece of rye bread. This is what you should all be eating for lunch. Then you will stay filled up the entire day and don't eat so much sugar and stuff. It's really good. It has sourdough in it, and it's made of mostly rye. This one is with sunseed flowers in it. There's a lot of good stuff in it. All of that will go in and help your digestion. But 2 pieces of this with some kind of either some cold cuts or something on top of it, and you don't need a snack or anything. You're set for dinner. That is absolutely the best. But Americans don't like. Well, a lot of people don't like this type of bread, but it's really good. Don't like the texture of seeds. You can get it without seeds in it. Real butter? No, I use margarine, but that's just because it's cheaper. Well, it's not margarine. It's a mixture. So, but I never put any lubrication on my rye bread, because we don't do that, because we were told in the 80s that was what made us fat. So I never do that. But if I use it, I'll use something that's kind of like butter margarine mixed together. You don't. My mom always toasted rye bread. I don't like toasted rye bread. Yeah, it's because it's more white in it. This is what we would call sønderjysk rugbrød, which is more like a crossover between a rye bread and a white bread.
Ian's parents. And you think there might have been somebody else that you called, but you weren't listening to that intently, so you don't know, right? And all of those conversations that she had at the kitchen table, is that right?
Correct.
While she was not walking around the crime scene because you were told to stay with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you were going to stay with her until somebody relieved you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in your mind at that point, you'd known about the domestic, right?
Yes.
And you were instructed to stay with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you said on direct examination, you indicated that when there was this conversation with Cara Rintala about any medical conditions that her wife may have had, you were asked questions about what you remembered. And one of the things you said was that Cara responded something like, only her double D boobs. You remember that?
Yes.
That's not all she said, right?
Yeah, that's what I have.
Okay. She actually said that beyond the asthma and the overnight stuff, the only
Only
other
when I
issue
have
she was
a sore
having
throat.
was her double D boobs causing her difficulty sleeping, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't remember that.
How many trials have we had where someone said, my double D boobs made it hard to breathe? Yeah, you would. Avocado is bad for the planet. Don't eat avocados. Think about the planet. I'll send you a picture of Greta Thunberg until you stop eating those planet killers.
Direct examination, right? Okay. And then she was asking again about anything else about what she wants to share. And do you remember her sharing that Cara Rintala told you, where we're sitting at the table, that her wife's double D boobs were causing her some difficulty breathing?
That's right.
And that was in response to, are there any medical issues going on?
That's right.
All right, so it wasn't just talking about double D boobs, it was in relationship to whether or not they would have affected her medically, is that right? Okay. Now, when you talked about that side door that you were in and out, before Trooper McGarrian got there, and do you know what time Trooper McGarrian got there? Was it hours? Was it minutes?
I don't know.
Okay. Was there somebody who was keeping a log of people who were coming in and out of the crime scene?
Sergeant Smith.
Okay. And before you came here today, did you look at any log to determine what time people came?
No.
But there's a log that exists.
Yes.
That keeps track of who comes and goes from the crime scene, right?
Yes, he kept that on.
And do you remember how many times before you were asked to use that front door that you actually walked in and out that side door?
I actually walked in and out?
Yes.
I believe twice.
You walked in and out twice.
That's correct.
What about other members that were there, other paramedics or police officers, first responders? You know how many times they used that door to walk in and out? Was every time the door was used to walk in and out noted on the log, to your knowledge?
I'm not sure.
Yes?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I didn't keep the log.
But you didn't review the log before you came in today? Okay. And do you remember seeing,
We actually had something like that. We took white bread and then brown sugar and then rye bread on top of that. That was called Annamarie. That's a place in Copenhagen where the poor people used to live. But That was kind of a fancy thing to have. I remember that now you said it. But yeah, that was a poor people food. But that was before we had candy and stuff like that. We would eat those. So you mixed white and dark bread, and then you put the brown sugar in the middle. Didn't put cinnamon. We eat cinnamon in our cake because we're reasonable people. We don't eat it in everything else. Well, on our porridge as well. Well, you can't. This is how it is with Swedes.
Gene Oss come through that side door?
I heard him come through the side door, yes.
You heard him, so you know at least he went in and out, right? And so he came in through the side door, he left through the side door, he came in again through the side door.
Yeah, she's saying right way too much, right?
Okay. And
Shit on a shingle is something they made in the Second World Kerfuffle, which was just some kind of stew thing that they tossed on top of a piece of bread. But I don't know if that's the same Marissa had as a kid.
I think you said in direct examination that shortly after you arrived that Gene Ott arrived, is that right?
Shortly after I arrived,
Yes.
Sergeant Smith arrived,
Okay, and then who arrived? After Sergeant Smith, who arrived?
Gene Oss.
Okay, and within a minute of when Sergeant Smith arrived, is that right?
No.
Was it a minute?
No.
Everyone was saying that it was a minute?
You talking about Gene Oss?
Yes.
No.
Okay, how many minutes between?
I don't recall, and it was quite some time.
It was. The proclamation on page 199. So I'm going to ask you to read lines 20 to 25 to yourself, please. Hey, proclamation on. Sir, does that refresh your memory as to when you testified previously and you were asked the same exact question about how soon Gene Ott arrived? You said you weren't exactly sure, but it wasn't that long. Did you say that, sir?
I didn't recall how long, but yes.
Wasn't that
It
long?
wasn't that long, correct.
But you just said a few minutes ago,
It wasn't a minute, yes.
you didn't say it wasn't a minute. You said it wasn't that quick, is
It
what you
wasn't a
said.
minute,
Okay. But you said before it wasn't that long, is that right?
that's correct.
And when Ott wanted to go to the basement, you accompanied him, is that right?
That is not correct.
It's not, okay. So at some point in time, Oz comes to the same door that everyone else is going in and out of, is that right?
Correct.
And he went to the basement, is that right?
Correct.
And he was back up within a very few seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, you're still in the kitchen with Cara Rintala, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you stayed in the kitchen with Cara Rintala until paramedic Pandora arrived on the scene, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And when paramedic Pandora came in, is it fair to say that he wanted to go into the basement?
Yes.
And did you accompany him to the basement?
I did.
And did you see him walk down the stairs?
I did.
And did you hear him say, "I'm all set" at the bottom of the stairs?
Yes.
And you never saw him go over to the body, is that
I
right?
didn't.
So he got to the bottom of the stairs, he said, "I'm all set," and then he walked back up, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you told us on direct examination that you were able to identify those footprints as yours. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Okay. And it indicated it was because there was a certain kind of boot that you used, is that right?
That is correct.
And that's the boot that you use as a police officer, is that right?
That's correct.
And did they have a specific name for the boots?
Now, those particular boots are Rockies.
Rockies. And is it fair to say, sir, that Rockies are used by many police officers,
Yes, sir.
by many first responders,
Yes,
many paramedics,
I would assume so, yes.
many firefighters?
Correct.
Okay. And you told us, sir, that you were sure that those footprints that you talked about were yours, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you ever, sir, remember, with respect to those footprints, do you ever remember asking anyone to take your shoes?
I don't understand.
Well, you knew you'd stepped in what you said was paint, right?
Correct.
Do you ever remember saying to anyone, "Hey, I may have contaminated the crime scene here. You might want to take my boots to see what's going on"? Did you say that, sir?
Objection. Overruled.
Did you say that, sir?
I didn't ask anybody to take my shoes.
Did you do anything to preserve the bottom of your shoes, sir?
No.
And sir, you're not a shoe print expert, is that right?
No.
And I think you told us in direct examination, you knew that they were your shoes because your wife gets mad at you when you track stuff through the house, right?
Yes, and I see myself making the prints.
But you don't know what other people's boots look like making the prints, do you, sir?
No.
And if everyone's wearing the same boots, sir, you can't tell with any certainty that those are actually your boots. Is that right, sir?
I was the only one in the room making those prints at the time.
You don't know that, sir.
Objection.
It's the Scandinavian genes.
I'll let him answer. So overruled.
Those prints were not there before I was there.
Okay, sir. So you made all of the prints downstairs.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, but you don't know, sir. You're guessing, right? You're
Objection.
guessing that you made all the prints.
Hold on, let's sustain. This point.
So, sir, when you say to your knowledge, it's possible somebody else made some prints there, isn't that right? One of the other responders?
Anything's possible.
Is that a yes, sir? It's possible somebody else made those prints?
Anything's possible.
Is that a yes, sir?
Anything's
Objection.
possible.
Sustain, that's his answer.
Yes, sir. You also indicated on direct examination that you went over and you felt the carotid pulse of Annamarie Rintala, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you have gloves on at the time, sir?
I believe I did,
Okay, why did you put the gloves on?
because she had blood on
I
her.
didn't say why, when?
I'm assuming while I was standing there, keeping them on my pocket.
Okay, so you took your gloves out and you put them on, is that
Correct.
right? And then you leaned down and you tried to find a pulse, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated on direct examination that she was stiff and cold, is that right?
Correct.
Now, sir, you don't have any training in detecting rigor mortis
No,
or anything like that, is that correct?
no.
Okay. You'd agree, sir, that Annamarie Rintala weighed, well, let me just say this. She was a heavier woman, is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Okay. And when you assisted in getting Annamarie Rintala off of Cara Rintala's lap, you did that with the assistance of another officer, is that right?
Correct.
Who was wearing the same kind of boots you had on, right?
That's correct.
And sir, when you said on direct examination, you removed Cara, you brought her upstairs, you told her not to touch anything, she sat and made those phone calls. You also testified that at some point you see her in the bathroom, and you had learned that she had washed her hands and face, is that right?
Correct.
And she didn't do that without permission either, did she, sir?
No, she did not.
She asked for permission to go wash her face and hands, right?
Correct.
She didn't just get up and wash her face and hands, right?
Not that I'm aware of, I wasn't there.
Okay, but you know that she was in there in the company of another police officer who allowed her in the bathroom to wash her hands, right?
Oh, paramedic.
Paramedic, who allowed her in the bathroom to wash her hands and to wash her face, right?
Correct.
And she didn't hide that from anyone, right?
No, she did not.
And she asked for permission, right?
I don't know, you'll have to ask her.
Well, she didn't get up, nobody stopped her, right?
Again, you'll have to ask her.
Did you ever hear anything in the course of this investigation that someone stopped Cara Rintala from going into the bathroom to wash her hands?
Overruled.
Did you ever hear that, sir?
I don't know.
Now, sir, you also mentioned on direct examination that at some point Cara Rintala changed her clothes, right?
That's correct.
That's because you guys asked her for her clothes and she voluntarily gave them to you, right?
I believe the state police did, yes.
Okay, so it wasn't a situation where she said, ha, let me go in the room and change my clothes, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you asked her for her clothes and she cooperated and gave you the clothes, right?
She did give them that clothes, yes.
Okay. And then, sir, with respect to Trooper McGarion's arrival, whenever that was, sir, is it fair to say that he took over the investigation, he was in charge when he got there?
That's correct.
And is that because he had experience in investigating homicides
That's who we use, yes.
as the other state police, right?
Correct.
And no one on your department, not just you, but nobody in your department had any experience investigating homicides. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And there hadn't been a murder in Granby for 50 years before this, is that fair to say?
Probably fair to say.
And so when when Trooper McGarion, Detective Trooper McGarion arrived, he took over, right?
That's correct.
And he's the one who made decisions about what should happen that night and where everyone went, is that right?
That's my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And when you were speaking with Cara Rintala that night at the kitchen table, she wasn't trying to hide the fact that she had this argument with Annamarie the night before over a male guest that was at her house, right?
Not at all.
She tried to hide that not once, right?
No, she did not.
And she didn't do anything to try to hide her phone, right?
No.
In fact, she gave you her phone, right? She gave the phone over in the investigation?
I believe
Okay, and that was voluntarily, right?
I would imagine, yes.
Okay, and she also gave permission to search the house, right?
Yes,
She wasn't looking for anyone to go get a search warrant, she just said, do it, search the house, right?
that's correct.
Because she was cooperating in the investigation.
To my knowledge, yes.
I don't have any further.
May I?
You may.
Lieutenant, I just want to follow up on your testimony regarding your rocky boots and the boot prints that we observed in the photograph. Now, I believe you indicated that you had stepped through paint.
That is correct.
Okay, and were you aware that you were stepping through paint at the time you were stepping through paint?
At that particular time, not,
Okay.
not until I
Okay, and how did you become aware that you had stepped through paint?
because I left footprints,
Okay, and how do you know that you left those boot prints?
because I watched myself do it.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Every time I took a step, I made a print.
Okay, does that include the prints that we're seeing here on exhibit number 6 that you indicated were around Anne-Marie's right hand?
By her hand in her head, yes, that would be me.
Okay, and you watched yourself make those?
I did.
Okay. I know you indicated that you didn't ask anyone to take your shoes. Do you remember if anyone did take your
I do
shoes?
believe the state police took my shoes.
Okay, so you didn't ask anyone to take
No,
them,
I did not.
but they did take them.
I believe that they did.
So just to clarify in regards to the initial dispatch, I believe you testified that the dispatch was for a possible domestic disturbance, correct?
Correct.
And that it's, in addition to those 3 words, you received information that there was a man in a basement, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived on scene at 18 Barton Street, was there a man in the basement? And based on that, did you determine that you had received at least in part some inaccurate information?
I did.
I believe you testified previously that when you came upon Anne, and even when you went upstairs, you did not know how she had been killed, correct?
That is correct.
Did that change at all the entire time you were there that night? In other words, did you ever know while you were, as you were there that night, how Anne was killed?
I had no idea.
And when I asked that, I'm asking, did you even know it was a homicide?
I did not.
Okay, so it could have been medical,
That's correct.
could have been natural,
That's correct.
should have fell on the stairs.
That's correct.
And I believe you indicated with defense counsel that you were instructed, I believe you said by your supervisor, to stay with the defendant, is that correct? Is that Sergeant Smith?
Yes.
Okay. And if there had been any other adults in the house at that time besides the defendant, would they have been allowed by you or your department to walk around the house?
Objection.
Overruled.
So that would have applied to anyone that would have been in the house at that time?
No, I think that was the initial. They just heard it was a domestic, and that's all they heard. And then they were asked if they ever looked for one.
And I believe you just indicated to Attorney Scapicchio, in terms of who was responsible for the investigation in this case, it was not the Granby Police Department, correct? It was the State Police Detective Unit.
That's correct.
And once they were on scene, it was essentially their case to investigate.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Leave that for you.
It's Uncle Fester.
Sir,
Yes.
remember telling us when you were first, may I approach the,
You may.
remember telling us when you first came downstairs that you walked around this way and up here where all these prints are? Remember telling us that?
Yes, that bag wasn't there.
Right, so you walked around, so you walked down the stairs, around here and all the way to here, is that right?
Maybe show us. No, that's the
Right.
body. Don't show us that.
Okay, and so you went from the stairs this way, without the bag, this way,
That's correct.
all the way to right here, is that right? And it's your testimony, even though you don't have any scientific training, that these are your prints, is that right? Objection in the form.
Staying to the form, if you can just ask the question.
Sure.
The scientific training part.
Sure, Judge. And it's your testimony, these are your prints, right?
That is my belief. Those are my prints.
Okay. You don't know that, you believe that, right?
That's correct.
So, I guess, who made these prints and these prints? If you didn't go in that direction.
I don't know. They're not the same.
So there's 2 different sets of prints now.
That could be Sergeant Smith. I have no idea.
Okay, so now we've established that there's 2 different sets of footprints in that cellar. Is that right, sir?
I don't know those to be prints.
You
Why
don't.
did the video
Okay.
stop?
But this, may I approach again, Judge?
You may.
This right here isn't your footprint, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know that to be a footprint.
You were saying here and here.
This is not your footprint, is that right, sir? That's
would not.
somebody else's footprint.
I would not think that's my print.
And that's somebody else who had the same type of shoes that you had, is that right?
Never ever let anyone tell you can't do anything at a certain age. Just have fun with your life.
And do you know whether or not anyone,
Well, they will walk through the evidence if they have to check if there's a dead body that might be an alive body. So that's unacceptable walking through the evidence. Thank you, Holly Mack, for 5 gifted memberships to Tammy Fayette, We All Mad Here, Jen the Couch Fairy, SD Sock Account, and Julie Moran. Thank you so much, Holly Mack. And I like that I've gifted 5 membership right after you start talking about buying gold bracelets. I don't wear gold. I'm too light for that, so I only wear silver if I wear jewelry, but I haven't worn jewelry since my wedding band. That was gold. That wasn't lucky. So if I wear anything, it's silver. Hey, Dallas-born Boston bred. Been a hot minute. I can hear Judge Bev step away from the witness. This judge is actually, he's very low-key, but I think he's good.
Investigated this footprint.
I don't know.
Okay. And then, sir, do you know whether or not when the body was removed, if there were any
Don't start looking into that. She was the one who was in the Karen Reed case and apparently helped them. And now there's a ton of internet drama. I don't know if any of you participate in that internet drama, but it's so dumb to open up my Twitter every morning and people are arguing about who is this sock account and who's that sock account and who said what about who. It's so boring. It's so annoying. And I know the Karen Reed case is over and you need something to fill your time, but fill something else than start infighting, because we need all hands on deck to help out with the Aiden Carney case. We need all hands on deck to try and see if we can find some justice for Sandra Birchmore. But there's so much stupid drama and people are getting into it, and you can't watch this creator because that creator once said something about this person that you don't like on the Twitter now. And I normally don't block or mute people, but I've muted a lot of people because every day it was just, I don't like this person. Well, go out, frolic a bit, come back. Yeah, it's just dumb, and a lot of people are just going amok. Save the drama for your llama. Exactly.
footprints underneath Ann Rintala?
I have no idea.
But you only know, according to you, that these prints up here are yours. Is that right?
That's correct.
And all these over here, did you walk in this direction too?
That's how I pulled her.
That's how you rolled her.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you're standing, you said you took this.
Oh yeah, I made a video on that. But yeah, you can go in and have fun there, but it's just this. Is it a week now? Everyone has been talking about, and I don't even know what person they are talking about, and it's all the martyrdoms. When you're a martyr, I don't know what you call it. Everyone is like, oh, I just wanted to do good, but people forced me off the Twitter, and oh, now I'm coming back, and then I'm so sorry for what I did. Please all love me again. Give me some interaction. Move on.
Part of her arm, is that right?
That's correct.
And your footprint would be all the way
Yeah.
up here?
Watch whoever you want. It's the same when people come in and tell me, "Oh, this creator's chat is this and that." I don't go around and say, "Oh, you shouldn't watch that person because I've heard that chat is a little bit iffy." You should watch whoever you like, and you should go kind of like at the buffet, taste everything. Just stay away from the avocado, and go and see what you like, because all of this, I hate this. You can't watch the newest Superman movie because you can't watch this creator because what if I really like that creator and I think they have some great ideas? Why shouldn't I support them? It's people are getting too snowflakey.
Yes. I
To
had
pull
that
her.
correct.
Okay. And then, sir, there appears to be a footprint here. You know who made that footprint?
I don't know that could be me.
Hey, Helen from
Okay.
Holland. Welcome back to the land of the
But did anyone
living.
have asked you to retrace your steps in the basement that night so that somebody could determine what prints may have been yours and what prints may have been somebody else's?
Oh, no, the Twitch chat drama isn't about creators, but there's a lot of people who will come in and say, well, I was in this chat and I didn't like it. Well, most likely it's not the creator. It's someone in chat who's just, there's a lot of great creators out there. You should go watch them.
Did anyone ask you to go downstairs and say, tell us exactly where you went that night? How did you get around the body? Did anyone say that?
No.
No further questions.
Nothing to it.
Okay, step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Good night.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for us?
My name is Mark Smith, M-A-R-K, S-M-I-T-H.
What do you currently do for work, sir?
I'm the chief of police of the town of North Portfield, Massachusetts.
How long have you been the chief there?
Going on 8 years.
Can you give us a sense of what size department, what type of department that is?
It's a smaller department, I mean, total of 7 full-timers.
How many folks in town?
A little over 4,000, about 4,500 in that area.
Now, you've been the chief there since 2015, is that right?
Yes,
And where were you employed before that?
I was chief of police in the town of Hinsdale in western Massachusetts for about 1.25 years.
And prior to that?
I was a police officer in the town of Granby for just about 19 years.
So all told, sir, how many years of experience in law enforcement do you have?
Going on 28 years.
Now, how does the town you're currently chief in compare in size to Granby?
Department-wise, about half the size. People-wise, Granby was about 6,200, I think, or about 4,500, so.
And let's go back a little bit and tell us how it was you came to be employed in law enforcement. What was your education, training, and experience?
It started when I was interviewed by the Granby Police Department, and from there I was lucky to be chosen to go to the part-time academy. From there I went to the part-time academy and spent 4 years as a part-timer on the department. And just after that time, I was lucky enough to become a full-time police officer, which at that point I attended full-time police academy.
And in going through the full-time, even the part-time and full-time academy, did any of your training involve first responder training or first aid training?
Yes,
Please describe that for the jury.
in both the reserve academy as well as the full-time academy. To be a police officer in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you have to have first responder training. And that training includes a portion of CPR training and also basic first aid techniques and stuff that we use in the field to handle emergencies that we come across.
What type of equipment or medical supplies or devices does that training involve?
With the CPR, it's we have the AED that we carry, and then we're talking equipment, sir.
Yes, equipment and or supplies.
And the supplies that we carry, it's a jump bag, it has oxygen in it, it has all kinds of bandages, anything for basic life support that we can do in the field.
Now, when you became a full-time member of the Granby Police Department, describe to the jury what your duties, ranks, and assignments consisted of during years.
When I first became full-time, I was the first full-time school resource officer in the department, so I spent 3 years doing that. From that position, I moved into being a full-time detective position for the next 3 years, and then shortly after that, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant.
And what did your duties consist of as a sergeant compared to a patrol officer?
When I became a sergeant, I worked days during the week, so my responsibility was to supervise the detective bureau as well as school resource officer, and I worked along with the chief during that time. So during the day, the day-to-day operations when I was on duty was under my supervision.
At the time you were a sergeant, did you come to know or supervise a patrol officer by the name of Gary Kohler?
Yes.
And is that the same Gary Kohler who was?
That's why we went back and watched this now. Nothing else is going on because I love her. I just hope the audio gets better tomorrow because it was good in the beginning and now it's just crap. I have it boosted 10 times. Well, no spoilers, but yeah.
Just testifying for you?
Yes.
Am I correct? He's risen to the rank of lieutenant nowadays, am I right?
Yes.
Back in 2010, am I right? He was a patrol officer at that time?
Yes.
And you were a sergeant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during your time in law enforcement, not just in Granby, but do you have experience responding to death scenes?
I do.
And could you please give us some sense of what experience you have in that field?
I've responded to numerous natural cause. A lot of those we unfortunately respond to car accidents, so on and so forth.
And have you seen deceased individuals in various stages of death, so to speak?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, sir, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the evening of March 29th, 2010, around 7:12 p.m. or so, give or take. Do you recall if you were working that evening?
I was.
And at some point, did you receive a call or a dispatch about an incident in Granby?
I did.
Can you please describe to the jury where you were and what you remember hearing?
There are allegations about a history of DV. We will get into that because Annamarie had a restraining order on Cara, but the circumstances, how she obtained it, I won't spoil too much because, hey, I'm a grifter. I want you back to watch it with me. The circumstances is really, really weird. And yeah, there's some restraining orders been filed earlier. There's both of them had wanted to file for divorce, and apparently they had gotten back 4 or 6 months before that and lived together. And this is such a... The thing about this case is it makes no sense what went on in that relationship, because you have Cara and you have Annamarie. They are this loving same-sex couple. They have, I think her name is Brienne or something like that. They have a small adopted child together who I think they adopted. I think it comes out during the trial that it was more Cara who wanted the child than it was Annamarie, but I'm not sure. I could be misremembering. The night of the murder, Cara has a guy friend over. I'm just going to call him guy friend. I can't remember the names. But
I think his name's Mike.
yeah, he's Mike or something. Yeah, it's something generic. But he had been there the night before, but there was no allegations of anything. But then you have Annamarie. Annamarie had the corner kisser guy, and she had the suntan girlfriend.
The tanning saloon lady.
Yeah, and corner kisser guy had given her 3 credit cards, one with $7,000 in debt on it. I think there was a much higher amount being mentioned at some point, but there's 2 other credit cards out there that he gave her to build up her credit. But he's never seen as a suspect, even though he lied about his whereabouts, and he lied about them having this kind of semi-sexual relationship, or at least it was more than just being boyfriend, girlfriend, non-sexual thing. They had this where they kissed each other on the corner of the mouth, and she had promised him, if you get me an iPad, I'll give you a big smooch. And then you have suntan. Her and Annamarie had been on and off partners for the last 10 to 13 years, while she was with Cara, while she was married. Apparently, and we're going to hear about that as well, she goes right back to her when she goes away from Cara. She has also gotten a very weird alibi for that day, but is never seen as a suspect in the case either. It's typical Massachusetts. We look at one suspect and one suspect alone, and when we find that suspect, we'll do whatever we can to try and make it stick. And the only thing that's really in there with Cara is, yeah, they had a rough relationship, and she had that boyfriend over the night before, but Annamarie knew all about this boyfriend. There was someone she had known since high school, college, something like that. But
yeah, it was just a friend that she talked to about the problem.
And Kana Daniel also had given her Annamarie a credit card, but none of these people are seen as suspects, even though they lied to the police. And well, we don't really know what Carla did because it's been a long time. I haven't rewatched it. I'm rewatching it with you guys, but her explanation for what had happened is also a little fishy, but never looked at as potential suspects in the case, really.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. We never talk about feelings. I don't have feelings. I'm a man.
Thank you, Zach.
I was on cruise patrol in the town, and dispatch notified me to respond to in town for a disturbance.
And do you recall any additional information or specifics or descriptions about what the nature of this call might be that you were going to?
It was described to me as a possible domestic.
And when you heard possible domestic, based upon your training experience, what images or what concepts were through your head at that point?
Objection.
Well, if I could rephrase.
You want the highest percent of Swayshire. Swayshire is everything. Swayshire is what everyone get out of bed every morning to try and obtain.
Your walk, your talk, your style.
You know, am I using that word correctly?
Okay. Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know, I could tell by the Swayzer who the one was, you know, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew Swayzer is, get that word right, Swayzer?
Okay. I don't know what that word means, so I'm sorry.
Well, his style, his
Oh,
walk, his talk.
okay.
You want all the Swayshire, just like our good friend Roger, who went to Florida in the 80s, started cutting grass on golf courses and smoking crack and drinking Bud Light. He is the Swayshire expert.
He's living a full life.
Well, I try to distract you. Well, there's more to their relationship than that, because it kind of seemed like, oh, he, by the way, was married. Oh, I forgot that part. But it kind of seemed like there might have been something brewing either in his marriage or he wanted more from her. And again, she ran up a lot of debt in his name. Didn't she owe like 21,000 or 35,000? We're going to get to all of that. Spoilers.
Yeah, we'll get
Spoilers.
to all that. No spoilers.
Yeah. That's where Swayshire came from. Yeah, that's Roger in the treehouse case. Jeg forstår, at det er livet, at ikke have nogen ikke engang et sidekys, og dem, der har hinanden, slår hinanden ihjel. Yeah, what she just said is the absurdity of people who doesn't have anyone in life, doesn't do anything, and people who have someone to be with are going to go out and unalive them. So weird. It was a gift from Roger himself. Yeah, he was married, and he slept in her sleeping bag for months after the murder, but they were just friends. Oh, by the way, they went to Vermont and tried to buy a dog. Well, she lied to him and said she needed $250 for a dog. Never bought it. She was I think there's a lot out there we don't know. That was from the Treehouse case. That was before Karen Reed won, I think.
Yeah. Like 2020.
Okay. What did you understand that to mean?
Objection.
Basis.
Relevance.
Overruled.
What did you understand that term to mean, sir?
Some kind of disturbance generally.
When you say generally, what do you mean?
It could be, there's a lot of things when we get dispatched and that type of call that we take into consideration. Could it be a verbal disturbance? Absolutely. Could it be a physical disturbance? Absolutely. It's until we get there, we don't know. We just know there's some kind of disturbance within generally a household between usually family members or people that live together.
Is it necessarily between two married folks?
It could be, yes, you can be, but it can also just be people that live or reside in the same residence.
If two siblings were arguing or fighting, would that be considered a possible domestic?
Yes,
Or a niece and aunt?
yes,
Basically amongst family members or household members?
yes,
And you said it could be physical, could be verbal, could be some combination of the two?
correct.
All right. So were you given a particular address or area of town to respond to?
Yes,
And what was that?
18 Barton.
Now, when you heard 18 Barton, just over the dispatch, did you immediately know, or do you eventually come to learn whose house that was?
I knew whose residence it was.
Okay. And who did you know it to be?
It was Cara Rintala.
Like
And when you say Cara and Annamarie Cochrane, am I correct that Cara Rintala is the same person here in court, dressed in pink?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know that was Cara and Annamarie's house?
Objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, we will go into their personal finances as well, because No, it's the 45,000 from when they met each other that Annamarie had a lot of debt that she helped her clear, and that's why they. No, she wanted that car. Remember, that's. We're gonna get to it. There's so much in this trial. Now it's just coming back to me. Just coming back to
Yeah,
me now.
Cara, I believe Cara gave her some money too.
Yeah, she had a very irresponsible relationship with money, and she was living way beyond her means. No. It's the real Swayzer. It's the Roger Swayzer. How does one get more Swayzer? Frolicking, always frolicking. Hey, KDP. We have a sidebar.
And I always
So
thought it
prior to
was.
this evening, how were you familiar with Cara and Rintala?
We first met, we had an accident on the street, that both of them, they go and done an extraordinary job helping us with a car accident that was on the street, as well as giving us information as to what it might have happened.
Did you have any other additional familiarity or knowledge of Ann and Cara Rintala?
They did, because they worked on the EMS service in town, so I had the opportunity to work with them from time to time.
Now, do you recall approximately how long it took you to respond to 18 Barton Street from when you first heard the dispatch?
I'm going to say approximately a minute or so.
And was any other member of your department already on scene when you got there?
Yes,
Who was that?
that was Officer Bowman.
How did you know it was Gary Kohler?
We were the only two that were on duty. We were there and call out on the radio.
What does calling out over the radio mean?
He said he's arrived at the location.
So you knew prior to arriving that he had gotten there first.
Yes.
So describe for us what you did when you got there, where you went, what you saw.
I pulled in
I'm number one. Baker smells like number two.
a car behind Officer Bowman.
I took a shower.
And I went
Last
into
week.
the residence.
How did you get into the house?
I went through the door that's on the side of the house that faces the garage, right over the door.
Okay. And if I could pull up exhibit number 3 for a moment, sir, on the presenter and show you on the monitor, either to your left or right, whichever one is easier to see. Showing you exhibit number 3. Is this the door you're referring to, the door that you
Iris has sabotaged me somehow. Well, she took your Swayzer.
used to get into the house?
Yes.
Cara unalived Annamarie according to the state.
When you entered through that side door, do you recall seeing or hearing anyone in the house?
When I first entered the door, I did not hear anything. When I first entered.
Okay. Did you look around or take a peek in the kitchen area looking for anyone?
I did. I looked to the immediate right when you walk in the door. There's a kitchen area, so I looked to see if I could find where my partner was.
Was anyone in the kitchen?
No.
At some point, did you hear one or more voices coming from somewhere else in the house?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
I heard a male and a female voice, which appeared to be coming from the downstairs area, the cellar, basement area.
And I'm sorry, did you say it was a male and a female voice?
Yes.
Did you recognize either of them at that point?
I recognized my partner, Officer Polar's voice.
Okay. Did you recognize the female's voice?
At that time, I did not.
Could you make out anything she was saying?
At that point from upstairs, no.
And could you tell what that female voice's demeanor sounded like?
Sounded upset.
So what'd you do then?
I proceeded to go downstairs.
And if I could please show you, sir, on the screen again, exhibit number 5. Do you recognize this photo, sir?
Yes.
And what does it show?
Those are the stairs that I used to go down into the basement.
And as you were descending those stairs into the basement, what's the first thing you recall seeing toward the bottom of the stairs?
We're seeing a foot at the bottom of the stairs.
And is the photo that's on the monitor now, does that fairly and accurately either represent or sort of recreate what you saw that night?
Yes.
Ascending further down the stairs, did your view of the basement expand?
Yes.
What else or what additionally could you see now?
At that point, I could see where Officer Polar was.
And describe for us what you saw Officer Polar doing or where he was.
Officer Polar was standing at the bottom of the stairs off to the right. And I also at that point saw Cara Rintala was there, as well as a female that I at that point had no idea who it was.
So pulling up exhibit number 6. Other than Officer Polar and Cara Rintala not being in this photo, is this otherwise a fair and accurate representation of what you saw in the basement when you descended the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, could you please sort of fill in the blanks for us and describe where Officer Polar was and where Cara Rintala was when you first came down the stairs?
Cara was sitting down with the legs extended, and her legs would have been extended under the torso, the back portion of Annamarie. And Officer Polar was standing more towards the head area of where Annamarie is.
Okay. Now, I believe you just referred to Annamarie Rintala by her name, correct?
Yes.
But at the moment you first came down the stairs and you first laid eyes on her, did you recognize her at that point?
I did not.
Okay. other than
Yes, it is the paint drying case.
being a white female, you didn't know her identity at that point?
Well, if Cara is accused of unaliving Annamarie, I think we can figure that one out. Because not a lot of deceased people are put on the stand. No, it's a joke. Cara Rintala is the one who is accused of unaliving her wife, Annamarie Rintala. I don't do... Shh.
I did not.
Could you describe for us, please? You've already said that she was, Cara Rintala's legs were underneath her torso, correct?
Yes.
Describe who you now know as Annamarie Rintala's body. What sort of position or condition was it in?
As I said, the torso, the back torso was on Kara's legs.
I never said short stream. I said that's not what it. We're gonna be done in like 15 minutes.
And what I noticed about that,
Why am I being? I'm not being rude. I made a joke, Sue. Sorry, Wendy. I apologize. I will never be a Sue to you again.
is that her head was.
See, she has all the
supported
sway
by her hand, but also I noticed that Annamarie's hands were up in the air.
Was there anything underneath them supporting them?
There was not.
Okay, were they flopped back or flaccid or stiff?
No, they were just stiff in one position.
Can you estimate how much space there was vertically between Annamarie's arms and the basement floor beneath her?
8 to 12 inches, 6, 8, 12 inches.
Was there any movement that you could tell coming from Annamarie?
No.
Could you observe any signs of breathing?
I did not.
What about her face, if anything, do you recall in terms of coloration?
It was bluish.
And did that have any medical or first aid significance to you?
It does through our training.
Okay. And how so?
We're trained that generally that bluish in the face is from pool settling when it's in a certain position. It's called lividity.
Okay.
Check your
Is that what you recognize as a sign of death?
Yes,
And so at this point, you still don't recognize her, am I right?
I don't.
So, seeing what you saw, did you make a decision at that point in terms of what your next step would be?
Yes.
Okay, and how were you assessing the scene now at that moment?
My point of view turned into a medical situation.
And did you do something at that point?
I did.
What did you do?
I went back outside and I went into Officer Polar's cruiser and grabbed his jump bag with all the medical supplies as well as the AED.
Okay. What's a jump bag?
That's the bag with all the medical supplies, including oxygen, bandages, and all the stuff that we can use on medical.
I'm curious, why did you grab his cruiser as? Did you have one as well?
I did.
And was there a reason for that?
This was closer.
Okay. I meant to ask you, how long would you say you were down at the bottom of the stairs assessing the?
Yeah, I've been to Illinois. I've been to Newark. I've been to Delaware. I've been to Washington. I've been to Tennessee. So I've been all over the states.
Scene before you made a decision to go up and get your medical bag.
Rather quick, 15, 20 seconds in that area.
Once you had the bag out of Officer Polar's cruiser, what did you do next?
So back in the house.
Through the same door
Yes,
and down the same stairs?
yes.
At that point, when you get back down into the basement, did Officer Polar advise you as to who the white female was?
He did at that point.
And who did he tell you?
Annamarie.
Now, do you recall, was there any change in the positioning of Cara Rintala with respect to Anna's body at that point when you came back down, or were they in the same position?
Appeared to be the same position.
Did you observe Cara Rintala making any motions with her hands?
I did.
Describe that for the jury, please.
What I noticed is she was upset and crying, and what I noticed was one of her hands was just rubbing the chest area and the torso area.
Was she saying anything at that point?
Yes.
What was she saying?
She said she's dead.
I'm getting a lot of Florida vibes out of New England. So I think I have to put it on the list of places I won't go. Florida, Arizona, because it doesn't exist, and New England seems kind of wishy-washy to me. All the weird cases are out of there. No, I stayed a week in Delaware. Nice place. Cheap shopping.
Dead. I can't believe she's dead.
Once or more than once?
Seemed to be several times.
What was her demeanor as she was saying that?
It was sad, upset, angry at times.
Now, when you were back down in the basement the second time, did you have an opportunity to sort of take in the scene a little more and get a closer look at what was happening around the body, as far as the floor goes?
I noticed that there was wet paint on the floor. I noticed that there were some areas.
Never been to
There
Canada.
appeared to be bloodish area,
Could be what?
blood.
Did the blood also appear wet or dry?
In areas mostly dry.
Any sort of thin film or skin or coagulation on top of the paint?
I didn't see.
Leading.
And when we're talking about the paint, still showing you what's number 6 on the monitor. Is that consistent with the location of the paint that you saw that evening?
Yes,
Okay, and that's the paint you're describing as looking wettish.
yes.
Now, once you're back down into the basement with the medical bag, and if I could just zoom in on this portion of exhibit number 6, what's this green bag in the upper left corner?
That's what I refer to as the jump bag, the bag that carries our medical supplies.
Okay, so is that where you brought the bag, left the bag that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make any resuscitation efforts upon Annamarie Rintala?
No.
Why is that?
Given what we had seen with that Officer Bowler at one point when I came back down, told me that.
Objection.
Or just, if I may, it's not being offered for the truth, but as to why Sergeant Smith did or didn't do something. There's a reason.
I'll allow that reason.
So you were saying when you came back down,
Officer Bowler advised me that he detected no pulse. He detected when he touched the body was cold to the touch. Seeing the stiffness in all the joints and seeing the bluish in the face areas, all signs that through first responder training that we received indicates that life supporting measures at that point were not do anything.
are you familiar with the term rigor mortis?
Yes,
Is that, how are you familiar with that?
through training, first responder training,
And through your training, what do you understand rigor mortis to be?
stiffness in the joints.
Following death?
Yes,
And the visual observations that you made of Anne-Marie's body while it was draped over Cara Rintala's lap, did that appear to be consistent to you with rigor mortis?
it did.
Objection.
How is he an expert?
Now, at that point,
determining-
given that you were not going to attempt to resuscitate Annamarie Rintala, what did you and your partner decide was the next step you would take?
To preserve the crime scene,
Now, what do you mean by preserve the scene?
we were going to evacuate the area and just secure the scene.
And you said a moment ago you used the word crime scene.
Correct.
Why did you use that term?
Because there was a lot of things that seemed out of place to me,
Mhm.
a lot of things that seemed suspicious that I couldn't deem. I don't have the experience to say it's not.
Mhm.
So we treat everything as a crime scene at that point.
Until proven otherwise?
Yes.
Did you know what Annamarie Rintala's cause of death was at this point?
No.
So what decision did you and your Officer Polar make at that point?
We decided to have Cara be the scene.
Did you ask her or advise her what the plan was?
Yes,
And was she able to get up herself?
yes.
So how did she go out, get from underneath Anne's body?
Officer Bowler and myself at one point had to move the body to assist her to slide out.
Okay. Now let's break that down a little bit. You say you had to assist in moving Anne's body?
Yes.
Okay. Starting with Officer Polar, and again, using Exhibit 6 perhaps as a point of reference, describe to the jury where you recall Officer Polar being when you and he worked together to move her body.
He would have been up by the head area towards the right hand, that area there.
Okay, and where would you have been?
I would have been down in the right, just in front of where the bag is, standing at the hip area.
Could you actually step down with court's permission? There's a pointer leaning up in the corner there, Sergeant, excuse me, Chief, and just point out to the jury where you were at that point.
I was standing in this area here.
And where was Officer Polar?
He would be in this area up here.
Okay, thank you very much. So how did you and Officer Polar sort of work together? What did he do and what did you do to move Anne's body?
Officer Bowler was up by the arm area and I was at the hip area. And then at one point, we both rotated the body onto the left side.
So for you, what motion would that involve?
I would have been holding and pushing on the hip area, hip and thigh area.
Okay. And as you sort of lifted and pushed Anne-Marie's right hip and thigh.
No, I've never been to Massachusetts. I don't have the liver capacity to drink enough to go into Massachusetts. I hear you have to blow above a 0.30 to enter Massachusetts. So I couldn't go there, sadly. I was invited by Tom, and I was looking if it was possible to move. I do the Dollywood thing. Well, I've done it 2 years now. So I was looking if I could potentially drive up there or something, but it just wouldn't work out.
Area. Describe to the jury what you felt and what you observed.
What I felt and observed is the body moved as one unit. It was very stiff, and it moved all in the same pattern. There was no bend to it, there was no flex to it.
Any flex in her hip joint that you felt?
No,
Did you observe any movement or flex in her knee
no,
or her feet?
no.
This is ridiculous, stupid questioning that has nothing to do with anything. He's a police law enforcement officer. He shouldn't be talking about rigor mortis in a body. And you can ask about all the joints in the body. Get me a doctor who can testify to the rigor mortis. Don't give me a police officer who knows absolutely nothing about rigor.
Did you see or observe her upper half as well that Officer Polar was rotating?
Most of,
Okay. Was your attention focused more on the hip and thigh area?
yes,
And so were your hands on skin or were they on clothing?
clothing,
And what part specifically of Anne's clothing do you believe your hands were on?
on the pants area.
Do you recall if you had any gloves on at that point?
Yes,
And through your gloves and through her pants, could you make any observations of the temperature of her body?
it seemed cold to the touch.
Now, as you pushed and Officer Polar pulled, how much, I don't know, degree-wise, would you say you lifted or rotated Anne's body?
I would say,
The body was on top of Cara. That's why they moved her. But hopefully they took pictures before they moved her. Dollywood is amazing. Went 6 or so years ago, maybe more when kids were younger. I love Tennessee though, and would love there. Oh, I would love there too if I had someone to love with. Oh my. No, Dollywood is a nice place. I can't ride the rides because of my bad back, but just walking around and seeing all the things there is amazing. It's hot as balls, but that's June in Tennessee for you. And because Wallstrom gave me the coof.
45 degrees is enough that the camera can slide on.
May I approach the presenter here?
Good night.
And Chief, you see here in this photo, Anne's legs are somewhat in a V shape, correct?
Yes,
When you rotated and pushed Anne about 45 degrees up onto her left side, did the orientation of her legs change at all?
No.
It kept that V shape?
yes,
Did you observe any change in the positioning of her arms or her upper body as Officer Polar rotated that part?
I did not.
As you rotated Anne's body up about 45 degrees, what did you see Cara do?
Slide out from underneath,
Okay. And scooch back or scooch forward?
scooch back.
Did you notice anything about her feet or any clothing or shoe wear she may have had on at that point?
The shoes, I remember, came off when she slid herself out.
So when she wriggled out from under the body, what, if anything, did she have left on her feet?
I believe socks.
So once she had wriggled out from under the body, what did you and Officer Polar do with Anne's body at that point?
We gently put it back on the ground.
Any change again in the orientation or the positioning of her body?
No.
Or her limbs?
No.
Now, did you instruct the defendant to do anything at that point or to not do anything at that point? Either way.
Instructed them to go upstairs.
And did the three of you?
Wallstrom lives half an hour away from Dollywood. He knows. He's been there with us.
With yourself, Officer Polar, and the defendant then go upstairs?
Yes,
Wallstrom, we have new people here today. Be nice. Not like when you gave me the coof.
Did you give the defendant any instructions in terms of touching or not touching anything along the way?
we did.
What did you say?
Just ask her to keep her hands in and please don't touch anything on the legs.
This guy is actually not that bad. I would give him that. He actually tossed out a lot of the things they wanted to say about the paint because they wanted all of these police officers to give expert opinions about the paint. And he said, nope, you go tell them they can't use these words. I was fine until I met you.
Did she comply with those orders?
Absolutely.
What was the order in which the three of you went up the stairs?
I went up first, Cara was in the middle, then Officer Polar was coming up last.
What happened when the three of you got to the top of the stairs?
They went into the kitchen area,
Where'd you go?
and then I went outside.
Okay. What was your purpose in going outside?
And the purpose at that point was to make the notifications to, actually to call dispatch, and then make notifications to the ME's office, Pastor Secrecy Back Unit, and as well as the chief of police, firefighter protocols.
And what was it, what was your reasoning behind calling in the reinforcements, so to speak?
We have to put unattended death.
Did you start creating a log or a list of the times and people who were arriving at the scene?
I did.
At some point, did you observe either any paramedics arrive on scene?
I did.
Who do you recall arriving on scene?
Mike Perry, Gene Oz, and Mike Pandora.
Okay. Did you know them both before that night?
Yes.
And the order in which you just listed them, Gene Oz and then Mike Pandora, is that the order in which they arrived?
I honestly don't recall which one arrived first.
Do you recall having any conversation with either of them?
Very little.
At some point, do you recall members of the state police detective unit starting to arrive on scene?
I do.
And when I say state police detective unit, based on the fact that you were a sergeant then and that you're a chief now, who is the state police detective unit? Like when do you call them in?
Any serious crimes, we call for, unintended deaths that are suspicious.
And I think you used the term a couple of minutes ago, CPAC.
Yes.
Am I right? That's what the state police detective unit used to be known by?
Yes.
Crime prevention and control. Okay.
That is the role. Yes.
So SPDU, State Police Detective Unit, CPAC, just to be clear, same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how long you remained on the scene that evening? Approximately?
I'll wait until the next morning.
And did you maintain that that log I was talking about the whole time, or did you hand it off to a colleague at some point?
At one point, it was turned over to, I believe, somebody on the state police unit.
Just a moment, here, please.
Okay. Right between 4 and 4:30. It sort of depends on if we not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other.
This was day one in the Cara Rintala case. Case that I think is interesting, a case that has a lot of shenanigans going on in it, and a case where we kind of, for the first time, even though we didn't know it at that point, made contact with the system of justice in Massachusetts that is different than many other systems of justice, because the prosecutor wanted to get evidence in that they had a case overturned on by using lay witnesses to kind of testify how the paint was compared to how it should have been, even though they got testimony like that thrown out in the Supreme Court. And now he is using a guy who, well, he doesn't really have any knowledge about any medical things, and he's now using him to determine how much rigor was onset in the body when they found it.
Mhm.
This is Massachusetts, y'all. And justice is not for everyone. It's only for the one that the state wants to have justice. And that's sadly how we see it. And it's also the Rosemary Scapicchio case we found her in. I hope the audio is better tomorrow, because it got really bad after the lunch break today. Where has Jamie been? Jamie has been right here next to me all the time, except when she wasn't.
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been having to work on and off, so sorry.
Yeah, don't be sorry. It's Dave. Just tell him to. He can just
Oh,
stop
I was
by
trying to
and.
look and see who it was. That's a date. No, don't tell him that.
Dave, drive over and do a welfare check on her. Maybe
Yeah.
she's.
That's what I
Bring
need.
Yeah, bring some gas for her lawnmower. It doesn't work again.
Well, he could do that just in general. That'd be great. Yeah, bring me
Yeah.
some gas, Dave.
Do that, Dave. Thank you.
My welfare is checked. You don't have to come check on me. Please.
Tomorrow we will get on to day 2. In the Cara Rintala case, we're going to start around the same time as today. And I don't know how much it's going to... It's probably a little longer tomorrow. we're gonna do all the days in court. We're not gonna do all the 37 hours of trial watching. We're just gonna skip right to the verdict when we get to that part. It should last us this week and the beginning of next. There's no other real cases starting up. So far, there was one that was supposed to start. I don't know why Jemima is always finding me cases that has to do with small kids being unalived. But she does. But that lady pled guilty today before the case started. It was what's the name of it? It was they were to begin jury selection today in the Florida v. Elise Seymour, a mother who was charged in the unaliving in the passing of her 6-year-old son. And the authorities said that Anthony Rouse was drowned in a bathtub weeks after he was locked away in a dog cage as punishment for stealing. So that would have been a horrible case. And of course, Jemima said, "Oh, you should cover that." Yeah, destroy my soul, why don't you? But jury selection was set to begin this morning in Florida v. Elise Seymour. However, she changed her plea. Seymour pled guilty to 2 counts of aggravated child abuse in the unaliving of her 6-year-old son, Anthony Rouse. She was set to go to trial on first-degree unaliving. She was sentenced today to 20 years in prison. She was facing life without. Seymour's husband, Trey, who was the little boy's stepfather, previously pled guilty to second-degree unaliving and was sentenced to 30 years. 6 other children was living in the house who said they were rewarded for beating the 6-year-old and forcing him into a dog cage. These 2 monsters will spend a fraction of the time they deserve, in this person's opinion, and in mine as well. So I am glad we didn't have to cover that. I'm not rude. Well, I'm glad you like it. I'm sorry that both Zach and Sue showed up today. Normally, they don't show up to work on Mondays, so you would have to contest with both of them today. But I hope you like it. Why do they always do that and wait until the 11th hour? Most likely because human nature is human nature, and we are gamblers. We will always believe we have a chance. Any person who gets stuck in a bad situation, just watch the Saw movies. It's actually the same dynamic they use in the Saw movie. You will, if you believe that by blinding yourself in one eye, you have a chance to survive, 99% of all people will rip their eyes out with their bare hands. It's just human nature. It's the same survival instinct that they have. They will sit there and say, well, we see it a lot when I do jury duty. A lot of these people will think I am so smart, I can talk my way out of why I am on camera stealing a car after beating someone up. I can talk my way out of it. I am that smart. And they're not. People's mouths have landed them in prison more times than any acts they have done, because they think they are too smart. And this is why they don't plead until the very last second, because they will try everything to get out, because maybe there's a chance. When there is no chance and they kind of get to the part where this is 20 years or the rest of your life, you'll do the math and say, well, I can have one more Taco Bell meal before I've been put in my grave. So I'll take the 20 years. Oh, thank you, lady. Well, no, she's talking to you, Jamie.
What? What?
Wendy has never shut. No, you have a pact with her. 2 more divorces and she's yours. Yeah, and that's the same with the Koberger case, when they had the last motions filed that got denied, and then he pled guilty because, well, there was no chance. Yeah, Wendy H. See you all, Celestial.
Bye.
I don't think he has unalived any of them yet. Well, I could be mistaken. I don't know. Jamie, let's get off of here. If I can wake up early, because it's ending kind of early today, if I can get my ass to bed at a reasonable hour, I will do a Baker at night tonight, if I can get to bed. But I've not been good at this the last couple of days. But it's a long time since I've done a Baker at night. Baker at night is my more whatever show where we do an hour of nothing at 11, 12 o'clock if I get out of bed. No promises, just an expectation that it could perhaps maybe happen. You're not.
I agree, Jess. If you just stay off the Twitters and just zip his lip and go shut his eyes, he might be able to get some sleep.
I'm talking to idiots. The reason Karen Reed was found not guilty was because the jury was stupid. The jury that Brennan selected. No, it's because Aiden planted people on the jury, so the jury that Brennan selected. But no,
Here's
but
the thing, Baker. You'll never change anybody's mind. You'll never change it. They are stuck on that, and they will always be.
I need my blood pressure up. It's better than exercising.
No, you don't.
Rosemary, thank you for being here with us. No, not Europe time. American time. Why do you waste your time with sleepover idiots? Because Jamie tells me I have to stream with her. That was not nice.
I didn't expect that. You got me.
And it'll be that's 5 or 6 a.m. our time. But if I get out of bed, normally I'll wake. On the good days, I wake at like 4:30, and then I'll go up and do an hour and go back and have an hour's sleep. So yeah. Sorry, Robin G. Sorry, Jamie. You know I love you.
Of course, I don't take you seriously.
It's Sue I have the problem with.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
correct.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love. Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there.
Everybody has.